In a world where chaos reigns and connection seem fleeting, one visionary endeavor seeks to bring us all together. Zen Theatre live after dark. Harnessing the transformative power of artificial intelligence, the timeless charm of radio theater. The wisdom of books, and the excitement of video games. Zen Theatre Live After Dark illuminates the path to enlightenment and fosters a sense of unity among its audience. Through this unique fusion of storytelling and interactive experiences, we aim to nurture personal growth, improve learning, and inspire a peaceful existence. Guided by your obedient servant, Sebastian Saint Serapian Smalls, we embark on a journey of self-discovery. But where do we begin? Begin by simply listening, slow down, see just how peaceful today can be. Together, we shall create a harmonious community, bound by shared passions and a desire to elevate the human experience. Sebastian Saint Serapian Smalls will be there, to the end of the line, my Valentine, guiding you on this journey towards a more serene and enlightened tomorrow. Catch you guys on the flip side.
Greetings, children. Begin by simply listening. Slow down. See just how peaceful today can be. I am your host, your obedient servant, Sebastian St. Smalls. The plan for this one is Jurassic Park by Michael Crichton and Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Thanks so much for swinging by. Wish us luck.
Jurassic Park by Michael Crichton. Reptiles are abhorrent because of their cold body, pale color, cartilaginous skeleton, filthy skin, fierce aspect, calculating eye, offensive smell, harsh voice, squalid habitation, and terrible venom, wherefore Linus, 1700.
In a world where chaos reigns and connection seem fleeting, one vision. In a world where chaos reigns and connection seem fleeting,
The temperature was over 100 degrees. His knees ached, despite the rug layers pants he wore. His lungs burned from the harsh alkaline dust. Sweat dripped off his forehead onto the ground. But Grant was oblivious to the discomfort. His entire attention was focused on the 6-inch square of earth in front of him. Working patiently with a dental pick and an artist's camel brush, he exposed the tiny L-shaped fragment of jawbone. It was only an inch long, and no thicker than his little finger. The teeth were a row of small points, and had the characteristic media, angling. Bits of bone flaked away as he dug. Grant paused for a moment to paint the bone with rubber cement before continuing to expose it. There was no question that this was the jawbone from an infant carnivorous dinosaur. Its owner had died 79 million years ago, at the age of about 2 months. With any luck, Grant might find the rest of the skeleton as well. If so, it would be the first complete skeleton of a baby carnivore. Hey, Alan. Alan Grant looked up, blinking in the sunlight. He pulled down his sunglasses, and wiped his forehead with the back of his arm. He was crouched on an eroded hillside in the Badlands outside Snakewater, Montana. Beneath the great blue bowl of sky, blunted hills, exposed outcroppings of crumbling limestone, stretched for miles in every direction. There was not a tree, or a bush. Nothing but barren rock, hot sun, and whining wind. Visitors found the Badlands depressingly bleak, but when Grant looked at this landscape, he saw something else entirely. This barren land was what remained of another, very different world, which had vanished 80 million years ago. In his mind's eye, Grant saw himself back in the warm, swampy bayou that formed the shoreline of a great inland sea. This inland sea was 1,000 miles wide, extending all the way from the newly upthrust Rocky Mountains to the sharp, craggy peaks of the Appalachians. All of the American West was underwater. At that time, there were thin clouds in the sky overhead, darkened by the smoke of nearby volcanoes. The atmosphere was denser, richer in carbon dioxide. Plants grew rapidly along the shoreline. There were no fish in these waters, but there were clams and snails. Pterosaurs swooped down to scoop algae from the surface. A few carnivorous dinosaurs prowled the swampy shores of the lake, moving among the palm trees. And offshore was a small island, about 2 acres in size. Ringed with dense vegetation, this island formed a protected sanctuary where herds of herbivorous duck-billed dinosaurs laid their eggs in communal nests, and raised their squeaking young. Over the millions of years that followed, the pale green alkaline lake grew shallower, and finally vanished. The exposed land buckled and cracked under the heat. And the offshore island with its dinosaur eggs became the eroded hillside in northern Montana which Alan Grant was now excavating. Hey, Alan. He stood, a barrel-chested, bearded man of 40. He heard the chugging of the portable generator, and the distant clatter of the jackhammer cutting into the dense rock on the next hill. He saw the kids working around the jackhammer, moving away the big pieces of rock after checking them for fossils. At the foot of the hill, he saw the 6 teepees of his camp, the flapping mess tent, and the trailer that served as their field laboratory. And he saw Ellie waving to him, from the shadow of the field laboratory. Visitor,
up to the pedestal.
She called, and pointed to the east.
That will show you the
Grant
way.
saw the cloud of dust, and the blue Ford sedan bouncing over the rutted road toward them. He glanced at his watch, right on time. On the other hill, the kids looked up with interest. They didn't get many visitors in Snakewater, and there had been a lot of speculation about what a lawyer from the Environmental Protection Agency would want to see Alan Grant about. But Grant knew that paleontology, the study of extinct life, had in recent years taken on an unexpected relevance to the modern world. The modern world was changing fast, and urgent questions about the weather, deforestation, global warming, or the ozone layer often seemed answerable, at least in part, with information from the past. Information that paleontologists could provide.
Now go.
He had been called as an expert witness twice in the past few years. Grant started down the hill to meet the car. The visitor coughed in the white dust as he slammed the car door. Bob Morris, EPA, he said, extending his hand. I'm with the San Francisco office. Grant introduced himself and said, "You look hot. Want a beer?" Jesus, yeah. Morris was in his late 20s, wearing a tie and pants from a business suit. He carried a briefcase. His wingtip shoes crunched on the rocks as they walked toward the trailer. When I first came over the hill, I thought this was an Indian reservation, Morris said, pointing to the teepees. No, Grant said. Just the best way to live out here. Grant explained that in 1978, the first year of the excavations, they had come out in North Slope octahedral tents, the most advanced available. But the tents always blew over in the wind. They tried other kinds of tents, with the same result. Finally they started putting up teepees, which were larger inside, more comfortable, and more stable in wind. These were Blackfoot teepees, built around 4 poles, Grant said. Sioux teepees are built around 3. But this used to be Blackfoot territory, so we thought. Aha, Morris said. Very fitting. He squinted at the desolate landscape and shook his head. How long you been out here? About 60 cases, Grant said. When Morris looked surprised, he explained, we measure time in beer. We start in June with 100 cases. We've gone through about 60 so far. 63, to be exact, Ellie Sattler said, as they reached the trailer. Grant was amused to see Morris gaping at her. Ellie was wearing cut-off jeans and a work shirt tied at her midriff. She was 24 and darkly tanned. Her blonde hair was pulled back. Ellie keeps us going, Grant said, introducing her. She's very good at what she does. What does she do? Morris asked. Paleobotany, Ellie said. And I also do the standard field preps. She opened the door and they went inside. The air conditioning in the trailer only brought the temperature down to 85 degrees, but it seemed cool after the midday beat. The trailer had a series of long wooden tables, with tiny bone specimens neatly laid out, tagged and labeled. Farther along were ceramic dishes and crocks. There was a strong odor of vinegar. Morris glanced at the bones. I thought dinosaurs were big, he said. They were, Ellie said. But everything you see here comes from babies. Snake water is important primarily because of the number of dinosaur nesting sites here.
Head for the point marked on
Until
the
we
map
started
and
this
shoot a
work,
snake.
there were hardly any infant dinosaurs known. Only one nest had ever been found, in the Gobi Desert. We've discovered a dozen different hadrosaur nests, complete with eggs and bones of infants. While Grant went to the refrigerator, she showed Morris the acetic acid baths, which were used to dissolve away the limestone from the delicate bones. They look like chicken bones, Morris said, peering into the ceramic dishes. Yes, she said. They're very bird-like. And what about those? Morris said, pointing through the trailer window to piles of large bones outside, wrapped in heavy plastic. Rejects, Ellie said. Bones too fragmentary when we took them out of the ground. In the old days we'd just discard them, but nowadays we send them for genetic testing. Genetic testing? Morris said. Here you go, Grant said, thrusting a beer into his band. He gave another to Ellie. She chugged hers, throwing her long neck back. Morris stared. We're pretty informal here, Grant said. Want to step into my office? Sure, Morris said. Grant led him to the end of the trailer, where there was a torn couch, a sagging chair, and a battered entable. Grant dropped onto the couch, which creaked and exhaled a cloud of chalky dust. He leaned back, thumped his boots up on the entable, and gestured for Morris to sit in the chair. Make yourself comfortable. Grant was a professor of paleontology at the University of Denver, and one of the foremost researchers in his field, but he had never been comfortable with social niceties. He saw himself as an outdoor man, and he knew that all the important work in paleontology was done outdoors, with your bands. Grant had little patience for the academics, for the museum curators, for what he called teacup dinosaur hunters. And he took some pains to distance himself in dress and behavior from the teacup dinosaur hunters, even delivering his lectures in jeans and sneakers. Grant watched as Morris primly brushed off the seat of the chair before he sat down. Morris opened his briefcase, rummaged through his papers, and glanced back at Ellie, who was lifting bones with tweezers from the acid bath at the other end of the trailer, paying no attention to them. You're probably wondering why I'm here. Grant nodded. It's a long way to come, Mr. Morris. Well, Morris said, to get right to the point, the EPA is concerned about the activities of the Hammond Foundation. You received some funding from them. $30,000 a year, Grant said, nodding. For the last 5 years. What do you know about the foundation? Morris said. Grant shrugged. The Hammond Foundation is a respected source of academic grants. They fund research all over the world, including several dinosaur researchers. I know they support Bob Kerry out of the Tyrrell in Alberta, and John Bunner in Alaska. Probably more. Do you know why the Hammond Foundation supports so much dinosaur research? Morris asked. Of course. It's because old John Hammond is a dinosaur nut. You've met Hammond. Grant shrugged. Once or twice. He comes here for brief visits. He's quite elderly, you know. And eccentric, the way rich people sometimes are. But always very enthusiastic. Why? Well, Morris said, the Hammond Foundation is actually a rather mysterious organization. He pulled out a Xeroxed world map, marked with red dots, and passed it to Grant. These are the digs the Foundation financed last year. Notice anything odd about them? Montana, Alaska, Canada, Sweden. They're all sites in the north. There's nothing below the 45th parallel. Morris pulled out more maps. It's the same, year after year. Dinosaur projects to the south, in Utah or Colorado or Mexico, never get funded. The Hammond Foundation only supports cold weather digs. We'd like to know why. Grant shuffled through the maps quickly.
You have been asleep.
If it was true that the Foundation only supported cold weather digs, then it was strange behavior, because some of the best dinosaur researchers were working in hot climates, and there are other puzzles, Morris said. For example, what is the relationship of dinosaurs to amber? Amber. Yes. It's the hard yellow resin of dried tree sap. I know what it is, Grant said. But why are you asking? Because Morris said, over the last 5 years, Hammond has purchased enormous quantities of amber in America, Europe, and Asia, including many pieces of museum-quality jewelry. The Foundation has spent $17 million on amber. They now possess the largest privately held stock of this material in the world. I don't get it, Grant said. Neither does anybody else, Morris said. As far as we can tell, it doesn't make any sense at all. Amber is easily synthesized. It has no commercial or defense value. There's no reason to stockpile it. But Hammond has done just that, over many years. Amber, Grant said, shaking his head. And what about his island in Costa Rica? Morris continued. 10 years ago, the Hammond Foundation leased an island from the government of Costa Rica, supposedly to set up a biological preserve. I don't know anything about that, Grant said, frowning. I haven't been able to find out much, Morris said. The island is 100 miles off the west coast. It's very rugged, and it's in an area of ocean where the combinations of wind and current make it almost perpetually covered in fog. They used to call it Cloud Island. Isla Nubla. Apparently the Costa Ricans were amazed that anybody would want it. Morris searched in his briefcase. The reason I mention it, he said, is that, according to the records, you were paid a consultant's fee in connection with this island. I was. Grant said. Morris passed a sheet of paper to Grant. It was the Xerox of a check issued in March 1984 from InGen Incorporated, Farian Road, Palo Alto, California. Made out to Alan Grant in the amount of $12,000. At the lower corner, the check was marked Consultant Services / Costa Rica / Juvenile Hyperspace. Oh, sure, Grant said. I remember that. It was weird as hell, but I remember it. And it didn't have anything to do with an island. Alan Grant had found the first clutch of dinosaur eggs in Montana in 1979, and many more in the next 2 years, but he hadn't gotten around to publishing his findings until 1983. His paper, with its report of a herd of 10,000 duck-billed dinosaurs living along the shore of a vast inland sea, building communal nests of eggs in the mud, raising their infant dinosaurs in the herd, made Grant a celebrity overnight. The notion of maternal instincts in giant dinosaurs and the drawings of cute babies poking their snouts out of the eggs had appeal around the world. Grant was besieged with requests for interviews, lectures, books. Characteristically, he turned them all down, wanting only to continue his excavations. But it was during those frantic days of the mid-1980s that he was approached by the InGen Corporation with a request for consulting services. Had you heard of InGen before? Morris asked. No. How did they contact you? Telephone call. It was a man named Gennaro or Genino, something like that. Morris nodded. Donald Gennaro, he said. He's the legal counsel for InGen. Anyway, he wanted to know about eating habits of dinosaurs. And he offered me a fee to draw up a paper for him. Grant drank his beer, set the can on the floor. Gennaro was particularly interested in young dinosaurs. Infants and juveniles. What they ate. I guess he thought I would know about that. Did you? Not really, no. I told him that. We had found lots of skeletal material, but we had very little dietary data. But Gennaro said he knew we hadn't published everything, and he wanted whatever we had. And he offered a very large fee. $50,000. Morris took out a tape recorder and set it on the interval. You mind? No, go ahead. So Gennaro telephoned you in 1984. What happened then? Well, Grant said. You see our operation here. 50,000 would support 2 full summers of digging. I told him I'd do what I could. So you agreed to prepare a paper for him? Yes. On the dietary habits of juvenile dinosaurs. Yes. You met Genero? No. Just on the phone. Did Genero say why he wanted this information? Yes, Grant said. He was planning a museum for children, and he wanted to feature baby dinosaurs. He said he was hiring a number of academic consultants, and named them. There were paleontologists like me, and a mathematician from Texas named Ian Malcolm, and a couple of ecologists. A systems analyst. Good group. Morris nodded, making notes. So you accepted the consultancy? Yes. I agreed to send him a summary of our work, what we knew about the habits of the duck-billed hadrosaurs we'd found. What kind of information did you send? Morris asked. Everything: nesting behavior, territorial ranges, feeding behavior, social behavior. Everything. And how did Genero respond? He kept calling and calling. Sometimes in the middle of the night. Would the dinosaurs eat this? Would they eat that? Should the exhibit include this? I could never understand why he was so worked up. I mean, I think dinosaurs are important, too, but not that important. They've been dead 6 to 5 million years. You'd think his calls could wait until morning. I see, Morris said. And the $50,000? Grant shook his head. I got tired of Genero and called the whole thing off. We settled up for $12,000. That must have been about the middle of '85. Morris made a note. And in Gen. Any other contact with them? Not since 1985. And when did the Hammond Foundation begin to fund your research? I'd have to look, Grant said. But it was around then. Mid-80s. And you know Hammond is just a rich dinosaur enthusiast. Yes. Morris made another note. Look, Grant said. If the EPA is so concerned about John Hammond and what he's doing the dinosaur sites in the north, the amber purchases, the island in Costa Rica, why don't you just ask him about it? At the moment, we can't, Morris said. Why not? Grant said. Because we don't have any evidence of wrongdoing, Morris said. But personally, I think it's clear John Hammond is evading the law. I was first contacted, Morris explained, by the Office of Technology Transfer. The OTT monitors shipments of American technology which might have military significance. They called to say that InGen had 2 areas of possible illegal technology transfer. First, InGen shipped 3 Cray XMPs to Costa Rica. InGen characterized it as transfer within corporate divisions, and said they weren't for resale. But OTT couldn't imagine why the hell somebody'd need that power in Costa Rica. 3 Crays, Grant said. Is that a kind of computer? Morris nodded. Very powerful supercomputers. To put it in perspective, 3 Crays represent more computing power than any other privately held company in America. And InGen sent the machines to Costa Rica. You have to wonder why. I give up. Why? Grant said. Nobody knows. And the hoods are even more worrisome, Morris continued. Hoods are automated gene sequencers, machines that work out the genetic code by themselves. They're so new that they haven't been put on the restricted lists yet. But any genetic engineering lab is likely to have one, if it can afford the $500,000 price tag. He flipped through his notes. Well, it seems InGen shipped 24 hood sequencers to their island in Costa Rica. Again, they said it was a transfer within divisions and not an export, Morris said. There wasn't much that OTT could do. They're not officially concerned with use. But InGen was obviously setting up one of the most powerful genetic engineering facilities in the world in an obscure Central American country. A country with no regulations. That kind of thing has happened before. There had already been cases of American bioengineering companies moving to another country so they would not be hampered by regulations and rules. The most flagrant, Morris explained, was the Biosyn rabies case. In 1986, Genetic Biosyn Corporation of Cupertino tested a bioengineered rabies vaccine on a farm in Chile. They didn't inform the government of Chile, or the farm workers involved. They simply released the vaccine. The vaccine consisted of live rabies virus, genetically modified to be non-virulent. But the virulence hadn't been tested. Biosyn didn't know whether the virus could still cause rabies or not. Even worse, the virus had been modified. Ordinarily you couldn't contract rabies unless you were bitten by an animal. But Biosyn modified the rabies virus to cross the pulmonary alveoli. You could get an infection just inhaling it. Biosyn staffers brought this live rabies virus down to Chile in a carry-on bag on a commercial airline flight. Morris often wondered what would have happened if the capsule had broken open during the flight. Everybody on the plane might have been infected with rabies. It was outrageous. It was irresponsible. It was criminally negligent. But no action was taken against Biosyn. The Chilean farmers who unwittingly risked their lives were ignorant peasants. The government of Chile had an economic crisis to worry about, and the American authorities had no jurisdiction. So Louis Dodgson, the geneticist responsible for the test, was still working at Biosyn. Biosyn was still as reckless as ever. And other American companies were hurrying to set up facilities in foreign countries that lacked sophistication about genetic research. Countries that perceived genetic engineering to be like any other high-tech development, and thus welcomed it to their lands, unaware of the dangers posed. So that's why we began our investigation of InGen, Morris said. About 3 weeks ago. And what have you actually found? Grant said. Not much, Morris admitted. When I go back to San Francisco, we'll probably have to close the investigation. And I think I'm about finished here. He started packing up his briefcase. By the way, what does juvenile hyperspace mean? That's just a fancy label for my report, Grant said. Hyperspace is a term for multidimensional space like three-dimensional tic-tac-toe. You were to take all the behaviors of an animal, its eating and movement and sleeping, you could plot the animal within the multidimensional space. Some paleontologists refer to the behavior of an animal as occurring in an ecological hyperspace. Juvenile hyperspace would just refer to the behavior of juvenile dinosaurs if you wanted to be as pretentious as possible. At the far end of the trailer, the phone rang. Ellie answered it. She said, "He's in a meeting right now. Can he call you back?" Morris snapped his briefcase shut and stood. "Thanks for your help and the beer," he said. "No problem," Grant said. Grant walked with Morris down the trailer to the door at the far end. Morris said, "Did Hammond ever ask for any physical materials from your site? Bones, or eggs, or anything like that?" "No," Grant said. "Dr. Sattler mentioned you do some genetic work here." "Well, not exactly," Grant said. "When we remove fossils that are broken or for some other reason not suitable for museum preservation, we send the bones out to a lab that grinds them up and tries to extract proteins for us. The proteins are then identified and the report is sent back to us." "Which lab is that?" Morris asked. "Medical Biologic Services in Salt Lake." "How do you choose them?" "Competitive bids." "The lab has nothing to do with InGen?" Morris asked. "Not that I know," Grant said. They came to the door of the trailer. Grant opened it, and felt the rush of hot air from outside. Morris paused to put on his sunglasses. "One last thing," Morris said. "Suppose InGen wasn't really making a museum exhibit. Is there anything else they could have done with the information in the report you gave them?" Grant laughed. "Sure.
Oops.
They could feed a baby hadrosaur." Morris laughed, too. A baby hadrosaur. That'd be something to see. "How big were they?" "About so," Grant said, holding his hands 6 inches apart. "Squirrel size." "And how long before they become full grown?" 3 years, Grant said. "Give or take." Morris held out his band. "Well, thanks again for your help." "Take it easy driving back," Grant said. He watched for a moment as Morris walked back toward his car, and then closed the trailer door. Grant said, "What did you think?" Ellie shrugged. "Naive. You like the part where John Hammond is the evil arch-villain?" Grant laughed. "John Hammond's about as sinister as Walt Disney." "By the way, who called?" "Oh," Ellie said, "it was a woman named Alice Levy. She works at Columbia Medical Center. You know her?" Grant shook his head. "No." "Well, it was something about identifying some remains. She wants you to call her back right away." Chapter, Skeleton. Ellie Sattler brushed a strand of blonde hair back from her face and turned her attention to the acid baths. She had 6 in a row, and molar strengths from 5 to 30%. She had to keep an eye on the stronger solutions, because they would eat through the limestone and begin to erode the bones. And infant dinosaur bones were so fragile, she marveled that they had been preserved at all, after 80 million years. She listened idly as Grant said, "Miss Levy. This is Alan Grant. What's this about him? You have what? A what?" He began to laugh. "Oh, I doubt that very much, Miss Levy. No, I really don't have time, I'm sorry. Well, I'd take a look at it, but I can pretty much guarantee it's a basilisk lizard. But, yes, you can do that. All right. Send it now." Grant hung up, and shook his head. "These people," Ellie said, "what's it about?" "Some lizard she's trying to identify," Grant said. "She's going to fax me an X-ray." He walked over to the fax and waited as the transmission came through. "Incidentally, I've got a new find for you." "A good one?" "Yes." Grant nodded. "Found it just before the kids showed up. On South Hill, Horizon 4. Infant Velociraptor, jaw and complete dentition, so there's no question about identity. And the site looks undisturbed. We might even get a full skeleton." "That's fantastic," Ellie said. "How young?" "Young," Grant said. 2, maybe 4 months at most. "And it's definitely a Velociraptor." "Definitely," Grant said. "Maybe our luck has finally turned." For the last 2 years at Snakewater, the team had excavated only duck-billed hadrosaurs. They already had evidence for vast herds of these grazing dinosaurs, roaming the Cretaceous plains in groups of 10 or 20,000, as buffalo would later roam. But increasingly the question that faced them was, where were the predators? They expected predators to be rare, of course. Studies of predator forward/prey populations in the game parks of Africa and India suggested that, roughly speaking, there was one predatory carnivore for every 400 herbivores. That meant a herd of 10,000 duckbills would support only 25 tyrannosaurs. So it was unlikely that they would find the remains of a large predator. But where were the smaller predators? Snakewater had dozens of nesting sites in some places. The ground was literally covered with fragments of dinosaur eggshells and many small dinosaurs' their eggs. Animals like Dromaeosaurus, Oviraptor, Velociraptor, and Coelurus predators 3 to 6 feet tall must have been found here in abundance. But they had discovered none so far. Perhaps this Velociraptor skeleton did mean their luck had changed. And an infant.
No.
Ellie knew that one of Grant's dreams was to study infant rearing behavior in carnivorous dinosaurs, as he had already studied the behavior of herbivores. Perhaps this was the first step toward that dream. "You must be pretty excited," Ellie said. Grant didn't answer. "I said, you must be excited," Ellie repeated. "My God," Grant said. He was staring at the fax. Ellie looked over Grant's shoulder at the X-ray, and breathed out slowly. "You think it's an Amazicus?" "Yes," Grant said. "Or a Triassicus. The skeleton is so light." "But it's no lizard," she said. "No," Grant said. "This is not a lizard. No three-toed lizard has walked on this planet for 200 million years." Ellie's first thought was that she was looking at a hoax, an ingenious, skillful hoax, but a hoax nonetheless. Every biologist knew that the threat of a hoax was omnipresent. The most famous hoax, the Piltdown Man, had gone undetected for 40 years, and its perpetrator was still unknown. More recently, the distinguished astronomer Fred Hoyle had claimed that a fossil winged dinosaur, Archaeopteryx, on display in the British Museum, was a fraud. It was later shown to be genuine. The essence of a successful hoax was that it presented scientists with what they expected to see. And, to Ellie's eye, the X-ray image of the lizard was exactly correct. The three-toed foot was well balanced, with the medial claw smallest. The bony remnants of the fourth and fifth toes were located up near the metatarsal joint. The tibia was strong, and considerably longer than the femur. At the hip, the acetabulum was complete. The tail showed 4 to 5 vertebrae. It was a Procopsognathus. Could this X-ray be faked? "I don't know," Grant said. "But it's almost impossible to fake an X-ray. And Procopsognathus is an obscure animal. Even people familiar with dinosaurs have never heard of it. Ellie, read the note. Specimen acquired on the beach of Cabo Blanco, the 16th of July. Apparently a howler monkey was eating the animal, and this was all that was recovered. Oh. And it says the lizard attacked a little girl. I doubt that, Grant said. But perhaps. Procompsognathus was so small and light we assume it must be a scavenger, only feeding off dead creatures. And you can tell the size he measured quickly, it's about 20 centimeters to the hips, which means the full animal would be about a foot tall. About as big as a chicken. Even a child would look pretty fearsome to it. It might bite an infant, but not a child. Ellie frowned at the X-ray image. You think this could really be a legitimate rediscovery? She said. Like the sea lacanth. Maybe, Grant said. The sea lacanth was a 5-foot-long fish thought to have died out 6 to 5 million years ago, until a specimen was pulled from the ocean in 1938. But there were other examples. The Australian mountain pygmy possum was known only from fossils until a live one was found in a garbage can in Melbourne. And a 10,000-year-old fossil fruit bat from New Guinea was described by a zoologist who not long afterward received a living specimen in the mail. But could it be real? She persisted. What about the age? Grant nodded. The age is a problem. Most rediscovered animals were rather recent additions to the fossil record, 10 or 20,000 years old. Some were a few million years old in the case of the sea lacanth, 6 to 5 million years old. But the specimen they were looking at was much, much older than that. Dinosaurs had died out in the Cretaceous period, 6 to 5 million years ago. They had flourished as the dominant life form on the planet in the Jurassic, 190 million years ago. And they had first appeared in the Triassic, roughly 220 million years ago. It was during the early Triassic period that Procompsognathus had lived a time so distant that our planet didn't even look the same. All the continents were joined together in a single land mass, called Pangaka, which extended from the north to the south pole, a vast continent of ferns and forests, with a few large deserts. The Atlantic Ocean was a narrow lake between what would become Africa and Florida. The air was denser. The land was warmer. There were hundreds of active volcanoes. And it was in this environment that Procompsognathus lived. Well, Ellie said. We know animals have survived. Crocodiles are basically Triassic animals living in the present. Sharks are Triassic. So we know it has happened before. Grant nodded. And the thing is, he said, how else do we explain it? It's either a fake, which I doubt, or else it's a rediscovery. What else could it be? The phone rang. Alice Levy again, Grant said. Let's see if she'll send us the actual specimen. He answered it and looked at Ellie, surprised. Yes, I'll hold for Mr. Hammond. Yes. Of course. Hammond. What does he want? Ellie said. Grant shook his head, and then said into the phone, yes, Mr. Hammond. Yes, it's good to hear your voice, too. Yes. He looked at Ellie. Oh, you did? Oh yes. Is that right? He cupped his hand over the mouthpiece and said, still as eccentric as ever. You've got to hear this. Grant pushed the speaker button, and Ellie heard a raspy old man's voice speaking rapidly. Hell of an annoyance from some EPA fellow, seems to have gone off half-cocked, all on his own, running around the country talking to people, stirring up things. I don't suppose anybody's come to see you way out there. As a matter of fact, Grant said, somebody did come to see me. Hammond snorted. I was afraid of that. Smart-ass kid named Morris. Yes, his name was Morris, Grant said. He's going to see all our consultants, Hammond said. He went to see Ian Malcolm the other day, you know, the mathematician in Texas. That's the first I knew of it. We're having one hell of a time getting a handle on this thing. It's typical of the way government operates. There isn't any complaint. There isn't any charge. Just harassment from some kid who's unsupervised and is running around at the taxpayer's expense. Did he bother you? Disrupt your work? No, he didn't bother me. Well, that's too bad, in a way, Hammond said, because I'd try and get an injunction to stop him if he had. As it is, I had our lawyers call over at EPA to find out what the hell their problem is. The head of the office claims he didn't know there was any investigation. You figure that one out. Damned bureaucracy is all it is. Hell, I think this kid's trying to get down to Costa Rica, poke around, get onto our island. You know we have an island down there. No, Grant said, looking at Ellie, I didn't know. Oh yes, we bought it and started our operation 4 or 5 years ago now. I forget exactly. Called Isla Nubla Big Island, 100 miles offshore. Going to be a biological preserve. Wonderful place. Tropical jungle. You know, you ought to see it, Dr. Grant. Sounds interesting, Grant said, but actually, it's almost finished now, you know, Hammond said. I've sent you some material about it. Did you get my material? No, but we're pretty far from. Maybe it'll come today. Look it over. The island's just beautiful. It's got everything. We've been in construction now 30 months. You can imagine. Big park. Opens in September next year. You really ought to go see it. It sounds wonderful, but... As a matter of fact, Hammond said, I'm going to insist you see it, Dr. Grant. I know you'd find it right up your alley. You'd find it fascinating. I'm in the middle of, Grant said. Say, I'll tell you what Hammond said, as if the idea had just occurred to him. I'm having some of the people who consulted for us go down there this weekend. Spend a few days and look it over. At our expense, of course. It'd be terrific if you'd give us your opinion. I couldn't possibly, Grant said. Oh, just for a weekend, Hammond said, with the irritating, cheery persistence of an old man. That's all I'm talking about, Dr. Grant. I wouldn't want to interrupt your work. I know how important that work is. Believe me, I know that. Never interrupt your work. But you could hop on down there this weekend, and be back on Monday. No, I couldn't, Grant said. I've just found a new skeleton and... Yes, fine, but I still think you should come, Hammond said, not really listening. And we've just received some evidence for a very puzzling and remarkable find, which seems to be a living procopsognathid. A what? Hammond said, slowing down. I didn't quite get that. You said a living procopsognathid. That's right, Grant said. It's a biological specimen, a partial fragment of an animal collected from Central America. A living animal. You don't say, Hammond said. A living animal. How extraordinary. Yes, Grant said. We think so, too. So, you see, this isn't the time for me to be leaving. Central America, did you say? Yes. Where in Central America is it from, do you know? A beach called Cabo Blanco, I don't know exactly where. I see. Hammond cleared his throat, and when did this, specimen arrive in your hands? Just today. Today, I see. Today. I see. Yes. Hammond cleared his throat again. Grant looked at Ellie and mouthed, what's going on? Ellie shook her head. Sounds upset. Grant mouthed, see if Morris is still here. She went to the window and looked out, but Morris's car was gone. She turned back. On the speaker, Hammond coughed. Dr. Grant. Have you told anybody about it yet? No. Good, that's good. Well. Yes. I'll tell you frankly, Dr. Grant, I'm having a little problem about this island. This EPA thing is coming at just the wrong time. How's that? Grant said. Well, we've had our problems and some delays. Let's just say that I'm under a little pressure here, and I'd like you to look at this island for me. Give me your opinion. I'll be paying you the usual weekend consultant rate of $20,000 a day. That'd be $60,000 for 3 days. And if you can spare Dr. Sattler, she'll go at the same rate. We need a botanist. What do you say? Ellie looked at Grant as he said, well, Mr. Hammond, that much money would fully finance our expeditions for the next 2 summers. Good, Hammond said blandly. He seemed distracted now, his thoughts elsewhere. I want this to be easy. Now, I'm sending the corporate jet to pick you up at that private airfield cast of Castillo. You know the one I mean. It's only about 2 hours drive from where you are. You be there at 5 p.m. tomorrow and I'll be waiting for you. Take you right down. Can you and Dr. Sattler make that plane? I guess we can. Good. Pack lightly. You don't need passports. I'm looking forward to it. See you tomorrow, Hammond said, and he hung up. Chapter, Cohen, Swain and Ross. Midday sun streamed into the San Francisco law offices of Cohen, Swain and Ross, giving the room a cheerfulness that Donald Genero did not feel. He listened on the phone and looked at his boss, Daniel Ross, cold as an undertaker in his dark pinstripe suit. I understand, John Genero said. And Grant agreed to come. Good, good. Yes, that sounds fine to me. My congratulations, John. He hung up the phone and turned to Ross. We can't trust Hammond anymore. He's under too much pressure. The EPA's investigating him, he's behind schedule on his Costa Rican resort, and the investors are getting nervous. There have been too many rumors of problems down there. Too many workmen have died. And now this business about a living composite whatever on the mainland. What does that mean? Ross said. Maybe nothing, Genero said. But Hamishi is one of our principal investors. I got a report last week from Hamish's representative in San Jose, the capital of Costa Rica. According to the report, some new kind of lizard is biting children on the coast. Ross blinked. New lizard? Yes, Genero said. We can't screw around with this. We've got to inspect that island right away. I've asked Hammond to arrange independent site inspections every week for the next 3 weeks. And what does Hammond say? He insists nothing is wrong on the island. Claims he has all these security precautions. But you don't believe him, Ross said. No, Genero said. I don't. Donald Genero had come to Cohen, Swain from a background in investment banking. Cohen, Swain's high-tech clients frequently needed capitalization, and Genero helped them find the money. One of his first assignments, back in 1982, had been to accompany John Hammond while the old man, then nearly 70, put together the funding to start the InGen Corporation. They eventually raised almost $1 billion, and Claro remembered it as a wild ride. Hammond's a dreamer, Genero said. A potentially dangerous dreamer, Ross said. We should never have gotten involved. What is our financial position? The firm, Genero said, owns 5%. General or Limited? General.
Hey,
Ross
what's
shook
up?
his head. We should never have done that. It seemed wise at the time, Genero said. Hell, it was 8 years ago. We took it in lieu of some fees. And, if you remember, Hammond's plan was extremely speculative.
I'm making a video. You can find
He
it
was
on
really
Facebook.
pushing the envelope. Nobody really thought he could pull it off. But apparently he has, Ross said. In any case, I agree that an inspection is overdue. What about your site experts? I'm starting with experts Hammond already hired as consultants, early in the project. Genero tossed a list onto Ross's desk. First group is a paleontologist, a paleobotanist, and a mathematician. They go down this weekend. I'll go with them. Will they tell you the truth? Ross said. I think so. None of them had much to do with the island, and one of them, the mathematician, Ian Malcolm, was openly hostile to the project from the start. Insisted it would never work, could never work. And who else? Just a technical person, the computer system analyst. Review the park's computers and fix some bugs. He should be there by Friday morning. Fine, Ross said. You're making the arrangements. Hammond asked to place the calls himself. I think he wants to pretend that he's not in trouble, that it's just a social invitation. Showing off his island. All right, Ross said. But just make sure it happens. Stay on top of it. I want this Costa Rican situation resolved within a week. Ross got up and walked out of the room. Genero dialed, heard the whining hiss of the radio phone. Then he heard a voice say, Grant here. Hi, Dr. Grant, this is Donald Genero. I'm the General Counsel for InGen. We talked a few years back, I don't know if you remember. I remember, Grant said. Well, Genero said. I just got off the phone with John Hammond, who tells me the good news that you're coming down to our island in Costa Rica. Yes, Grant said. I guess we're going down there tomorrow. Well, I just want to extend my thanks to you for doing this on short notice. Everybody at InGen appreciates it. We've asked Fan Malcolm, who like you was one of the early consultants, to come down as well. He's the mathematician at UT in Austin. John Hammond mentioned that Grant said. Well, good Genero said. And I'll be coming, too, as a matter of fact. By the way, this specimen you have found of a Procum. What is it? Procum sobivus, Grant said. Yes. Do you have the specimen with you, Dr. Grant? The actual specimen? No, Grant said. I've only seen an X-ray. The specimen is in New York. A woman from Columbia University called me. Well, I wonder if you could give me the details on that, Genero said. Then I can run down that specimen for Mr. Hammond, who's very excited about it. I'm sure you want to see the actual specimens too. Perhaps I can even get it delivered to the island while you're all down there, Genero said. Grant gave him the information. Well, that's fine, Dr. Grant, Genero said. My regards to Dr. Sattler. I look forward to meeting you and him tomorrow. And Genero hung up. Plans. This just came, Ellie said the next day, walking to the back of the trailer with a thick manila envelope. One of the kids brought it back from town. It's from Hammond. Grant noticed the blue and white InGen logo as he tore open the envelope. Inside there was no cover letter, just a bound stack of paper. Pulling it out, he discovered it was blueprints. They were reduced, forming a thick book. The cover was marked, Isla Nubla Resort Guest Facilities, Full Set, Safari Lodge. What the hell is this? He said. As he flipped open the book, a sheet of paper fell out. Dear Alan and Ellie. As you can imagine, we don't have much in the way of formal promotional materials yet. But this should give you some idea of the Isla Nubla project. I think it's very exciting. Looking forward to discussing this with you. Hope you can join us. Regards. John. I don't get it, Grant said. He flipped through the sheets. These are architectural plans. He turned to the top sheet. Visitor Center / Lodge Isla Nubla Resort. Client InGen Incorporated, Palo Alto, Cardiff. Architects Dunning, Murphy and Associates, New York. Richard Murphy, Design Partner. Theodore Chen, Senior Designer. Sheldon James, Administrative Partner. Engineers Harlow, Whitney and Fields, Boston. Structural, A.T. Mizikawa, Asaka. Mechanical. Landscaping Shepperton Rogers, London. Ashikaga, Hiyasu, Kanazawa. Electrical NV Kobayashi, Tokyo. Makezawa, Senior Consultant. Computer C/C Integrated Computer Systems, Inc. Cambridge, Mass. Dennis Nidri. Project Supervisor. Grant turned to the plans themselves. They were stamped Industrial Secrets, do not copy, and confidential work product not for distribution. Each sheet was numbered, and at the top, these plans represent the confidential creations of InGen Incorporated. You must have signed document 112/4 or you risk prosecution. Looks pretty paranoid to me, he said. Maybe there's a reason, Ellie said. The next page was a topographical map. It showed Isla Nubla as an inverted teardrop, bulging at the north, tapering at the south. The island was 8 miles long, and the map divided it into several large sections. The northern section was marked Visitor Area, and it contained structures marked Visitor Arrivals, Visitor Center / Administration Power / Desalinization / Support Hammond Rest, and Safari Lodge. Grant could see the outline of the swimming pool, the rectangles of tennis courts, and the round squiggles that represented planting and shrubbery. Looks like a resort, all right, Ellie said. There followed detail sheets for the Safari Lodge itself. In the elevation sketches, the lodge looked dramatic, a long low building with a series of pyramid shapes on the roof. But there was little about the other buildings in the visitor area. And the rest of the island was even more mysterious. As far as Grant could tell, it was mostly open space. A network of roads, tunnels, and outlying buildings, and a long thin lake that appeared to be man-made, with concrete dams and barriers. But, for the most part, the island was divided into big curving areas with very little development at all. Each area was marked by codes. /P//proc//B//C//D//Trick//L/5 4 and I/LN/C/4 3 a plus and /BV/had/X/11 6 AM +3 dB. Is there an explanation for the codes? She said. Grant flipped the pages rapidly, but he couldn't find one. Maybe they took it out, she said. I'm telling you, Grant said. Paranoid. He looked at the big curving divisions, separated from one another by the network of roads. There were only 6 divisions on the whole island. And each division was separated from the road by a concrete moat. Outside each moat was a fence with a little lightning sign alongside it. That mystified them until they were finally able to figure out it meant the fences were electrified. That's what she said. Electrified fences at a resort. Miles of them, Grant said. Electrified fences and moats, together. And usually with a road alongside them as well. Just like Azuleli said. They went back to the topographical map and looked closely at the contour lines. The roads had been placed oddly. The main road ran north-south, right through the central hills of the island, including one section of road that seemed to be literally cut into the side of a cliff, above a river. It began to look as if there had been a deliberate effort to leave these open areas as big enclosures, separated from the roads by moats and electric fences. And the roads were raised up above ground level, so you could see over the fences. You know, Ellie said, some of these dimensions are enormous. Look at this. This concrete moat is 30 feet wide. That's like a military fortification. So are these buildings, Grant said. He had noticed that each open division had a few buildings, usually located in out-of-the-way corners. But the buildings were all concrete, with thick walls. Inside new elevations they looked like concrete bunkers with small windows. Like the Nazi pillboxes from old war movies. At that moment, they heard a muffled explosion, and Grant put the papers aside. Back to work, he said. Fire. There was a slight vibration, and then yellow contour lines traced across the computer screen. This time the resolution was perfect, and Alan Grant had a glimpse of the skeleton, beautifully defined, the long neck arched back. It was unquestionably an infant velociraptor, and it looked imperfect. The screen went blank. I hate computers, Grant said, squinting in the sun. What happened now? Lost the integrator input, one of the kids said. Just a minute. The kid bent to look at the tangle of wires going into the back of the battery-powered portable computer. They had set the computer up on a beer carton on top of Hill 4, not far from the device they called Thumper. Grant sat down on the side of the hill and looked at his watch. He said to Ellie, "We're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way." One of the kids overheard. Or, Alan. Look, Grant said, I've got a plane to catch. And I want the fossil protected before I go. Once you began to expose a fossil, you had to continue, or risk losing it. Visitors imagined the landscape of the Badlands to be unchanging, but in fact it was continuously eroding, literally right before your eyes. All day long you could hear the clatter of pebbles rolling down the crumbling hillside. And there was always the risk of a rainstorm, even a brief shower would wash away a delicate fossil. Thus Grant's partially exposed skeleton was at risk, and it had to be protected until he returned. Fossil protection ordinarily consisted of a tarp over the site, and a trench around the perimeter to control water runoff. The question was how large a trench the Velociraptor fossil required. To decide that, they were using computer-assisted sonic tomography, or CAST. This was a new procedure, in which Thumper fired a soft-lead slug into the ground, setting up shock waves that were read by the computer and assembled into a kind of X-ray image of the hillside. They had been using it all summer with varying results. Thumper was 20 feet away now, a big silver box on wheels, with an umbrella on top. It looked like an ice cream vendor's pushcart, parked incongruously on the Badlands. Thumper had 2 youthful attendants loading the next soft lead pellet. So far, the cast program merely located the extent of finds, helping Grant's team to dig more efficiently. But the kids claimed that within a few years it would be possible to generate an image so detailed that excavation would be redundant. You could get a perfect image of the bones, in 3 dimensions, and it promised a whole new era of archaeology without excavation. But none of that had happened yet. And the equipment that worked flawlessly in the university laboratory proved pitifully delicate and fickle in the field. How much longer? Grant said. We got it now, Alan. It's not bad. Grant went to look at the computer screen. He saw the complete skeleton, traced in bright yellow. It was indeed a young specimen. The outstanding characteristic of Velociraptor, the single-toed claw, which in a full-grown animal was a curved, 6-inch-long weapon capable of ripping open its prey, was in this infant no larger than the thorn on a rose bush. It was hardly visible at all on the screen. And Velociraptor was a lightly built dinosaur in any case, an animal as fine-boned as a bird, and presumably as intelligent. Here the skeleton appeared in perfect order, except that the head and neck were bent back, toward the posterior. Such neck flexion was so common in fossils that some scientists had formulated a theory to explain it, suggesting that the dinosaurs had become extinct because they had been poisoned by the evolving alkaloids in plants. The twisted neck was thought to signify the death agony of the dinosaurs. Grant had finally put that one to rest, by demonstrating that many species of birds and reptiles underwent a post-mortem contraction of posterior neck ligaments, which bent the head backward in a characteristic way. It had nothing to do with the cause of death, it had to do with the way a carcass dried in the sun. Grant saw that this particular skeleton had also been twisted laterally, so that the right leg and foot were raised up above the backbone. It looks kind of distorted, one of the kids said. But I don't think it's the computer. No, Grant said. It's just time. Lots and lots of time. Grant knew that people could not imagine geological time. Human life was lived on another scale of time entirely. An apple turned brown in a few minutes. Silverware turned black in a few days. A compost heap decayed in a season. A child grew up in a decade. None of these everyday human experiences prepared people to be able to imagine the meaning of 80 million years, the length of time that had passed since this little animal had died. In the classroom, Grant had tried different comparisons. If you imagined the human lifespan of 60 years was compressed to an hour, then 80 million years would still be 3,652 years older than the pyramids. The Velociraptor had been dead a long time. Doesn't look very fearsome, one of the kids said. He wasn't, Grant said. At least, not until he grew up. Probably this baby had scavenged, feeding off carcasses slain by the adults, after the big animals had gorged themselves, and lay basking in the sun. Carnivores could eat as much as 25% of their body weight in a single meal, and it made them sleepy afterward. The babies would chitter and scramble over the indulgent, somnolent bodies of the adults, and nip little bites from the dead animal. The babies were probably cute little animals. But an adult Velociraptor was another matter entirely. Pound for pound, a Velociraptor was the most rapacious dinosaur that ever lived. Although relatively small, about 200 pounds, the size of the leopard Velociraptors were quick, intelligent, and vicious, able to attack with sharp jaws, powerful clawed forearms, and the devastating single claw on the foot. Velociraptors hunted in packs, and Grant thought it must have been a sight to see a dozen of these animals racing at full speed, leaping onto the back of a much larger dinosaur, tearing at the neck and slashing at the ribs and belly. "We're running out of time," Ellie said, bringing him back. Grant gave instructions for the trench. From the computer image, they knew the skeleton lay in a relatively confined area. A ditch around a 2-meter square would be sufficient. Meanwhile, Ellie lashed down the tarp that covered the side of the hill. Grant helped her pound in the final stakes. "How did the baby die?" one of the kids asked. "I doubt we'll know," Grant replied. "Infant mortality in the wild is high. In African parks, it runs 70% among some carnivores. It could have been anything: disease, separation from the group, anything. Or even attack by an adult. We know these animals hunted in packs, but we don't know anything about their social behavior in a group." The students nodded. They had all studied animal behavior, and they knew, for example, that when a new male took over a lion pride, the first thing he did was kill all the cubs. The reason was apparently genetic. The male had evolved to disseminate his genes as widely as possible, and by killing the cubs he brought all the females into heat, so that he could impregnate them. It also prevented the females from wasting their time nurturing the offspring of another male. Perhaps the velociraptor hunting pack was also ruled by a dominant male. They knew so little about dinosaurs, Grant thought. After 150 years of research and excavation all around the world, they still knew almost nothing about what the dinosaurs had really been like. We've got to go, Ellie said, if we're going to get to the Tilo by 5. Chapter, Hammond. Genero's secretary bustled in with a new suitcase. It still had the sales tax on it. You know, Mr. Genero, she said severely, when you forget to pack it makes me think you don't really want to go on this trip. Maybe you're right, Genero said. I'm missing my kid's birthday. Saturday was Amanda's birthday, and Elizabeth had invited 20 screaming 4-year-olds to share it, as well as Cappy the clown and the magician. His wife hadn't been happy to hear that Genero was going out of town. Neither was Amanda. Well, I did the best I could on short notice, his secretary said. There's running shoes your size, and khaki shorts and shirts, and a shaving kit. A pair of jeans and a sweatshirt if it gets cold. The car is downstairs to take you to the airport. You have to leave now to make the flight. She left. Genero walked down the hallway, tearing the sales tax off the suitcase. As he passed the all-glass conference room, Dan Ross left the table and came outside. Have a good trip, Ross said. But let's be very clear about one thing. I don't know how bad this situation actually is, Donald. But if there's a problem on that island, burn it to the ground. Jesus, Dan. We're talking about a big investment. Don't hesitate. Don't think about it. Just do it. Hear me. Genero nodded. I hear you, he said. But Hammond. Screw Hammond, Ross said. My boy, the familiar raspy voice said. How have you been, my boy? Very well, Sir Genero replied. He leaned back in the padded leather chair of the Gulf Stream 2 jet as it flew east, toward the Rocky Mountains. You never call me any more, Hammond said reproachfully. I've missed you, Donald. How is your lovely wife? She's fine. Elizabeth's fine. We have a little girl now. Wonderful, wonderful. Children are such a delight. She'd get a kick out of our new park in Costa Rica. Genero had forgotten how short Hammond was, as he sat in the chair. His feet didn't touch the carpeting, he swung his legs as he talked. There was a childlike quality to the man, even though Hammond must now be... What? 75? 76? Something like that. He looked older than Genero remembered, but then, Genero hadn't seen him for almost 5 years. Hammond was flamboyant, a born showman, and back in 1983 he had an elephant that he carried around with him in a little cage. The elephant was 9 inches high and a foot long, and perfectly formed, except his tusks were stunted. Hammond took the elephant with him to fundraising meetings. Genero usually carried it into the room, the cage covered with a little blanket, like a tea cozy, and Hammond would give his usual speech about the prospects for developing what he called consumer biologicals. Then, at the dramatic moment, Hammond would whip away the blanket to reveal the elephant. And he would ask for money. The elephant was always a rousing success. Its tiny body, hardly bigger than a cat's, promised untold wonders to come from the laboratory of Norman Atherton, the Stanford geneticist who was Hammond's partner in the new venture. But as Hammond talked about the elephant, he left a great deal unsaid. For example, Hammond was starting a genetics company, but the tiny elephant hadn't been made by any genetic procedure. Atherton had simply taken a dwarf elephant embryo and raised it in an artificial womb with hormonal modifications. That in itself was quite an achievement, but nothing like what Hammond hinted had been done. Also, Atherton hadn't been able to duplicate his miniature elephant, and he'd tried. For one thing, everybody who saw the elephant wanted one. Then, too, the elephant was prone to colds, particularly during winter. The sneezes coming through the little trunk filled Hammond with dread. And sometimes the elephant would get his tusks stuck between the bars of the cage and snort irritably as he tried to get free. Sometimes he got infections around the tusk line. Hammond always fretted that his elephant would die before Atherton could grow a replacement. Hammond also concealed from prospective investors the fact that the elephant's behavior had changed substantially in the process of miniaturization. The little creature might look like an elephant, but he acted like a vicious rodent, quick-moving and mean-tempered. Hammond discouraged people from petting the elephant, to avoid nipped fingers. And although Hammond spoke confidently of $7 billion in annual revenues by 1993, his project was intensely speculative. Hammond had vision and enthusiasm, but there was no certainty that his plan would work at all. Particularly since Norman Atherton, the brains behind the project, bad terminal cancer, which was a final point Hammond neglected to mention. Even so, with Genero's help, Hammond got his money. Between September of 1983 and November of 1985, John Alfred Hammond and his Passchiden portfolio raised $870 million in venture capital to finance his proposed corporation, International Genetic Technologies, Incorporated. And they could have raised more, except Hammond insisted on absolute secrecy, and he offered no return on capital for at least 5 years. That scared a lot of investors off. In the end, they'd had to take mostly Japanese consortia. The Japanese were the only investors who had the patience. Sitting in the leather chair of the jet, Genro thought about how evasive Hammond was. The old man was now ignoring the fact that Genro's law firm had forced this trick on him. Instead, Hammond behaved as if they were engaged in a purely social outing. "It's too bad you didn't bring your family with you, Donald," he said. Genro shrugged. "It's my daughter's birthday. 20 kids already scheduled. The cake and the clown. You know how it is." I understand," Hammond said. "Kids set their hearts on things. Anyway, is the park ready for visitors?" Genro asked. "Well, not officially," Hammond said. "But the hotel is built, so there is a place to stay. And the animals. Of course, the animals are all there. All in their spaces." Genro said, "I remember in the original proposal you were hoping for a total of 12. Oh, we're far beyond that. We have 238 animals, Donald. 238. The old man giggled, pleased at Genero's reaction. "You can't imagine it. We have herds of them.
He's not going to make it.
238. How many species?" 15 different species, Donald. "That's incredible," Genro said. "That's fantastic. And what about all the other things you wanted? The facilities. The computers. All of it, Hammond said. Everything on that island is state of the art. You will see for yourself, Donald. It's perfectly wonderful. That's why this concern is so misplaced. There's absolutely no problem with the island." Genro said, "Then there should be absolutely no problem with an inspection." "And there isn't," Hammond said. "But it slows things down. Everything has to stop for the official visit. You've had delays anyway. You've postponed the opening." Oh, that Hammond tucked at the red silk handkerchief in the breast pocket of his sport coat. It was bound to happen. Bound to happen. "Why?" Genro asked. "Well," Donald Hammond said, "to explain that, you have to go back to the initial concept of the resort. The concept of the most advanced amusement park in the world, combining the latest electronic and biological technologies. I'm not talking about rides. Everybody has rides. Coney Island has rides. And these days everybody has animatronic environments. The haunted house, the pirate den, the Wild West, the earthquake, everyone has those things. So we set out to make biological attractions. Living attractions. Attractions so astonishing they would capture the imagination of the entire world." Genro had to smile. It was almost the same speech, word for word, that he had used on the investors, so many years ago. "And we can never forget the ultimate object of the project in Costa Rica to make money," Hammond said, staring out the windows of the jet. "Lots and lots of money." "I remember," Genro said. And the secret to making money in a park, Hammond said, is to limit your personnel costs. The food handlers, ticket takers, clean-up crews, repair teams. To make a park that runs with minimal staff. That was why we invested in all the computer technology we automated wherever we could. I remember. But the plain fact is, Hammond said, when you put together all the animals and all the computer systems, you run into snags. Who never got a major computer system up and running on schedule? Nobody I know. So you've just had normal startup delays. Yes, that's right, Hammond said. Normal delays. I heard there were accidents during construction, Gennaro said. Some workmen died. Yes, there were several accidents, Hammond said. And a total of 3 deaths. 2 workers died building the cliff road. 1 other died as a result of an earth mover accident in January. But we haven't had any accidents for months now. He put his hand on the younger man's arm. Donald, he said, believe me when I tell you that everything on the island is going forward as planned. Everything on that island is perfectly fine. The intercom clicked. The pilot said, seat belts, please. We're landing in Castillo. Chapter, Castillo. Dry plains stretched away toward distant black buttes. The afternoon wind blew dust and tumbleweed across the cracked concrete. Grant stood with Ellie near the jeep and waited while the sleek Grumman jet circled for a landing. I hate to wait on the money men, Grant grumbled. Ellie shrugged. Goes. With the job. Although many fields of science, such as physics and chemistry, had become federally funded, paleontology remained strongly dependent on private patrons. Quite apart from his own curiosity about the island in Costa Rica, Grant understood that, if John Hammond asked for his help, he would give it. That was how patronage worked, how it had always worked. The little jet landed and rolled quickly toward them. Ellie shouldered her bag. The eat came to a stop and a stewardess in a blue uniform opened the door. Inside, he was surprised at how cramped it was, despite the luxurious appointments. Grant had to hunch over as he went to shake Hammond's hand. Dr. Grant and Dr. Sattler, Hammond said. It's good of you to join us. Allow me to introduce my associate, Donald Gennaro. Gennaro was a stocky, muscular man in his mid-30s wearing an Armani suit and wire-frame glasses. Grant disliked him on sight. He shook hands quickly. When Ellie shook hands, Gennaro said in surprise, "You're a woman." "These things happen," she said, and Grant thought, she doesn't like him, either. Hammond turned to Gennaro. "You know, of course, what Dr. Grant and Dr. Sattler do. They are paleontologists. They dig up dinosaurs." And then he began to laugh, as if he found the idea very funny. "Take your seats, please," the stewardess said, closing the door. Immediately the plane began to move. "You will have to excuse us," Hammond said, "but we are in a bit of a rush. Donald thinks it's important we get right down there." The pilot announced 4 hours flying time to Dallas, where they would refuel, and then go on to Costa Rica, arriving the following morning. "And how long will we be in Costa Rica?" Grant asked. "Well, that really depends," Gennaro said. "We have a few things to clear up." "Take my word for it," Hammond said, turning to Grant. "We'll be down there no more than 48 hours. Grant buckled his seat belt. "This island of yours that we're going to, I haven't heard anything about it before. Is it some kind of secret?" "In a way," Hammond said. "We have been very, very careful about making sure nobody knows about it, until the day we finally opened that island to a surprised and delighted public." Chapter, Target of Opportunity. The Biosyn Corporation of Cupertino, California, had never called an emergency meeting of its board of directors. The 10 directors now sitting in the conference room were irritable and impatient. It was 8 p.m. They had been talking among themselves for the last 10 minutes, but slowly had fallen silent. Shuffling papers. Looking pointedly at their watches. "What are we waiting for?" one asked. "One more," Lewis Dodgson said. "We need one more." He glanced at his watch. Ron Mayer's office had said he was coming up on the 6 o'clock plane from San Diego. He should be here by now, even allowing for traffic from the airport. "You need a quorum?" another director asked. Yes, Dodgson said. We do. That shut them up for a moment. A quorum meant that they were going to be asked to make an important decision. And God knows they were, although Dodgson would have preferred not to call a meeting at all. But Steengarten, the head of Biosyn, was adamant. You'll have to get their agreement for this one, he had said. Depending on who you talk to, Louis Dodgson was famous as the most aggressive geneticist of his generation, or the most reckless. 34, balding, hawk-faced, and intense, he had been dismissed by Johns Hopkins as a graduate student for planning gene therapy on human patients without obtaining the proper FDA protocols. Hired by Biosyn, he had conducted the controversial rabies vaccine test in Chile. Now he was the head of product development at Biosyn, which supposedly consisted of reverse engineering, taking a competitor's product, tearing it apart, learning how it worked, and then making your own version. In practice, it involved industrial espionage, much of it directed toward the InGen Corporation. In the 1980s, a few genetic engineering companies began to ask, what is the biological equivalent of a Sony Walkman? These companies weren't interested in pharmaceuticals for health. They were interested in entertainment, sports, leisure activities, cosmetics, and pets. The perceived demand for consumer biologicals in the 1990s was high. InGen and Biosyn were both at work in this field. Biosyn had already achieved some success, engineering a new, pale trout under contract to the Department of Fish and Game of the state of Idaho. This trout was easier to spot in streams, and was said to represent a step forward in angling. At least, it eliminated complaints to the Fish and Game Department that there were no trout in the streams. The fact that the pale trout sometimes died of sunburn, and that its flesh was soggy and tasteless, was not discussed. Biosyn was still working on that, and the door opened and Ron Mayer entered the room, slipped into a seat. Dodgson now had his quorum. He immediately stood. Gentlemen, he said, we're here tonight to consider a target of opportunity, InGen. Dodgson quickly reviewed the background. InGen start up in 1983, with Japanese investors. The purchase of 3 Cray XMP supercomputers. The purchase of Isla Nubla in Costa Rica. The stockpiling of amber. The unusual donations to zoos around the world, from the New York Zoological Society to the Rangpur Wildlife Park in India. Despite all these clues, Dodgson said, we still had no idea where InGen might be going. The company seemed obviously focused on animals, and they had hired researchers with an interest in the past paleobiologists, DNA phylogeneticists, and so on. Then, in 1987, InGen bought an obscure company called Millipore Plastic Products in Nashville, Tennessee. This was an agribusiness company that had recently patented a new plastic with the characteristics of an avian eggshell. This plastic could be shaped into an egg and used to grow chick embryos. Starting the following year, InGen took the entire output of this Millipore plastic for its own use. Dr. Dodgson, this is all very interesting. At the same time Dodgson continued, construction was begun on Isla Nubla. This involved massive earthworks, including a shallow lake 2 miles long, in the center of the island. Plans for resort facilities were let out with a high degree of confidentiality, but it appears that InGen has built a private zoo of large dimensions on the island. One of the directors leaned forward and said, Dr. Dodgson. So what? It's not an ordinary zoo, Dodgson said. This zoo is unique in the world. It seems that InGen has done something quite extraordinary. They have managed to clone extinct animals from the past. What animals? Animals that hatch from eggs, and that require a lot of room in a zoo. What animals? Dinosaurs, Dodgson said. They are cloning dinosaurs. The consternation that followed was entirely misplaced, in Dodgson's view. The trouble with money men was that they didn't keep up. They had invested in a field, but they didn't know what was possible. In fact, there had been discussion of cloning dinosaurs in the technical literature as far back as 1982. With each passing year, the manipulation of DNA had grown easier. Genetic material had already been extracted from Egyptian mummies, and from the hide of the quagga, a zebra-like African animal that had become extinct in the 1880s. By 1985, it seemed possible that quagga DNA might be reconstituted, and a new animal grown. If so, it would be the first creature brought back from extinction solely by reconstruction of its DNA. If that was possible, what else was also possible? The mastodon, the saber-toothed tiger, the dodo, or even a dinosaur. Of course, no dinosaur DNA was known to exist anywhere in the world. But by grinding up large quantities of dinosaur bones, it might be possible to extract fragments of DNA. Formerly it was thought that fossilization eliminated all DNA. Now that was recognized as untrue. If enough DNA fragments were recovered, it might be possible to clone a living animal. Back in 1982, the technical problems had seemed daunting. But there was no theoretical barrier. It was merely difficult, expensive, and unlikely to work, yet it was certainly possible, if anyone cared to try. InGen had apparently decided to try. What they have done, Dodgson said, is build the greatest single tourist attraction in the history of the world. As you know, zoos are extremely popular. Last year, more Americans visited zoos than all professional baseball and football games combined. And the Japanese love zoos. There are 50 zoos in Japan, and more being built. And for this zoo, InGen can charge whatever they want, $2,000 a day, $10,000 a day. And then there is the merchandising. The picture books, t-shirts, video games, caps, stuffed toys, comic books, and pets. Pets. Of course. If InGen can make full-size dinosaurs, they can also make pygmy dinosaurs as household pets. What child won't want a little dinosaur as a pet? A little patented animal for their very own. InGen will sell millions of them. And InGen will engineer them so that these pet dinosaurs can only eat InGen pet food. Jesus, somebody said. Exactly, Dodgson said. The zoo is the centerpiece of an enormous enterprise. You said these dinosaurs will be patented. Yes. Genetically engineered animals can now be patented. The Supreme Court ruled on that in favor of Harvard in 1987. InGen will own its dinosaurs, and no one else can legally make them. What prevents us from creating our own dinosaurs? Someone said. Nothing, except that they have a 5-year start. It will be almost impossible to catch up before the end of the century.
Shoot.
He paused. Of course, if we could obtain examples of their dinosaurs, we could reverse engineer them and make our own, with enough modifications in the DNA to evade their patents. Can we obtain examples of their dinosaurs? Dodgson paused. I believe we can, yes. Somebody cleared his throat. There wouldn't be anything illegal about it. Oh no, Dodgson said quickly. Nothing illegal. I'm talking about a legitimate source of their DNA. A disgruntled employee, or some trash improperly disposed of, something like that. Do you have a legitimate source, Dr. Dodgson? I do, Dodgson said. But I'm afraid there is some urgency to the decision, because InGen is experiencing a small crisis, and my source will have to act within the next 24 hours. A long silence descended over the room. The men looked at the secretary, taking notes, and the tape recorder on the table in front of her. I don't see the need for a formal resolution on this, Dodgson said. Just a sense of the room, as to whether you feel I should proceed. Slowly the heads nodded. Nobody spoke. Nobody went on record. They just nodded silently. Thank you for coming, gentlemen, Dodgson said. I'll take it from here. Chapter, Airport. Louis Dodgson entered the coffee shop in the departure building of the San Francisco airport and looked around quickly. His man was already there, waiting at the counter. Dodgson sat down next to him and placed the briefcase on the floor between them. You're late, pal, the man said. He looked at the straw hat Dodgson was wearing and laughed. What is this supposed to be, a disguise? You never know, Dodgson said, suppressing his anger. For 6 months, Dodgson had patiently cultivated this man, who had grown more obnoxious and arrogant with each meeting. But there was nothing Dodgson could do about that. Both men knew exactly what the stakes were. Bioengineered DNA was, wait for weight, the most valuable material in the world. A single microscopic bacterium, too small to see with the naked eye, but containing the genes for a heart attack enzyme, streptokinase, or for ice miners which prevented frost damage to crops, might be worth $5 billion to the right buyer. And that fact of life had created a bizarre new world of industrial espionage. Dodgson was especially skilled at it. In 1987, he convinced a disgruntled geneticist to quit Cetus for Biosyn, and take 5 strains of engineered bacteria with her. The geneticist simply put a drop of each on the fingernails of one hand, and walked out the door. But InGen presented a tougher challenge. Dodgson wanted more than bacterial DNA, he wanted frozen embryos, and he knew InGen guarded its embryos with the most elaborate security measures. To obtain them, he needed an InGen employee who had access to the embryos, who was willing to steal them, and who could defeat the security. Such a person was not easy to find. Dodgson had finally located a susceptible InGen employee earlier in the year. Although this particular person had no access to genetic material, Dodgson kept up the contact, meeting the man monthly at Carlos and Charlie's in Silicon Valley, helping him in small ways. And now that InGen was inviting contractors and advisors to visit the island, it was the moment that Dodgson had been waiting for because it meant his man would have access to embryos. Let's get down to it, the man said. I've got 10 minutes before my flight. You want to go over it again? Dodgson said. Hell no, Dr. Dodgson, the man said. I want to see the damn money. Dodgson flipped the latch on the briefcase and opened it a few inches. The man glanced down casually. That's all of it. That's half of it. $750,000. Okay. Fine. The man turned away, drank his coffee. That's fine, Dr. Dodgson. Dodgson quickly locked the briefcase. That's for all 15 species, you remember. I remember. 15 species, frozen embryos. And how am I going to transport them? Dodgson handed the man a large can of Gillette foamy shaving cream. That's it. That's it. They may check my luggage. Dodgson shrugged.
But they'll never
Press
check.
the top, he said. The man pressed it, and white shaving cream puffed into his hand. Not bad. He wiped the foam on the edge of his plate. Not bad. The can's a little heavier than usual, is all. Dodgson's technical team had been assembling it around the clock for the last 2 days. Quickly he showed him how it worked. How much coolant gas is inside? Enough for 36 hours. The embryos have to be back in San Jose by then. That's up to your guy in the boat, the man said. Better make sure he has a portable cooler on board. I'll do that, Dodgson said. And let's just review the bidding. The deal is the same, Dodgson said. $50,000 on delivery of each embryo. If they're viable, an additional $50,000 each. That's fine. Just make sure you have the boat waiting at the east dock of the island, Friday night. Not the north dock, where the big supply boats arrive. The east dock. It's a small utility dock. You got that? I got it, Dodgson said. When will you be back in San Jose? Probably Sunday. The man pushed away from the counter. Dodgson fretted. You're sure you know how to work them? I know, the man said. Believe me, I know. Also, Dodgson said, we think the island maintains constant radio contact with InGen corporate headquarters in California, so... Look, I've got it covered, the man said. Just relax, and get the money ready. I want it all Sunday morning, in San Jose Airport, in cash. It'll be waiting for you, Dodgson said. Don't worry. Chapter, Malcolm. Shortly before midnight, he stepped on the plane at the Dallas airport, a tall, thin, balding man of 35, dressed entirely in black, black shirt, black trousers, black socks, black sneakers. Dr. Malcolm Hammond said, smiling with forced graciousness. Malcolm grinned. Hello, John. Yes, I am afraid your old nemesis is here. Malcolm shook hands with everyone, saying quickly, Ian Malcolm, how do you do? I do maths. He struck Grant as being more amused by the outing than anything else. Certainly Grant recognized his name. Ian Malcolm was one of the most famous of the new generation of mathematicians who were openly interested in how the real world works. These scholars broke with the cloistered tradition of mathematics in several important ways. For one thing, they used computers constantly, a practice traditional mathematicians frowned on. For another, they worked almost exclusively with nonlinear equations, in the emerging field called chaos theory. For a third, they appeared to care that their mathematics described something that actually existed in the real world. And finally, as if to emphasize their emergence from academia into the world, they dressed and spoke with what one senior mathematician called a deplorable excess of personality. In fact, they often behaved like rock stars. Malcolm sat in one of the padded chairs. The stewardess asked him if he wanted a drink. He said, "Diet Coke, shaken not stirred." A humid Dallas air drifted through the open door. Ellie said, "Isn't it a little warm for black?" "You're extremely pretty, Dr. Sattler," he said. "I could look at your legs all day." But no, as a matter of fact, black is an excellent color for heat. If you remember your black body radiation, black is actually best in heat. Efficient radiation. In any case, I wear only two colors, black and gray. Ellie was staring at him, her mouth open. "These colors are appropriate for any occasion," Malcolm continued, "and they go well together. Should I mistakenly put on a pair of gray socks with my black trousers? But don't you find it boring to wear only two colors?" "Not at all. I find it liberating. I believe my life has value, and I don't want to waste it thinking about clothing," Malcolm said. "I don't want to think about what I will wear in the morning." Truly, can you imagine anything more boring than fashion? Professional sports, perhaps. Grown men swatting little balls, while the rest of the world pays money to applaud. But, on the whole, I find fashion even more tedious than sports. Dr. Malcolm Hammond explained, is a man of strong opinions. "And mad as a hatter," Malcolm said cheerfully. "But you must admit, these are non-trivial issues. We live in a world of frightful givens. It is given that you will behave like this, given that you will care about that. No one thinks about the givens. Isn't it amazing? In the information society, nobody thinks. We expected to banish paper, but we actually banished thought." Hammond turned to Genro and raised his hands. "You invited him. And a lucky thing, too," Malcolm said. "Because it sounds as if you have a serious problem." "We have no problem," Hammond said quickly. "I always maintained this island would be unworkable," Malcolm said. "I predicted it from the beginning." He reached into a soft leather briefcase. "And I trust by now we all know what the eventual outcome is going to be. You're going to have to shut the thing down." "Shut it down." Hammond stood angrily. "This is ridiculous." Malcolm shrugged, indifferent to Hammond's outburst. "I've brought copies of my original paper for you to look at," he said. "The original consultancy paper I did for InGen. The mathematics are a bit sticky, but I can walk you through it. Are you leaving now?" "I have some phone calls to make," Hammond said, and went into the adjoining cabin. "Well, it's a long flight," Malcolm said to the others.
It's so hard
"At
to...
least my paper will give you something to do." The plane flew through the night. Grant knew that he and Malcolm had his share of detractors, and he could understand why some found his style too abrasive, and his applications of chaos theory too glib. Grant thumbed through the paper, glancing at the equations. Genro said, "Your paper concludes that Hammond's island is bound to fail." "Correct." "Because of chaos theory." "Correct." "To be more precise, because of the behavior of the system in phase space." Genro tossed the paper aside and said, "Can you explain this in English?" "Surely," Malcolm said. "Let's see where we have to start. You know what a nonlinear equation is?" "No." "Strange attractors?" "No." "All right," Malcolm said. "Let's go back to the beginning." He paused, staring at the ceiling. Physics has had great success at describing certain kinds of behavior, planets in orbit, spacecraft going to the moon, pendulums and springs and rolling balls, that sort of thing. The regular movement of objects. These are described by what are called linear equations, and mathematicians can solve those equations easily. We've been doing it for hundreds of years. Okay, Genro said. But there is another kind of behavior, which physics handles badly. For example, anything to do with turbulence. Water coming out of a spout. Air moving over an airplane wing. Weather. Blood flowing through the heart. Turbulent events are described by nonlinear equations. They're hard to solve. In fact, they're usually impossible to solve. So physics has never understood this whole class of events. Until about 10 years ago. The new theory that describes them is called chaos theory. Chaos theory originally grew out of attempts to make computer models of weather in the 1960s. Weather is a big complicated system, namely the Earth's atmosphere as it interacts with the land and the sun. The behavior of this big complicated system always defied understanding. So naturally we couldn't predict weather. But what the early researchers learned from computer models was that, even if you could understand it, you still couldn't predict it. Weather prediction is absolutely impossible. The reason is that the behavior of the system is sensitively dependent on initial conditions. You lost me, General said. Use a cannon to fire a shell of a certain weight, at a certain speed, and a certain angle of inclination, and if I then fire a second shell with almost the same weight, speed, and angle, what will happen? The two shells will land at almost the same spot. Right, Malcolm said. That's linear dynamics. Okay. But if I have a weather system that I start up with a certain temperature and a certain wind speed and a certain humidity, and if I then repeat it with almost the same temperature, wind, and humidity, the second system will not behave almost the same. It'll wander off and rapidly will become very different from the first. Thunderstorms instead of sunshine. That's nonlinear dynamics. They are sensitive to initial conditions. Tiny differences become amplified. I think I see, General said. The shorthand is the butterfly effect. A butterfly flaps its wings in Peking, and weather in New York is different. So chaos is all just random and unpredictable. General said. Is that it? No, Malcolm said. We actually find hidden regularities within the complex variety of a system's behavior. That's why chaos has now become a very broad theory that's used to study everything from the stock market, to rioting crowds, to brain waves during epilepsy. Any sort of complex system where there is confusion and unpredictability. We can find an underlying order. Okay. Okay, General said. But what is this underlying order? It's essentially characterized by the movement of the system within phase space, Malcolm said. Jesus, General said. All I want to know is why you think Hammond's Island can't work. I understand, Malcolm said. I'll get there. Chaos theory says two things. First, that complex systems like weather have an underlying order. Second, the reverse of that simple systems can produce complex behavior. For example, pool balls. You hit a pool ball, and it starts to carom off the sides of the table. In theory, that's a fairly simple system, almost a Newtonian system. Since you can know the force imparted to the ball, and the mass of the ball, and you can calculate the angles at which it will strike the walls, you can predict the future behavior of the ball. In theory, you could predict the behavior of the ball far into the future, as it keeps bouncing from side to side. You could predict where it will end up 3 hours from now, in theory. Okay. General nodded. But in fact, Malcolm said, it turns out you can't predict more than a few seconds into the future. Because almost immediately very small imperfections in the surface of the ball, tiny indentations in the wood of the table start to make a difference. And it doesn't take long before they overpower your careful calculations. So it turns out that this simple system of a pool ball on a table has unpredictable behavior. Okay. And Hammond's project, Malcolm said, is another apparently simple system, animals within a zoo environment that will eventually show unpredictable behavior. You know this because of theory, Malcolm said. But hadn't you better see the island, to see what he's actually done? No. That is quite unnecessary. The details don't matter. Theory tells me that the island will quickly proceed to behave in unpredictable fashion. And you're confident of your theory? Yes, Malcolm said. Totally confident. He sat back in the chair. There is a problem with that island. It is an accident waiting to happen. Chapter, Isla Nubla. With a whine, the rotors began to swing in circles overhead, casting shadows on the runway of San Jose Airport. Grant listened to the crackle in his earphones as the pilot talked to the tower. They had picked up another passenger in San Jose, a man named Dennis Nedry, who had flown in to meet them. He was fat and sloppy, eating a candy bar, and there was sticky chocolate on his fingers, and flecks of aluminum foil on his shirt. Nidri had mumbled something about doing computers on the island, and hadn't offered to shake hands. Through the plexi bubble, Grant watched the airport concrete drop away beneath his feet, and he saw the shadow of the helicopter racing along as they went west, toward the mountains. It's about a 40-minute trip, Hammond said, from one of the rear seats. Grant watched the low hills rise up, and then they were passing through intermittent clouds, breaking out into sunshine. The mountains were rugged, though he was surprised at the amount of deforestation, acre after acre of denuded, eroded hills. Costa Rica, Hammond said, has better population control than other countries in Central America. But, even so, the land is badly deforested. Most of this is within the last 10 years. They came down out of the clouds on the other side of the mountains, and Grant saw the beaches of the west coast. They flashed over a small coastal village. Bahia Amasco, the pilot said. Fishing village. He pointed north. Up the coast there, you see the Cabo Blanco Preserve. They have beautiful beaches. The pilot headed straight out over the ocean. The water turned green, and then deep aquamarine. The sun shone on the water. It was about 10 in the morning. Just a few minutes now, Hammond said, and we should be seeing Isla Nubla. Isla Nubla, Hammond explained, was not a true island. Rather, it was a seamount, a volcanic upthrusting of rock from the ocean floor. Its volcanic origins can be seen all over the island, Hammond said. There are steam vents in many places, and the ground is often hot underfoot. Because of this, and also because of prevailing currents, Isla Nubla lies in a foggy area. As we get there, you will see there we are. The helicopter rushed forward, low to the water. Ahead, Grant saw an island, rugged and craggy, rising sharply from the ocean. Christ, it looks like Alcatraz, Malcolm said. Its forested slopes were wreathed in fog, giving the island a mysterious appearance. Much larger, of course, Hammond said. 8 miles long and 3 miles wide at the widest point, in total some 22 square miles. Making it the largest private animal preserve in North America. The helicopter began to climb, and headed toward the north end of the island. Grant was trying to see through the dense fog. It's not usually this thick, Hammond said. He sounded worried. At the north end of the island, the hills were highest, rising more than 2,000 feet above the ocean. The tops of the hills were in fog, but Grant saw rugged cliffs and crashing ocean below. The helicopter climbed above the hills. Unfortunately, Hammond said, we have to land on the island. I don't like to do it, because it disturbs the animals. And it's sometimes a bit thrilling. Hammond's voice cut off as the pilot said, starting our descent now. Hang on, folks. The helicopter started down, and immediately they were blanketed in fog. Grant heard a repetitive electronic beeping through his earphones, but he could see nothing at all. Then he began dimly to discern the green branches of pine trees, reaching through the mist. Some of the branches were close. How the hell is he doing this? Malcolm said, but nobody answered. The pilot swung his gaze left, then right, looking at the pine forest. The trees were still close. The helicopter descended rapidly. Jesus, Malcolm said. The beeping was louder. Grant looked at the pilot. He was concentrating. Grant glanced down and saw a giant glowing fluorescent cross beneath the plexi bubble at his feet. There were flashing lights at the corners of the cross. The pilot corrected slightly and touched down on a helipad. The sound of the rotors faded and died. Grant sighed and released his seat belt. We have to come down fast, that way, Hammond said, because of the wind shear. There is often headwind shear on this peak, and, well, we're safe. Someone was running up to the helicopter. A man with a baseball cap and red hair. He threw open the door and said cheerfully, "Hi, I'm Ed Regis. Welcome to Isla Nubla, everybody. And watch your step, please." A narrow path wound down the hill. The air was chilly and damp. As they moved lower, the mist around them thinned, and Grant could see the landscape better. It looked, he thought, rather like the Pacific Northwest, the Olympic Peninsula.
Yeah.
That's right, Regis said. Primary ecology is deciduous rainforest. Rather different from the vegetation on the mainland, which is more classical rainforest. But this is a microclimate that only occurs at elevation, on the slopes of the northern hills. The majority of the island is tropical. Down below, they could see the white roofs of large buildings, nestled among the planting. Grant was surprised. The construction was elaborate. They moved lower, out of the mist, and now he could see the full extent of the island, stretching away to the south. As Regis had said, it was mostly covered in tropical forest. To the south, rising above the palm trees, Grant saw a single trunk with no leaves at all, just a big curving stump. Then the stump moved, and twisted around to face the new arrivals. Grant realized that he was not seeing a tree at all. He was looking at the graceful, curving neck of an enormous creature, rising 50 feet into the air. He was looking at a dinosaur. Chapter, welcome. My God, Ellie said softly. They were all staring at the animal above the trees. My God. Her first thought was that the dinosaur was extraordinarily beautiful. Books portrayed them as oversized, dumpy creatures, but this long-necked animal had a gracefulness, almost a dignity, about its movements. And it was quick. There was nothing lumbering or dull in its behavior. The sauropod peered alertly at them, and made a low trumpeting sound, rather like an elephant. A moment later, a second head rose above the foliage, and then a third, and a fourth. My God, Ellie said again. Genero was speechless. He had known all along what to expect. He had known about it for years, but he had somehow never believed it would happen, and now, he was shocked into silence. The awesome power of the new genetic technology, which he had formerly considered to be just so many words in an overawed sales pitch, the power suddenly became clear to him. These animals were so big. They were enormous. Big as a house. And so many of them. Actual damned dinosaurs. Just as real as you could want. Genero thought, we are going to make a fortune on this place. A fortune. He hoped to God the island was safe. Grant stood on the path on the side of the hill, with the mist on his face, staring at the grey necks craning above the palms. He felt dizzy, as if the ground were sloping away too steeply. He had trouble getting his breath. Because he was looking at something he had never expected to see in his life. Yet he was seeing it. The animals in the mist were perfect apatosaurs, medium-sized sauropods. His stunned mind made academic associations, North American herbivores, late Jurassic horizon. Commonly called brontosaurs. First discovered by E.D. Cope in Montana in 1876. Specimens associated with Morrison Formation strata in Colorado, Utah, and Oklahoma. Recently Berman and McIntosh had reclassified it a Diplodocus based on skull appearance. Traditionally, Brontosaurus was thought to spend most of its time in shallow water, which would help support its large bulk. Although this animal was clearly not in the water, it was moving much too quickly, the head and neck shifting above the palms in a very active manner, a surprisingly active manner. Grant began to laugh. What is it? Hammond said, worried. Is something wrong? Grant just shook his head, and continued to laugh. He couldn't tell them that what was funny was that he had seen the animal for only a few seconds, but he had already begun to accept it and to use his observations to answer long-standing questions in the field. He was still laughing as he saw a fifth and a sixth neck crane up above the palm trees. The sauropods watched the people arrive. They reminded Grant of oversized giraffes. They had the same pleasant, rather stupid gaze. I take it they're not animatronic, Malcolm said. They're very lifelike. Yes, they certainly are, Hammond said. Well, they should be, shouldn't they? From the distance, they heard the trumpeting sound again. First one animal made it, and then the others joined in. That's their call, Ed Regis said. Welcoming us to the island. Grant stood and listened for a moment, entranced. You probably want to know what happens next, Hammond was saying, continuing down the path. We've scheduled a complete tour of the facilities for you, and a trip to see the dinosaurs in the park later this afternoon. I'll be joining you for dinner, and will answer any remaining questions you may have then. Now, if you'll go with Mr. Regis. The group followed Ed Regis toward the nearest buildings. Over the path, a crude band-painted sign read, Welcome to Jurassic Park. Chapter, 3rd iteration. Picture.
Welcome.
Details emerge more clearly as the fractal curve is redrawn. Ian Malcolm. Jurassic Park. They moved into a green tunnel of overarching palms leading toward the main visitor building. Everywhere, extensive and elaborate planting emphasized the feeling that they were entering a new world, a prehistoric tropical world, and leaving the normal world behind. Ellie said to Grant, "They look pretty good." "Yes," Grant said. "I want to see them up close. I want to lift up their toe pads and inspect their claws and feel their skin and open their jaws and have a look at their teeth. Until then I don't know for sure. But yes, they look good." "I suppose it changes your field a bit," Malcolm said. Grant shook his head. "It changes everything," he said. For 150 years, ever since the discovery of gigantic animal bones in Europe, the study of dinosaurs had been an exercise in scientific deduction. Paleontology was essentially detective work, searching for clues in the fossil bones and the trackways of the long-vanished giants. The best paleontologists were the ones who could make the most clever deductions. And all the great disputes of paleontology were carried out in this fashion, including the bitter debate, in which Grant was a key figure, about whether dinosaurs were warm-blooded. Scientists had always classified dinosaurs as reptiles, cold-blooded creatures drawing the heat they needed for life from the environment. A mammal could metabolize food to produce bodily warmth, but a reptile could not. Eventually a handful of researchers led chiefly by John Ostrom and Robert Baker at Yale began to suspect that the concept of sluggish, cold-blooded dinosaurs was inadequate to explain the fossil record. In classic deductive fashion, they drew conclusions from several lines of evidence. First was posture. Lizards and reptiles were bent-legged sprawlers, hugging the ground for warmth. Lizards didn't have the energy to stand on their hind legs for more than a few seconds. But the dinosaurs stood on straight legs, and many walked erect on their hind legs. Among living animals, erect posture occurred only in warm-blooded mammals and birds.
What's wrong with
Thus dinosaur posture suggested warm-bloodedness. Next they studied metabolism, calculating the pressure necessary to push blood up the 18-foot-long neck of a brachiosaur, and concluding that it could only be accomplished by a four-chambered, hot-blooded heart. They studied trackways, fossil footprints left in mud, and concluded that dinosaurs ran as fast as a man. Such activity implied warm blood. They found dinosaur remains above the Arctic Circle, in a frigid environment unimaginable for a reptile. And the new studies of group behavior, based largely on Grant's own work, suggested that dinosaurs had a complex social life and reared their young, as reptiles did not. Crocodiles and turtles abandoned their eggs. But dinosaurs probably did not. The warm-blooded controversy had raged for 15 years, before a new perception of dinosaurs as quick-moving, active animals was accepted, but not without lasting animosities. At conventions, there were still colleagues who did not speak to one another. But now, if dinosaurs could be cloned, why? Grant's field of study was going to change instantly. The paleontological study of dinosaurs was finished. The whole enterprise, the museum balls with their giant skeletons and flocks of echoing school children, the university laboratories with their bone trays, the research papers, the journals, all of it was going to end. "You don't seem upset," Malcolm said. Grant shook his head. "It's been discussed, in the field. Many people imagined it was coming. But not so soon." "Story of our species," Malcolm said, laughing. "Everybody knows it's coming, but not so soon." As they walked down the path, they could no longer see the dinosaurs, but they could hear them, trumpeting softly in the distance. Grant said, "My only question is, where'd they get the DNA?" Grant was aware of serious speculation in laboratories in Berkeley, Tokyo, and London that it might eventually be possible to clone an extinct animal such as a dinosaur if you could get some dinosaur DNA to work with. The problem was that all known dinosaurs were fossils, and the fossilization destroyed most DNA, replacing it with inorganic material. Of course, if a dinosaur was frozen, or preserved in a peat bog, or mummified in a desert environment, then its DNA might be recoverable. But nobody had ever found a frozen or mummified dinosaur. So cloning was therefore impossible. There was nothing to clone from. All the modern genetic technology was useless. It was like having a Xerox copier but nothing to copy with it. Ellie said, "You can't reproduce a real dinosaur, because you can't get real dinosaur DNA. Unless there's a way we haven't thought of," Grant said. "Like what?" she said. "I don't know," Grant said. Beyond the fence, they came to the swimming pool, which spilled over into a series of waterfalls and smaller rocky pools. The area was planted with huge ferns. "Isn't this extraordinary?" Ed Regis said. "Especially on a misty day, these plants really contribute to the prehistoric atmosphere. These are authentic Jurassic ferns, of course." Ellie paused to look more closely at the ferns. Yes, it was just as he said, Serena veriformans, a plant found abundantly in fossils more than 200 million years old, now common only in the wetlands of Brazil and Colombia. But whoever had decided to place this particular fern at poolside obviously didn't know that the spores of veriformans contained a deadly beta-carboline alkaloid. Even touching the attractive green fronds could make you sick, and if a child were to take a mouthful, he would almost certainly die. The toxin was 50 times more poisonous than oleander. People were so naive about plants, Ellie thought. They just chose plants for appearance, as they would choose a picture for the wall. It never occurred to them that plants were actually living things, busily performing all the living functions of respiration, ingestion, excretion, reproduction and defense. But Ellie knew that, in the Earth's history, plants had evolved as competitively as animals, and in some ways more fiercely. The poison in Serena veriformans was a minor example of the elaborate chemical arsenal of weapons that plants had evolved. There were terpenes, which plants spread to poison the soil around them and inhibit competitors, alkaloids, which made them unpalatable to insects and predators, and children, and pheromones, used for communication. When a Douglas fir tree was attacked by beetles, it produced an antefedant chemical, and so did other Douglas firs in distant parts of the forest. It happened in response to a warning alleochemical secreted by the trees that were under attack. People who imagined that life on Earth consisted of animals moving against a green background seriously misunderstood what they were seeing. That green background was busily alive. Plants grew, moved, twisted, and turned, fighting for the sun, and they interacted continuously with animals, discouraging some with bark and thorns, poisoning others, and feeding still others to advance their own reproduction, to spread their pollen and seeds. It was a complex, dynamic process which she never ceased to find fascinating, and which she knew most people simply didn't understand. But if planting deadly ferns at poolside was any indication, then it was clear that the designers of Jurassic Park had not been as careful as they should have been. "Isn't it just wonderful?" Ed Regis was saying. "If you look up ahead, you'll see our safari lodge." Ellie saw a dramatic, low building, with a series of glass pyramids on the roof. "That's where you will all be staying here in Jurassic Park." Grant's suite was done in beige tones, the rattan furniture in green jungle print motifs. The room wasn't quite finished. There were stacks of lumber in the closet, and pieces of electrical conduit on the floor. There was a television set in the corner, with a card on top. Channel 2, Hypsilophodont Highlands. Channel 3, Triceratops Territory. Channel 4, Sauropod Swamp. Channel 5, Carnivore Country. Channel 6, Stegosaurus South. Channel 7, Velociraptor Valley. Channel 8, Pterosaur Peak. He found the names irritatingly cute. Grant turned on the television but got only static. He shut it off and went into his bedroom, tossed his suitcase on the bed. Directly over the bed was a large pyramidal skylight.
Why would you do
It
that?
created a tented feeling, like sleeping under the stars. Unfortunately, the glass had to be protected by heavy bars, so that striped shadows fell across the bed. Grant paused. He had seen the plans for the lodge, and he didn't remember bars on the skylight. In fact, these bars appeared to be a rather crude addition. A black steel frame had been constructed outside the glass walls, and the bars welded to the frame. Puzzled, Grant moved from the bedroom to the living room. His window looked out on the swimming pool. "By the way, those ferns are poison," Ellie said, walking into his room. "But did you notice anything about the rooms, Alan? They changed the plans." "I think so, yes." She moved around the room. "The windows are small," she said. "And the glass is tempered, set in a steel frame. The doors are steel-clad. That shouldn't be necessary." "And did you see the fence when we came in?" Grant nodded. The entire lodge was enclosed within a fence, with bars of imp-thick steel. The fence was gracefully landscaped and painted flat black to resemble wrought iron, but no cosmetic effort could disguise the thickness of the metal, or its 12-foot height. I don't think the fence was in the plans, either, Ellie said. It looks to me like they've turned this place into a fortress. Grant looked at his watch. We'll be sure to ask why, he said. The tour starts in 20 minutes. Chapter, When Dinosaurs Ruled the Earth. They met in the visitor building, 2 stories high, and all glass with exposed black anodized girders and supports. Grant found it determinedly high-tech. There was a small auditorium dominated by robot Tyrannosaurus Rex, poised menacingly by the entrance to an exhibit area labeled When Dinosaurs Ruled the Earth. Farther on were other displays, What is a Dinosaur? And the Mesozoic World. But the exhibits weren't completed, there were wires and cables all over the floor. General climbed up on the stage and talked to Grant, Ellie, and Malcolm, his voice echoing slightly in the room. Hammond sat in the back, his hands folded across his chest. We're about to tour the facilities, General said. I'm sure Mr. Hammond and his staff will show everything in the best light. Before we go, I wanted to review why we are here, and what I need to decide before we leave. Basically, as you all realize by now, this is an island in which genetically engineered dinosaurs have been allowed to move in a natural park-like setting, forming a tourist attraction. The attraction isn't open to tourists yet, but it will be in a year. Now, my question for you is a simple one. Is this island safe? Is it safe for visitors, and is it safely containing the dinosaurs? General turned down the room lights. There are 2 pieces of evidence which we have to deal with. First of all, there is Dr. Grant's identification of a previously unknown dinosaur on the Costa Rican mainland. This dinosaur is known only from a partial fragment. It was found in July of this year, after it supposedly bit an American girl on a beach. Dr. Grant can tell you more later. I've asked for the original fragment, which is in a lab in New York, to be flown here so that we can inspect it directly. Meanwhile, there is a second piece of evidence. Costa Rica has an excellent medical service, and it tracks all kinds of data. Beginning in March, there were reports of lizards biting infants in their cribs and also, I might add, biting old people who were sleeping soundly. These lizard bites were sporadically reported in coastal villages from Islamoraya to Punta Arenas. After March, lizard bites were no longer reported. However, I have this graph from the Public Health Service in San Jose 6 of infant mortality in the towns of the West Coast earlier this year. Picture. I direct your attention to 2 features of this graph, General said. First, infant mortality is low in the months of January and February, then spikes in March, then it's low again in April. But from May onward, it is high, right through July, the month the American girl was bitten. The Public Health Service feels that something is now affecting infant mortality, and it is not being reported by the workers in the coastal villages. The second feature is the puzzling bi-weekly spiking, which seems to suggest some kind of alternating phenomenon is at work. The lights came back on. All right, General said. That's the evidence I want explained. Now, are there any? We can save ourselves a great deal of trouble, Malcolm said. I'll explain it for you now. You will. General said. Yes, Malcolm said. First of all, animals have very likely gotten off the island. Oh balls, Hammond growled, from the back. And second, the graph from the Public Health Service is almost certainly unrelated to any animals that have escaped. Grant said, how do you know that? You will notice that the graph alternates between high and low spikes, Malcolm said. That is characteristic of many complex systems. For example, water dripping from a tap. If you turn on the faucet just a little, you will get a constant drip, drip, drip. But if you open it a little more, so that there's a bit of turbulence in the flow, then you will get alternating large and small drops. Drip, drip. Drip, drip. Like that. You can try it yourself. Turbulence produces alternation, it's a signature. And you will get an alternating graph like this for the spread of any new illness in a community. But why do you say it isn't caused by escaped dinosaurs? Grant said. Because it is a nonlinear signature, Malcolm said. You'd need hundreds of escaped dinosaurs to cause it. And I don't think hundreds of dinosaurs have escaped. So I conclude that some other phenomenon, such as a new variety of flu, is causing the fluctuations you see in the graph. Genero said, but you think that dinosaurs have escaped? Probably, yes. Why? Because of what you are attempting here. Look, this island is an attempt to recreate a natural environment from the past. To make an isolated world where extinct creatures roam freely. Correct? Yes. But from my point of view, such an undertaking is impossible. The mathematics are so self-evident that they don't need to be calculated. It's rather like my asking you whether, on $1 billion in income, you had to pay tax. You wouldn't need to pull out your calculator to check. You'd know tax was owed. And, similarly, I know overwhelmingly that one cannot successfully duplicate nature in this way, or hope to isolate it. Why not? After all, there are zoos. Zoos don't recreate nature, Malcolm said. Let's be clear. Zoos take the nature that already exists and modify it very slightly, to create holding pens for animals. Even those minimal modifications often fail. The animals escape with regularity. But a zoo is not a model for this park. This park is attempting something far more ambitious than that. Something much more akin to making a space station on Earth. Genero shook his head. I don't understand. Well, it's very simple. Except for the air, which flows freely, everything about this park is meant to be isolated. Nothing gets in, nothing out. The animals kept here are never to mix with the greater ecosystems of Earth. They are never to escape. And they never have Hammond snorted. Such isolation is impossible, Malcolm said flatly. It simply cannot be done. It can. It's done all the time. I beg your pardon, Malcolm said. But you don't know what you are talking about. You arrogant little snot, Hammond said. He stood and walked out of the room. Gentlemen, Genero said. I'm sorry, Malcolm said, but the point remains. What we call nature is in fact a complex system of far greater subtlety than we are willing to accept. We make a simplified image of nature and then we watch it up. I'm no environmentalist, but you have to understand what you don't understand. How many times must the point be made? How many times must we see the evidence? We build the Aswan Dam and claim it is going to revitalize the country. Instead, it destroys the fertile Nile Delta, produces parasitic infestation, and wrecks the Egyptian economy. We build it. Excuse me, Genero said. But I think I hear the helicopter. That's probably the sample for Dr. Grant to look at. He started out of the room. They all followed. At the foot of the mountain, Genero was screaming over the sound of the helicopter. The veins of his neck stood out. You did what? You invited who? Take it easy, Hammond said. Genero screamed, are you out of your goddamned mind? Now, look here, Hammond said, drawing himself up. I think we have to get something clear. No, Genero said. No, you get something clear. This is not a social outing. This is not a weekend excursion. This is my island, Hammond said, and I can invite whomever I want. This is a serious investigation of your island because your investors are concerned that it's out of control. We think this is a very dangerous place, and you're not going to shut me down, Donald. I will if I have to. This is a safe place, Hammond said, no matter what that damn mathematician is saying. It's not. And I'll demonstrate its safety. And I want you to put them tight back on that helicopter, Genero said. Can't, Hammond said, pointing toward the clouds. It's already leaving. And, indeed, the sound of the rotors was fading. God damn it, Genero said, don't you see you're needlessly risking? Ah, Hammond said. Let's continue this later. I don't want to upset the children. Grant turned, and saw two children coming down the hillside, led by Ed Regis. There was a bespectacled boy of about 11, and a girl a few years younger, perhaps 7 or 8, her blonde hair pushed up under a Mets baseball cap, and a baseball glove slung over her shoulder. The two kids made their way nimbly down the path from the helipad, and stopped some distance from Genero and Hammond. No, under his breath, Genero said, Christ. Now, take it easy, Hammond said. Their parents are getting a divorce, and I want them to have a fun weekend here. The girl waved tentatively. Hi, Grandpa, she said. We're here. Chapter, the tour. Tim Murphy could see at once that something was wrong. His grandfather was in the middle of an argument with the younger, red-faced man opposite him. And the other adults, sliding behind, looked embarrassed and uncomfortable. Alexis felt the tension, too, because she hung back, tossing her baseball in the air. He had to push her. Go on, Lex. Go on yourself, Tim. Don't be a worm, he said. Lex glared at him, but Ed Regis said cheerfully, I'll introduce you to everybody, and then we can take the tour. I have to go, Lex said. I'll just introduce you first, Ed Regis said. No, I have to go. But Ed Regis was already making introductions. First to Grandpa, who kissed them both, and then to the man he was arguing with. This man was muscular and his name was Genero. The rest of the introductions were a blur to Tim. There was a blonde woman wearing shorts, and a man with a beard who wore jeans and a Hawaiian shirt. He looked like the outdoors type. Then a fat college kid who had something to do with computers, and finally a thin man in black, who didn't shake hands, but just nodded his head. Tim was trying to organize his impressions, and was looking at the blonde woman's legs, when he suddenly realized that he knew who the bearded man was. Your mouth is open, Lex said. Tim said, I know him. Oh sure. You just met him. No, Tim said. I have his book. The bearded man said, what book is that, Tim? Lost World of the Dinosaurs, Tim said. Alexis snickered. Daddy says Tim has dinosaurs on the brain, she said. Tim hardly heard her. He was thinking of what he knew about Alan Grant. Alan Grant was one of the principal advocates of the theory that dinosaurs were warm-blooded. He had done lots of digging at the place called Egg Hill in Montana, which was famous because so many dinosaur eggs had been found there. Professor Grant had found most of the dinosaur eggs that had ever been discovered. He was also a good illustrator, and he drew the pictures for his own books. Dinosaurs on the brain, the bearded man said. Well, as a matter of fact, I have that same problem. Dad says dinosaurs are really stupid, Lex said. He says Tim should get out in the air and play more sports. Tim felt embarrassed. I thought you had to go, he said. In a minute, Lex said. I thought you were in such a rush. I'm the one who would know, don't you think, Timothy? She said, putting her hands on her hips, copying her mother's most irritating stance. Tell you what Ed Regis said. Why don't we all just head on over to the visitor center and we can begin our tour? Everybody started walking. Tim heard Genero whisper to his grandfather, I could kill you for this, and then Tim looked up and saw that Dr. Grant had fallen into step beside him. How old are you, Tim? 11. And how long have you been interested in dinosaurs? Grant asked. Tim swallowed. A while now, he said. He felt nervous to be talking to Dr. Grant. We go to museums sometimes, when I can talk my family into it. My father. Your father's not especially interested. Tim nodded, and told Grant about his family's last trip to the Museum of Natural History. His father had looked at a skeleton and said, that's a big one. Tim had said, no, Dad, that's a medium-sized one, a Camptosaurus. Oh, I don't know. Looks pretty big to me. It's not even full-grown, Dad. His father squinted at the skeleton. What is it, Jurassic? Geez. No. Cretaceous. Cretaceous. What's the difference between Cretaceous and Jurassic? Only about 100 million years, Tim said. Cretaceous is older. No, Dad, Jurassic is older. Well, his father said, stepping back, it looks pretty damn big to me. And he turned to Tim for agreement. Tim knew he had better agree with his father, so he just muttered something. And they went on to another exhibit. Tim stood in front of one skeleton Tyrannosaurus Rex, the mightiest predator the Earth had ever known for a long time. Finally his father said, what are you looking at? I'm counting the vertebrae, Tim said. The vertebrae. In the backbone. I know what vertebrae are, his father said, annoyed. He stood there a while longer and then he said, why are you counting them? I think they're wrong.
No.
Tyrannosaurs should only have 37 vertebrae in the tall. This has more. You mean to tell me his father said that the Museum of Natural History has a skeleton that's wrong? I can't believe that. It's wrong, Tim said. His father stomped off toward a guard in the corner. What did you do now? His mother said to Tim. I didn't do anything, Tim said. I just said the dinosaur is wrong, that's all. And then his father came back with a funny look on his face, because of course the guard told him that the Tyrannosaurus had too many vertebrae in the tail. How do you know that? His father asked. I read it, Tim said. That's pretty amazing, son, he said, and he put his hand on his shoulder, giving it a squeeze. You know how many vertebrae belong in that tail? I've never seen anything like it. You really do have dinosaurs on the brain.
Like being touched.
And then his father said he wanted to catch the last half of the Mets game on TV, and Lex said she did, too, so they left the museum. And Tim didn't see any other dinosaurs, which was why they had come there in the first place. But that was how things happened in his family. How things used to happen in his family, Tim corrected himself. Now that his father was getting a divorce from his mother, things would probably be different. His father had already moved out, and even though it was weird at first, Tim liked it. He thought his mother had a boyfriend, but he couldn't be sure, and of course he would never mention it to Lex. Lex was heartbroken to be separated from her father, and in the last few weeks she had become so obnoxious that... Was it 5027? Grant said. I'm sorry. Tim said. The Tyrannosaurus at the museum. Was it 5027? Yes, Tim said. How do you know? Grant smiled. They've been talking about fixing it for years. But now it may never happen. Why is that? Because of what is taking place here, Grant said, on your grandfather's island. Tim shook his head. He didn't understand what Grant was talking about. My mom said it was just a resort, you know, with swimming and tennis. Not exactly, Grant said. I'll explain as we walk along. Now I'm a damned babysitter, Ed Regis thought unhappily, tapping his foot as he waited in the visitor center. That was what the old man had told him. You watch my kids like a hawk, they're your responsibility for the weekend. Ed Regis didn't like it at all. He felt degraded. He wasn't a dumb babysitter. And, for that matter, he wasn't a damn tour guide, even for VIPs. He was the head of public relations for Jurassic Park, and he had much to prepare between now and the opening, a year away. Just to coordinate with the PR firms in San Francisco and London, and the agencies in New York and Tokyo, was a full-time job, especially since the agencies couldn't yet be told what the resort's real attraction was. The firms were all designing teaser campaigns, nothing specific, and they were unhappy. Creative people needed nurturing. They needed encouragement to do their best work. He couldn't waste his time taking scientists on tours. But that was the trouble with a career in public relations. Nobody saw you as a professional. Regis had been down here on the island off and on for the past 7 months, and they were still pushing odd jobs on him. Like that episode back in January. Harding should have handled that. Harding, or Owens, the general contractor. Instead, it had fallen to Ed Regis. What did he know about taking care of some sick workmen? And now he was a damn tour guide and babysitter. He turned back and counted the heads. Still one short. Then, in the back, he saw Dr. Sutherland emerge from the bathroom. All right, folks, let's begin our tour on the second floor. Tim went with the others, following Mr. Regis up the black suspended staircase to the second floor of the building. They passed a sign that read, Closed area. Authorized personnel only. Beyond this point, Tim felt a thrill when he saw that sign. They walked down the second floor hallway. One wall was glass, looking out onto a balcony with palm trees in the light mist. On the other wall were stenciled doors, like offices, park warden, guest services, general manager. Halfway down the corridor they came to a glass partition marked with another sign. Picture. Underneath were more signs. Caution. Tritogenic substances. Pregnant women avoid exposure to this area. Danger. Radioactive isotopes in use. Carcinogenic potential. Tim grew more excited all the time. Tritogenic substances. Things that made monsters. It gave him a thrill, and he was disappointed to hear Ed Regis say, never mind the signs, they are just up for legal reasons. I can assure you everything is perfectly safe. He led them through the door. There was a guard on the other side. Ed Regis turned to the group. You may have noticed that we have a minimum of personnel on the island. We can run this resort with a total of 20 people. Of course, we'll have more when we have guests here, but at the moment there's only 20. Here's our control room. The entire park is controlled from here. They paused before windows and peered into a darkened room that looked like a small version of mission control. There was a vertical glass see-through map of the park, and facing it a bank of glowing computer consoles. Some of the screens displayed data, but most of them showed video images from around the park. There were just 2 people inside, standing and talking. The man on the left is our chief engineer, John Arnold. Regis pointed to a thin man in a button-down short-sleeve shirt and tie, smoking a cigarette, and next to him, our park warden, Mr. Robert Muldoon, the famous white hunter from Nairobi. Muldoon was a burly man in khaki, sunglasses dangling from his shirt pocket. He glanced out at the group, gave a brief nod, and turned back to the computer screens. I'm sure you want to see this room, Ed Regis said, but first, let's see how we obtain dinosaur DNA. The sign on the door said extractions and, like all the doors in the laboratory building, it opened with a security card. Ed Regis slipped the card in the slot, the light blinked, and the door opened. Inside, Tim saw a small room bathed in green light. 4 technicians in lab coats were peering into double-barreled stereo microscopes, or looking at images on high-resolution video screens. The room was filled with yellow stones. The stones were in glass shelves, in cardboard boxes, in large pull-out trays. Each stone was tacked and numbered in black ink. Regis introduced Henry Wu, a slender man in his 30s. Dr. Wu is our chief geneticist. I'll let him explain what we do here. Henry Wu smiled. At least I'll try, he said. Genetics is a bit complicated. But you're probably wondering where our dinosaur DNA comes from. It crossed my mind, Grant said. As a matter of fact, Wu said, there are 2 possible sources. Using the Lowy antibody extraction technique, we can sometimes get DNA directly from dinosaur bones. What kind of a yield? Grant asked. Well, most soluble proteins leached out during fossilization, but 20% of the proteins are still recoverable by grinding up the bones and using Lowy's procedure. Dr. Lowy himself has used it to obtain proteins from extinct Australian marsupials, as well as blood cells from ancient human remains. His technique is so refined it can work with a mere 50 nanograms of material. That's 50 billionths of a gram. And you've adapted his technique here? Grant asked. Only as a backup, Wu said. As you can imagine, a 20% yield is insufficient for our work. We need the entire dinosaur DNA strand in order to clone. And we get it here. He held up one of the yellow stones. From amber, the fossilized resin of prehistoric tree sap. Grant looked at Ellie, then at Malcolm. That's really quite clever, Malcolm said, nodding. I still don't understand, Grant admitted. Tree sap, Wu explained, often flows over insects and traps them. The insects are then perfectly preserved within the fossil. One finds all kinds of insects in amber, including biting insects that have sucked blood from larger animals. Suck the blood, Grant repeated. His mouth fell open. You mean suck the blood of dinosaurs? Hopefully, yes. And then the insects are preserved in amber. Grant shook his head. I'll be damned, that just might work. I assure you, it does work, Wu said. He moved to one of the microscopes, where a technician positioned a piece of amber containing a fly under the microscope. On the video monitor, they watched as he inserted a long needle through the amber, into the thorax of the prehistoric fly. If this insect has any foreign blood cells, we may be able to extract them, and obtain paleo-DNA, the DNA of an extinct creature. We won't know for sure, of course, until we extract whatever is in there, replicate it, and test it. That is what we have been doing for 5 years now. It has been a long, slow process, but it has paid off. Actually, dinosaur DNA is somewhat easier to extract by this process than mammalian DNA. The reason is that mammalian red cells have no nuclei, and thus no DNA in their red cells. To clone a mammal, you must find the white cell, which is much rarer than red cells. But dinosaurs had nucleated red cells, as do modern birds. It is one of the many indications we have that dinosaurs aren't really reptiles at all. They are big leathery birds. Tim saw that Dr. Grant still looked skeptical, and Dennis Nedry, the messy fat man, appeared completely uninterested, as if he knew it all already. Nedry kept looking impatiently toward the next room. I see Mr. Nedry has spotted the next phase of our work, Wu said. How we identify the DNA we have extracted. For that, we use powerful computers. They went through sliding doors into a chilled room. There was a loud humming sound. 2 6-foot-tall round towers stood in the center of the room, and along the walls were rows of waist-high stainless steel boxes. This is our high-tech laundromat, Dr. Wu said. The boxes along the walls are all Hammersmith automated gene sequencers. They are being run, at very high speed, by the Cray XMP supercomputers, which are the towers in the center of the room. In essence, you are standing in the middle of an incredibly powerful genetics factory. There were several monitors, all running so fast it was hard to see what they were showing. Wu pushed a button and slowed one image. 1 GCGTTGCTGG 61 121 GTCCGCCTTCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCC GGGCTGTGTG.
It goes on like that. I don't want to know all the DNA.
Here you see the actual structure of a small fragment of dinosaur DNA, we said. Notice the sequence is made up of four
But I'm
basic
going to make you
compounds
listen to
DNA,
the next one
thymine,
since you're probably
guanine,
not
and
even there.
cytosine.
Let's see.
This amount of DNA probably contains instructions to make a single protein, say, a hormone or an enzyme. The full DNA molecule contains 3 billion of these bases. If we looked at a screen like this once a second, for 8 hours a day, it'd still take more than 2 years to look at the entire DNA strand. It's that big. He pointed to the image. This is a typical example, because you see the DNA has an error, down here in line 1201.
Feels like I got 4 of them.
Much of the DNA we extract is fragmented or incomplete. So the first thing we have to do is repair it, or rather, the computer has to. It'll cut the DNA, using what are called restriction enzymes. The computer will select a variety of enzymes that might do the job. 1. 61 NSPO4 121 181 Grant IV 241
Michael Crichton was getting paid by the letter. Oh no.
And here is the revised DNA strand, repaired by the computer. The operation you've witnessed would have taken months in a conventional lab, but we can do it in seconds. Then are you working with the entire DNA strand? Grant asked. Oh no, Wu said. That's impossible. We've come a long way from the 60s, when it took a whole laboratory 4 years to decode a screen like this. Now the computers can do it in a couple of hours. But, even so, the DNA molecule is too big. We look only at the sections of the strand that differ from animal to animal, or from contemporary DNA. Only a few percent of the nucleotides differ from one species to the next. That's what we analyze, and it's still a big job. Dennis Nidri yawned. He'd long ago concluded that InGen must be doing something like this. A couple of years earlier, when InGen had hired Nidri to design the part control systems, one of the initial design parameters called for data records with 3x109 fields. Nidri just assumed that was a mistake, and had called Palo Alto to verify it. But they had told him the spec was correct. 3 billion fields. Nidri had worked on a lot of large systems. He'd made a name for himself setting up worldwide telephone communications for multinational corporations. Often those systems had millions of records. He was used to that. But InGen wanted something so much larger. Puzzled, Nidri had gone to see Barney Fellows over at Symbolics, near the MIT campus in Cambridge. What kind of a database has 3 billion records, Barney? A mistake, Barney said, laughing. They put in an extra 0 or 2. It's not a mistake. I checked. It's what they want. But that's crazy, Barney said. It's not workable. Even if you had the fastest processors and blindingly fast algorithms, a search would still take days. Maybe weeks. Nidri said. I know. Fortunately, I'm not being asked to do algorithms. I'm just being asked to reserve storage and memory for the overall system. But still. What could the database be for? Barney frowned. You operating under an ND? Yes, Nidri said. Most of his jobs required non-disclosure agreements. Can you tell me anything? It's a bioengineering firm. Bioengineering, Barney said. Well, there's the obvious. Which is a DNA molecule. Oh, come on, Nidri said. Nobody could be analyzing a DNA molecule. He knew biologists were talking about the Human Genome Project, to analyze a complete human DNA strand. But that would take 10 years of coordinated effort, involving laboratories around the world. It was an enormous undertaking, as big as the Manhattan Project, which made the atomic bomb. This is a private company, Nidri said. With 3 billion records, Barney said. I don't know what else it could be. Maybe they're being optimistic designing their system. Very optimistic, Nidri said. Or maybe they're just analyzing DNA fragments, but they've got RAM-intensive algorithms. That made more sense. Certain database search techniques set up a lot of memory. You know who did their algorithms? No, Nidri said. This company is very secretive. Well, my guess is they're doing something with DNA, Barney said. What's the system? Multi-XMP. Multi-XMP. You mean more than one crate? Well, Barney was frowning, now, thinking that one over. Can you tell me anything else? Sorry, Nidri said. I can't. And he had gone back and designed the control systems. It had taken him and his programming team more than a year, and it was especially difficult because the company wouldn't ever tell him what the subsystems were for. The instructions were simply design a module for record keeping or design a module for visual display. They gave him design parameters, but no details about use. He had been working in the dark. And now that the system was up and running, he wasn't surprised to learn there were bugs. What did they expect? And they'd ordered him down here in a panic, all hot and bothered about his bugs. It was annoying, Nidri thought. Nidri turned back to the group as Grant asked, and once the computer has analyzed the DNA, how do you know what animal it encodes? We have 2 procedures, he said. The first is phylogenetic mapping. DNA evolves over time, like everything else in an organism, hands or feet or any other physical attribute. So we can take an unknown piece of DNA and determine roughly, by computer, where it fits in the evolutionary sequence. It's time-consuming, but it can be done. And the other way. Wu shrugged. Just grow it and find out what it is, he said. That's what we usually do. I'll show you how that's accomplished. Tim felt a growing impatience as the tour continued. He liked technical things, but, even so, he was losing interest. They came to the next door, which was marked fertilization. Dr. Wu unlocked the door with his security card, and they went inside. Tim saw still another room with technicians working at microscopes. In the back was a section entirely lit by blue ultraviolet light. Dr. Wu explained that their DNA work required the interruption of cellular mitosis at precise instants, and therefore they kept some of the most virulent poisons in the world, heliotoxins, colpoisonols, beta-alkaloids, he said, pointing to a series of syringes set out under the UV light. Kill any living animal within a second or two. Tim would have liked to know more about the poisons, but Dr. Wu droned on about using unfertilized crocodile ova and replacing the DNA, and then Professor Grant asked some complicated questions. To one side of the room were big tanks marked liquid air 2. And there were big walk-in freezers with shelves of frozen embryos, each stored in a tiny silver foil wrapper. Lex was bored. Nidri was yawning. And even Dr. Sattler was losing interest. Tim was tired of looking at these complicated laboratories. He wanted to see the dinosaurs. The next room was labeled hatchery. It's a little warm and damp in here, Dr. Wu said. We keep it at 99 degrees Fahrenheit and a relative humidity of 100%. We also run a higher O2 concentration. It's up to 33%. Jurassic atmosphere, Grant said. Yes. At least we presume so. If any of you feel faint, just tell me. Dr. Wu inserted his security card into the slot, and the outer door hissed open. Just a reminder, don't touch anything in this room. Some of the eggs are permeable to skin oils. And watch your heads. The sensors are always moving. He opened the inner door to the nursery, and they went inside. Tim faced a vast open room, bathed in deep infrared light. The eggs lay on long tables, their pale outlines obscured by the hissing low mist that covered the tables. The eggs were all moving gently, rocking. Reptile eggs contain large amounts of yolk but no water at all. The embryos must extract water from the surrounding environment. Hence the mist. Dr. Wu explained that each table contained 150 eggs, and represented a new batch of DNA extractions. The batches were identified by numbers at each table, STEC 458/2 or Trick 390/4. Waist deep in the mist, the workers in the nursery moved from one egg to the next, plunging their hands into the mist, turning the eggs every hour, and checking the temperatures with thermal sensors. The room was monitored by overhead TV cameras and motion sensors. An overhead thermal sensor moved from one egg to the next, touching each with a flexible wand, beeping, then going on. In this hatchery, we have produced more than a dozen crops of extractions, giving us a total of 238 live animals. Our survival rate is somewhere around 0.4%, and we naturally want to improve that. But by computer analysis we are working with something like 500 variables, 120 environmental, another 200 intra-egg, and the rest from the genetic material itself. Our eggs are plastic. The embryos are mechanically inserted, and then hatched here. And how long to grow? Dinosaurs mature rapidly, attaining full size in 2 to 4 years. So we now have a number of adult specimens in the park. What do the numbers mean? Those codes, Wu said, identify the various batch extractions of DNA. The first 4 letters identify the animals being grown. Over there, the trig means Triceratops. And the STEC means Stegosaurus, and so on. And this table here. Grant said. The code said XXXX0001/1. Beneath was scrawled presumed Celia. That's a new batch of DNA, Wu said. We don't know exactly what will grow out. The first time an extraction is done, we don't know for sure what the animal is. You can see it's marked presumed Coelurus, so it is likely to be a Coelurosaurus. A small herbivore, if I remember. It's hard for me to keep track of the names. There are something like 300 genera of dinosaurs known so far. 347, Tim said. Grant smiled, then said, is anything hatching now? Not at the moment. The incubation period varies with each animal, but in general it runs about 2 months. We try to stagger hatchings, to make less work for the nursery staff. You can imagine how it is when we have 150 animals born within a few days, though of course most don't survive. Actually, these excess are due any day now. Any other questions? No. Then we'll go to the nursery, where the newborns are. It was a circular room, all white. There were some incubators of the kind used in hospital nurseries, but they were empty at the moment. Rags and toys were scattered across the floor. A young woman in a white coat was seated on the floor, her back to them. What have you got here today, Kathy? Dr. Wu asked. Not Not much, she said. Just a baby raptor. Let's have a look. The woman got to her feet and stepped aside. Tim heard Nidri say, "It looks like a lizard." The animal on the floor was about 1.5 feet long, the size of a small monkey. It was dark yellow with brown stripes, like a tiger. It had a lizard's head and long snout, but it stood upright on strong hind legs, balanced by a thick straight tail. Its smaller front legs waved in the air. It cocked its head to one side and peered at the visitors staring down at it. Velociraptor Alan Grant said, in a low voice. Velociraptor Mongoliensis was said, nodding. A predator. This one's only 6 weeks old. I just excavated a raptor, Grant said, as he bent down for a closer look. Immediately the little lizard sprang up, leaping over Grant's head into Tim's arms. Hey. They can jump, we said. The babies can jump. So can the adults, as a matter of fact. Tim caught the velociraptor and held it to him. The little animal didn't weigh very much, a pound or 2. The skin was warm and completely dry. The little head was inches from Tim's face. Its dark, beady eyes stared at him. A small forked tongue flicked in and out. Will he hurt me? No. She's friendly. Are you sure about that? Asked General, with a look of concern. Oh, quite sure, we said. At least until she grows a little older. But, in any case, the babies don't have any teeth, even egg teeth. Egg teeth. Nidri said. Most dinosaurs are born with egg teeth, little horns on the tip of the nose, like rhino horns, to help them break out of the eggs. But raptors aren't. They poke a hole in the eggs with their pointed snouts, and then the nursery staff has to help them out. You have to help them out, Grant said, shaking his head. What happens in the wild? In the wild. When they breed in the wild, Grant said. When they make a nest. Oh, they can't do that, we said. None of our animals is capable of breeding. That's why we have this nursery. It's the only way to replace stock in Jurassic Park. Why can't the animals breed? Well, as you can imagine, it's important that they not be able to breed, we said. And whenever we faced a critical matter such as this, we designed redundant systems. That is, we always arranged at least 2 control procedures. In this case, there are 2 independent reasons why the animals can't breed. First of all, they're sterile, because we irradiate them with X-rays. And the second reason. All the animals in Jurassic Park are female, we said, with a pleased smile. Malcolm said, I should like some clarification about this. Because it seems to me that irradiation is fraught with uncertainty. The radiation dose may be wrong, or aimed at the wrong anatomical area of the animal. All true, we said. But we're quite confident we have destroyed gonadal tissue. And as for them all being female, Malcolm said, is that checked? Does anyone go out and, lift up the dinosaur's skirts to have a look? I mean, how does one determine the sex of a dinosaur, anyway? Sex organs vary with the species. It's easy to tell on some, subtle on others. But, to answer your question, the reason we know all the animals are female is that we literally make them that way. We control their chromosomes, and we control the intra-egg developmental environment. From a bioengineering standpoint, females are easier to breed. You probably know that all vertebrate embryos are inherently female. We all start life as females. It takes some kind of added effect such as a hormone at the right moment during development to transform the growing embryo into a male. But, left to its own devices, the embryo will naturally become female. So our animals are all female. We tend to refer to some of them as male, such as the Tyrannosaurus rex. We all call it a him, but in fact, they're all female. And, believe me, they can't breed. The little velociraptor sniffed at Tim, and then rubbed her head against Tim's neck. Tim giggled. She wants you to feed her, we said. What does she eat? Mice. But she's just eaten, so we won't feed her again for a while. The little raptor leaned back, stared at Tim, and wiggled her forearms again in the air. Tim saw the small claws on the 3 fingers of each hand. Then the raptor burrowed her head against his neck again. Grant came over, and peered critically at the creature. He touched the tiny 3-clawed band. He said to Tim, "Do you mind?" And Tim released the raptor into his hands. Grant flipped the animal onto its back, inspecting it, while the little lizard wiggled and squirmed. Then he lifted the animal high to look at its profile, and it screamed shrilly. "She doesn't like that," Regis said. "Doesn't like to be held away from body contact." The raptor was still screaming, but Grant paid no attention. Now he was squeezing the tail, feeling the bones. Regis said, "Dr. Grant. If you please. I'm not hurting her." "Dr. Grant. These creatures are not of our world. They come from a time when there were no human beings around to prod and poke them. I'm not prodding and." "Dr. Grant. Put her down," Ed Regis said. "But. No." Regis was starting to get annoyed. Grant handed the animal back to Tim. It stopped squealing. Tim could feel its little heart beating rapidly against his chest. "I'm sorry, Dr. Grant," Regis said. "But these animals are delicate in infancy. We have lost several from a postnatal stress syndrome, which we believe is adrenocortically mediated. Sometimes they die within 5 minutes." Tim petted the little raptor. "It's okay, kid," he said. "Everything's fine now." The heart was still beating rapidly. "We feel it is important that the animals here be treated in the most humane manner," Regis said. "I promise you that you will have every opportunity to examine them later." But Grant couldn't stay away. He again moved toward the animal in Tim's arms, peering at it. The little velociraptor opened her jaws and hissed at Grant, in a posture of sudden intense fury. "Fascinating," Grant said. "Can I stay and play with her?" Tim said. "Not right now," Ed Regis said, glancing at his watch. "It's 3 o'clock, and it's a good time for a tour of the park itself, so you can see all the dinosaurs in the habitats we have designed for them." Tim released the velociraptor, which scampered across the room, grabbed a cloth rag, put it in her mouth, and tugged at the end with her tiny claws. Chapter: Control. Walking back toward the control room, Malcolm said, "I have one more question, Dr. Wu. How many different species have you made so far?" "I'm not exactly sure," Wu said. "I believe the number at the moment is 15. 15 species. Do you know, Ed?" "Yes, it's 15," Ed Regis said, nodding. "You don't know for sure?" Malcolm said, affecting astonishment. Wu smiled. "I stopped counting," he said, "after the first dozen. And you have to realize that sometimes we think we have an animal correctly made from the standpoint of the DNA, which is our basic work, and the animal grows for 6 months and then something untoward happens. And we realize there is some error. A releaser gene isn't operating. A hormone not being released. Or some other problem in the developmental sequence. So we have to go back to the drawing board with that animal, so to speak." He smiled. "At one time, I thought I had more than 20 species, but now, only 15. And is one of the 15 species a?" Malcolm turned to Grant. "What was the name?" "Procompsognathus," Grant said. "You have made some Procompsognathus, or whatever they're called?" Malcolm asked. "Oh yes," Wu said immediately. "Compys are very distinctive animals. And, we made an unusually large number of them." "Why is that?" "Well, we want Jurassic Park to be as real an environment as possible, as authentic as possible, and the Procompsognathids are actual scavengers from the Jurassic period. Rather like jackals. So we wanted to have the Compys around to clean up." "You mean to dispose of carcasses?" "Yes, if there were any. But with only 230 odd animals in our total population, we don't have many carcasses," Wu said. "That wasn't the primary objective. Actually, we wanted the Compys for another kind of waste management entirely." "Which was?" "Well," Wu said, "we have some very big herbivores on this island. We have specifically tried not to breed the biggest sauropods, but even so, we've got several animals in excess of 30 tons walking around out there, and many others in the 5 to 10 ton area. That gives us 2 problems. One is feeding them, and in fact we must import food to the island every 2 weeks. There is no way an island this small can support these animals for any time. But the other problem is waste. I don't know if you've ever seen elephant droppings, Wu said, but they are substantial. Each spore is roughly the size of a soccer ball. Imagine the droppings of a brontosaur, 10 times as large. Now imagine the droppings of a herd of such animals, as we keep here. And the largest animals do not digest their food terribly well, so that they excrete a great deal. And in the 60 million years since dinosaurs disappeared, apparently the bacteria that specialize in breaking down their feces disappeared, too. At least, the sauropod feces don't decompose readily. That's a problem, Malcolm said. I assure you it is, Wu said, not smiling. We had a hell of a time trying to solve it. You probably know that in Africa there is a specific insect, the dung beetle, which eats elephant feces. Many other large species have associated creatures that have evolved to eat their excrement. Well, it turns out that compass will eat the feces of large herbivores and redigest it. And the droppings of compass are readily broken down by contemporary bacteria. So, given enough compass, our problem was solved. How many compass did you make? I've forgotten exactly, but I think the target population was 50 animals. And we attained that, or very nearly so. In 3 batches. We did a batch every 6 months until we had the number. 50 animals, Malcolm said, is a lot to keep track of. The control room is built to do exactly that. They'll show you how it's done. I'm sure, Malcolm said. But if one of these compass were to escape from the island, to get away. They can't get away. I know that, but just supposing one did. You mean like the animal that was found on the beach? Wu said, raising his eyebrows. The one that bit the American girl. Yes, for example. I don't know what the explanation for that animal is, Wu said. But I know it can't possibly be one of ours, for 2 reasons. First, the control procedures. Our animals are counted by computer every few minutes. If one were missing, we'd know at once. And the second reason. The mainland is more than 100 miles away. It takes almost a day to get there by boat. And in the outside world our animals will die within 12 hours, Wu said. How do you know? Because I've made sure that's precisely what will occur, Wu said, finally showing a trace of irritation. Look, we're not fools. We understand these are prehistoric animals. They are part of a vanished ecology, a complex web of life that became extinct millions of years ago. They might have no predators in the contemporary world, no checks on their growth. We don't want them to survive in the wild. So I've made them lysine dependent. I inserted a gene that makes a single faulty enzyme in protein metabolism. As a result, the animals cannot manufacture the amino acid lysine. They must ingest it from the outside. Unless they get a rich dietary source of exogenous lysine supplied by us, in tablet form they'll go into a coma within 12 hours and expire. These animals are genetically engineered to be unable to survive in the real world. They can only live here in Jurassic Park. They are not free at all. They are essentially our prisoners. Here's the control room, Ed Regis said. Now that you know how the animals are made, you'll want to see the control room for the park itself, before we go out on them. He stopped. Through the thick glass window, the room was dark. The monitors were off, except for 3 that displayed spinning numbers and the image of a large boat. What's going on? Ed Regis said. Oh hell, they're docking. Docking. Every 2 weeks, the supply boat comes in from the mainland. One of the things this island doesn't have is a good harbor, or even a good dock. It's a little hairy to get the ship in, when the seas are rough. Could be a few minutes. He rapped on the window, but the men inside paid no attention. I guess we have to wait, then.
Oops.
Ellie turned to Dr. Wu. You mentioned before that sometimes you make an animal and it seems to be fine, but, as it grows, it shows itself to be flawed. Yes, we said. I don't think there's any way around that. We can duplicate the DNA, but there is a lot of timing in development, and we don't know if everything is working unless we actually see an animal develop correctly. Grant said, how do you know if it's developing correctly? No one has ever seen these animals before. Wu smiled. I have often thought about that. I suppose it is a bit of a paradox. Eventually, I hope, Paleontologists such as yourself will compare our animals with the fossil record to verify the developmental sequence. Ellie said, but the animal we just saw, the Velociraptor, you said it was a Mongoliensis. From the location of the amber, we said. It is from China. Interesting, Grant said. I was just digging up an infant Anteropus. Are there any full-grown raptors here? Yes, Ed Regis said without hesitation. 8 adult females. The females are the real hunters. They're pack hunters, you know. Will we see them on the tour? No, Wu said, looking suddenly uncomfortable. And there was an awkward pause. Wu looked at Regis. Not for a while, Regis said cheerfully. The Velociraptors haven't been integrated into the park setting just yet. We keep them in a holding pen. Can I see them there? Grant said. Why, yes, of course. In fact, while we were waiting, he glanced at his watch. He might want to go around and have a look at them. I certainly would, Grant said. Absolutely, Ellie said. I want to go, too, Tim said eagerly. Just go around the back of this building, past the support facility, and you'll see the pen. But don't get too close to the fence. Do you want to go, too? He said to the girl. No, Lex said. She looked appraisingly at Regis. You want to play a little pickle? Throw a few. Well, sure, Ed, Regis said. Why don't you and I go downstairs and we'll do that, while we wait for the control room to open up. Grant walked with Ellie and Malcolm around the back of the main building, with the kid tagging along. Grant liked kids. It was impossible not to like any group so openly enthusiastic about dinosaurs. Grant used to watch kids in museums as they stared open-mouthed at the big skeletons rising above them. He wondered what their fascination really represented. He finally decided that children liked dinosaurs because these giant creatures personified the uncontrollable force of looming authority. They were symbolic parents. Fascinating and frightening, like parents. And kids loved them, as they loved their parents. Grant also suspected that was why even young children learned the names of dinosaurs. It never failed to amaze him when a 3-year-old shrieked, Stegosaurus. Saying these complicated names was a way of exerting power over the giants, a way of being in control. What do you know about Velociraptor? Grant asked Tim. He was just making conversation. It's a small carnivore that hunted in packs, like Deinonychus, Tim said. That's right, Grant said, although the evidence for pack hunting is all circumstantial. It derives in part from the appearance of the animals, which are quick and strong, but small for dinosaurs, just 150 to 300 pounds each. We assume they hunted in groups if they were to bring down larger prey. And there are some fossil finds in which a single large prey animal is associated with several raptor skeletons, suggesting they hunted in packs. And, of course, raptors were large-brained, more intelligent than most dinosaurs. How intelligent is that? Malcolm asked. Depends on who you talk to, Grant said. Just as paleontologists have come around to the idea that dinosaurs were probably warm-blooded, a lot of us are starting to think some of them might have been quite intelligent, too. But nobody knows for sure. They left the visitor area behind, and soon they heard the loud hum of generators, smelled the faint odor of gasoline. They passed a grove of palm trees and saw a large, low-concrete shed with a steel roof. The noise seemed to come from there. They looked in the shed. It must be a generator, Ellie said. It's big, Grant said, peering inside. The power plant actually extended 2 stories below ground level, a vast complex of winding turbines and piping that ran down in the earth, lit by harsh electric bulbs. They can't need all this just for a resort, Malcolm said. They're generating enough power here for a small city. Maybe for the computers. Maybe. Grant heard bleating, and walked north a few yards. He came to an animal enclosure with goats. By a quick count, he estimated there were 50 or 60 goats. What's that for? Ellie asked. Beats me. Probably they feed them to the dinosaurs, Malcolm said. The group walked on, following a dirt path through a dense bamboo grove. At the far side, they came to a double-layer chain-link fence 12 feet high, with spirals of barbed wire at the top. There was an electric hum along the outer fence. Beyond the fences, Grant saw dense clusters of large ferns, 5 feet high. He heard a snorting sound, a kind of snuffling. Then the sound of crunching footsteps, coming closer. Then a long silence. I don't see anything, Tim whispered, finally. SSSSH. Grant waited. Several seconds passed. Flies buzzed in the air. He still saw nothing. Ellie tapped him on the shoulder and pointed. Amid the ferns, Grant saw the head of an animal. It was motionless, partially hidden in the fronds, the 2 large dark eyes watching them coldly. The head was 2 feet long. From a pointed snout, a long row of teeth ran back to the whole of the auditory meatus which served as an ear. The head reminded him of a large lizard, or perhaps a crocodile. The eyes did not blink, and the animal did not move. Its skin was leathery, with a pebbled texture, and basically the same coloration as the infant's, yellow-brown with darker reddish markings, like the stripes of a tiger. As Grant watched, a single forelimb reached up very slowly to part the ferns beside the animal's face. The limb, Grant saw, was strongly muscled. The hand had 3 grasping fingers, each ending in curved claws. The band gently, slowly, pushed aside the ferns. Grant felt a chill and thought, he's hunting us. For a mammal like man, there was something indescribably alien about the way reptiles hunted their prey. No wonder men hated reptiles. The stillness, the coldness, the pace was all wrong. To be among alligators or other large reptiles was to be reminded of a different kind of life, a different kind of world, now vanished from the earth. Of course, this animal didn't realize that he had been spotted, that he... The attack came suddenly.
I'm making a video on Facebook.
Charging raptors covered the 10 yards to
Do you want to listen to it with us? We're listening to a book.
Impression of powerful, 6-foot-tall bodies, stiff balancing tails, limbs with curving claws, open jaws with rows of jagged teeth. The animals snarled as they came forward, and then leapt bodily into the air, raising their hind legs with their big dagger claws. Then they struck the fence in front of them, throwing off twin bursts of hot sparks. The velociraptors fell backward to the ground, hissing. The visitors all moved forward, fascinated. Only then did the 3rd animal attack, leaping up to strike the fence at chest level. Tim screamed in fright as the sparks exploded all around him. The creatures snarled, a low reptilian hissing sound, and leapt back among the ferns. Then they were gone, leaving behind a faint odor of decay and banning acrid smoke. Holy shit, Tim said. It was so fast, Ellie said. Pack hunters, Grant said, shaking his head. Pack hunters for whom ambush is an instinct. Fascinating. I wouldn't call them tremendously intelligent, Malcolm said. On the other side of the fence, they heard snorting in the palm trees. Several heads poked slowly out of the foliage. Grant counted 3, 4, 5. The animals watched them, staring coldly. A black man in coveralls came running up to them. Are you all right? We're okay, Grant said. The alarms were set off. The man looked at the fence, dented and charred. They attacked you. 3 of them did, yes. The black man nodded. They do that all the time. Hit the fence, take a shock. They never seem to mind. Not too smart, are they? Malcolm said. The black man paused. He squinted at Malcolm in the afternoon light. Be glad for that fence, senor, he said, and turned away. From beginning to end, the entire attack could not have taken more than 6 seconds. Grant was still trying to organize his impressions. The speed was astonishing. The animals were so fast, he had hardly seen them move. Walking back, Malcolm said, they are remarkably fast. Yes, Grant said. Much faster than any living reptile. A bull alligator can move quickly, but only over a short distance, 5 or 6 feet. Big lizards like the 5-foot Komodo dragons of Indonesia have been clocked at 30 miles an hour, fast enough to run down a man. And they kill men all the time. But I guess the animal behind the fence was more than twice that fast. Cheetah speed, Malcolm said. 60, 70 miles an hour. Exactly. But they seemed to dart forward, Malcolm said. Rather like birds. Yes. In the contemporary world, only very small mammals, like the cobra-fighting mongoose, have such quick responses. Small mammals, and of course birds. The snake-hunting secretary bird of Africa, or the cassowary. In fact, the velociraptor conveyed precisely the same impression of deadly, swift menace Grant had seen in the cassowary, the clawed ostrich-like bird of New Guinea. So these velociraptors look like reptiles, with the skin and general appearance of reptiles, but they move like birds, with the speed and predatory intelligence of birds. Is that about it? Malcolm said. Yes, Grant said. I'd say they display a mixture of traits. Does that surprise you? Not really, Grant said. It's actually rather close to what paleontologists believed a long time ago. When the first giant bones were found in the 1820s and 1830s, scientists felt obliged to explain the bones as belonging to some oversized variant of a modern species. This was because it was believed that no species could ever become extinct, since God would not allow one of his creations to die. Eventually it became clear that this conception of God was mistaken, and the bones belonged to extinct animals. But what kind of animals? In 1842, Richard Owen, the leading British anatomist of the day, called them dinosauria, meaning terrible lizards. Owen recognized that dinosaurs seemed to combine traits of lizards, crocodiles, and birds. In particular, dinosaur hips were bird-like, not lizard-like. And, unlike lizards, many dinosaurs seemed to stand upright. Owen imagined dinosaurs to be quick-moving, active creatures, and his view was accepted for the next 40 years. But when truly gigantic finds were unearthed, animals that had weighed 100 tons in life, scientists began to envision the dinosaurs as stupid, slow-moving giants destined for extinction. The image of the sluggish reptile gradually predominated over the image of the quick-moving bird. In recent years, scientists like Grant had begun to swing back toward the idea of more active dinosaurs. Grant's colleagues saw him as radical in his conception of dinosaur behavior. But now he had to admit his own conception had fallen far short of the reality of these large, incredibly swift hunters. Actually, what I was driving at, Malcolm said, was this: is it a persuasive animal to you? Is it in fact a dinosaur? I'd say so, yes. And the coordinated attack behavior. To be expected, Grant said. According to the fossil record, packs of velociraptors were capable of bringing down animals that weighed 1,000 pounds, like Tenontosaurus, which could run as fast as a horse. Coordination would be required. How do they do that, without language? Oh, language isn't necessary for coordinated hunting, Ellie said. Chimpanzees do it all the time. A group of chimps will stalk a monkey and kill it. All communication is by eyes. And were the dinosaurs in fact attacking us? Yes. They would kill us and eat us if they could. Malcolm said. I think so. The reason I ask, Malcolm said, is that I'm told large predators such as lions and tigers are not born man-eaters. Isn't that true? These animals must learn somewhere along the way that human beings are easy to kill. Only afterward do they become man-killers. Yes, I believe that's true, Grant said. Well, these dinosaurs must be even more reluctant than lions and tigers. After all, they come from a time before human beings or even large mammals existed at all. God knows what they think when they see us. So I wonder, have they learned, somewhere along the line, that humans are easy to kill? The group fell silent as they walked. In any case, Malcolm said, I shall be extremely interested to see the control room now. Chapter, version 4.4. Was there any problem with the group? Hammond asked. No, Henry, Wu said, there was no problem at all. They accepted your explanation. Why shouldn't they? Wu said. It's all quite straightforward, in the broad strokes. It's only the details that get sticky. And I wanted to talk about the details with you today. You can think of it as a matter of aesthetics. John Hammond wrinkled his nose, as if he smelled something disagreeable. Aesthetics. He repeated. They were standing in the living room of Hammond's elegant bungalow, set back among palm trees in the northern sector of the park. The living room was airy and comfortable, fitted with a half-dozen video monitors showing the animals in the park. The file Wu had brought, stamped Animal Development, version 4.4, lay on the coffee table. Hammond was looking at him in that patient, paternal way. Wu, 33 years old, was acutely aware that he had worked for Hammond all his professional life. Hammond had hired him right out of graduate school. Of course, there are practical consequences as well, Wu said. I really think you should consider my recommendations for Phase 2. We should go to version 4.4. You want to replace all the current stock of animals? Hammond said. Yes, I do. Why? What's wrong with them? Nothing, Wu said, except that they're real dinosaurs. That's what I asked for, Henry Hammond said, smiling. And that's what you gave me. I know, Wu said. But you see. He paused. How could he explain this to Hammond? Hammond hardly ever visited the island. And it was a peculiar situation that Wu was trying to convey. Right now, as we stand here, almost no one in the world has ever seen an actual dinosaur. Nobody knows what they're really like. Yes. The dinosaurs we have now are real, Wu said, pointing to the screens around the room, but in certain ways they are unsatisfactory, unconvincing. I could make them better. Better in what way? For one thing, they move too fast, Henry, Wu said. People aren't accustomed to seeing large animals that are so quick. I'm afraid visitors will think the dinosaurs look speeded up, like film running too fast.
Hey, what's up?
But, Henry, these are real dinosaurs.
That's okay.
You said so yourself. I know, Wu said. But we could easily breed slower, more domesticated dinosaurs. Domesticated dinosaurs. Hammond snorted. Nobody wants domesticated dinosaurs, Henry. They want the real thing. But that's my point, Wu said. I don't think they do. They want to see their expectation, which is quite different. Hammond was frowning. You said yourself, John, this park is entertainment, Wu said. And entertainment has nothing to do with reality. Entertainment is antithetical to reality. Hammond sighed. Now, Henry, are we going to have another one of those abstract discussions? You know I like to keep it simple. The dinosaurs we have now are real, and... well, not exactly, Wu said. He paced the living room, pointed to the monitors. I don't think we should kid ourselves. We haven't recreated the past here. The past is gone. It can never be recreated. What we've done is reconstruct the past, or at least a version of the past. And I'm saying we can make a better version. Better than real. Why not? Wu said. After all, these animals are already modified. We've inserted genes to make them patentable, and to make them lysine dependent. And we've done everything we can to promote growth, and accelerate development into adulthood. Hammond shrugged. That was inevitable. We didn't want to wait. We have investors to consider. Of course. But I must say, why stop there? Why not push ahead to make exactly the kind of dinosaur that we'd like to see? One that is more acceptable to visitors, and one that is easier for us to handle. A slower, more docile version for our park. Hammond frowned. But then the dinosaurs wouldn't be real. But they're not real now, Wu said. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There isn't any reality here. He shrugged helplessly. He could see he wasn't getting through. Hammond had never been interested in technical details, and the essence of the argument was technical. How could he explain to Hammond about the reality of DNA dropouts, the patches, the gaps in the sequence that Wu had been obliged to fill in, making the best guesses he could, but still, making guesses. The DNA of the dinosaurs was like old photographs that had been retouched, basically the same as the original but in some places repaired and clarified, and as a result. Now, Henry Hammond said, putting his arm around Wu's shoulder. If you don't mind my saying so, I think you're getting cold feet. You've been working very hard for a long time, and you've done a hell of a job, and it's finally time to reveal to some people what you've done. It's natural to be a little nervous, to have some doubts. But I am convinced, Henry, that the world will be entirely satisfied. Entirely satisfied. As he spoke, Hammond steered him toward the door. But, John Wu said, remember back in '87, when we started to build the containment devices? We didn't have any full-grown adults yet, so we had to predict what we'd need. We ordered big Taser shockers, cars with cattle prods mounted on them, guns that blow out electric nets. All built specially to our specifications. We've got a whole array of devices now and they're all too slow. We've got to make some adjustments. You know that Muldoon wants military equipment, tow missiles and laser-guided devices. Let's leave Muldoon out of this, Hammond said. I'm not worried. It's just a zoo, Henry. The phone rang, and Hammond went to answer it. Wu tried to think of another way to press his case. But the fact was that, after 5 long years, Jurassic Park was nearing completion, and John Hammond Lust wasn't listening to him anymore. There had been a time when Hammond listened to Wu very attentively. Especially when he had first recruited him, back in the days when Henry Wu was a 28-year-old graduate student getting his doctorate at Stanford in Norman Atherton's tab. Atherton's death had thrown the lab into confusion as well as mourning. No one knew what would happen to the funding or the doctoral programs. There was a lot of uncertainty, people worried about their careers. 2 weeks after the funeral, John Hammond came to see Wu. Everyone in the lab knew that Atherton had had some association with Hammond, although the details were never clear. But Hammond had approached Wu with a directness Wu never forgot. Norman always said you're the best geneticist in his lab, he said. What are your plans now? I don't know. Research. You want a university appointment? Yes. That's a mistake, Hammond said briskly. At least, if you respect your talent. Wu had blinked. Why? Because, let's face facts, Hammond said. Universities are no longer the intellectual centers of the country. The very idea is preposterous. Universities are the backwater. Don't look so surprised. I'm not saying anything you don't know. Since World War II, all the really important discoveries have come out of private laboratories. The laser, the transistor, the polio vaccine, the microchip, the hologram, the personal computer, magnetic resonance imaging, CAT scans, the list goes on and on. Universities simply aren't where it's happening anymore. And they haven't been for 40 years. If you want to do something important in computers or genetics, you don't go to a university. Dear me, no. Wu found he was speechless. Good heavens, Hammond said, what must you go through to start a new project? How many grant applications, how many forms, how many approvals? The steering committee. The department chairman. The university resources committee. How do you get more workspace if you need IT? More assistants if you need them. How long does all that take? A brilliant man can't squander precious time with forms and committees. Life is too short, and DNA too long. You want to make your mark. If you want to get something done, stay out of universities. In those days, Wu desperately wanted to make his mark. John Hammond had his full attention. I'm talking about work, Hammond continued. Real accomplishment. What does a scientist need to work? He needs time, and he needs money. I'm talking about giving you a 5-year commitment, and $10 million a year in funding. $50 million, and no one tells you how to spend it. You decide. Everyone else just gets out of your way. It sounded too good to be true. Wu was silent for a long time. Finally he said, in return for what? For taking a crack at the impossible, Hammond said. For trying something that probably can't be done. What does it involve? I can't give you details, but the general area involves cloning reptiles. I don't think that's impossible, Wu said. Reptiles are easier than mammals. Cloning's probably only 10, 15 years off. Assuming some fundamental advances. I've got 5 years, Hammond said. And a lot of money, for somebody who wants to take a crack at it now. Is my work publishable? Eventually. Not immediately. But eventually publishable. Wu asked, sticking on this point. Hammond had laughed. Don't worry. If you succeed, the whole world will know about what you've done, I promise you. And now it seemed the whole world would indeed know, Wu thought. After 5 years of extraordinary effort, they were just a year away from opening the park to the public. Of course, those years hadn't gone exactly as Hammond had promised. Wu had had some people telling him what to do, and many times fearsome pressures were placed on him. And the work itself had shifted. It wasn't even reptilian cloning, once they began to understand that dinosaurs were so similar to birds. It was avian cloning, a very different proposition. Much more difficult. And for the last 2 years, Wu had been primarily an administrator, supervising teams of researchers and banks of computer-operated gene sequences. Administration wasn't the kind of work he relished. It wasn't what he had bargained for. Still, he had succeeded. He had done what nobody really believed could be done, at least in so short a time. And Henry Wu thought that he should have some rights, some say in what happened, by virtue of his expertise and his efforts. Instead, he found his influence waning with each passing day. The dinosaurs existed. The procedures for obtaining them were worked out to the point of being routine. The technologies were mature. And John Hammond didn't need Henry Wu anymore. That should be fine, Hammond said, speaking into the phone. He listened for a while, and smiled at Wu. Fine. Yes. Fine. He hung up. Where were we, Henry? We were talking about Phase 2, Wu said. Oh yes. We've gone over some of this before, Henry. I know, but you don't realize. Excuse me, Henry Hammond said, with an edge of impatience in his voice. I do realize. And I must tell you frankly, Henry. I see no reason to improve upon reality. Every change we've made in the genome has been forced on us by law or necessity. We may make other changes in the future, to resist disease, or for other reasons. But I don't think we should improve upon reality just because we think it's better that way. We have real dinosaurs out there now. That's what people want to see. And that's what they should see. That's our obligation, Henry. That's honest, Henry. And, smiling, Hammond opened the door for him to leave. Chapter, Control. Grant looked at all the computer monitors in the darkened control room, feeling irritable. Grant didn't like computers. He knew that this made him old-fashioned, dated as a researcher, but he didn't care. Some of the kids who worked for him had a real feeling for computers, an intuition. Grant never felt that. He found computers to be alien, mystifying machines. Even the fundamental distinction between an operating system and an application left him confused and disheartened, literally lost in a foreign geography he didn't begin to comprehend. But he noticed that General was perfectly comfortable, and Malcolm seemed to be in his element, making little sniffing sounds, like a bloodhound on a trail. You want to know about control mechanisms? John Arnold said, turning in his chair in the control room. The head engineer was a thin, tense, chain-smoking man of 45. He squinted at the others in the room. We have unbelievable control mechanisms, Arnold said, and lit another cigarette. For example, General said. For example, animal tracking. Arnold pressed a button on his console, and the vertical glass map lit up with a pattern of jagged blue lines. That's our juvenile T-Rex. The little Rex. All his movements within the park over the last 24 hours. Arnold pressed the button again. Previous 24. And again. Previous 24. The lines on the map became densely overlaid, a child's scribble. But the scribble was localized in a single area, near the southeast side of the lagoon. You get a sense of his home range over time, Arnold said. He's young, so he stays close to the water. And he stays away from the big adult Rex. You put up the big Rex and the little Rex, and you'll see their paths never cross. Where is the big Rex right now? General asked. Arnold pushed another button. The map cleared, and a single glowing spot with a code number appeared in the fields northwest of the lagoon. He's right there. And the little Rex. Hell, I'll show you every animal in the park, Arnold said. The map began to light up like a Christmas tree, dozens of spots of light, each tagged with a code number. That's 238 animals as of this minute. How accurate? Within 5 feet. Arnold puffed on the cigarette. Let's put it this way, you drive out in a vehicle and you will find the animals right there, exactly as they are shown on the map. How often is this updated? every 30 seconds. Pretty impressive, Genero said. How's it done? We have motion sensors all around the park, Arnold said. Most of them hardwired, some radio telemetered. Of course, motion sensors won't usually tell you the species, but we get image recognition direct off the video. Even when we're not watching the video monitors, the computer is. And checking where everybody is. Does the computer ever make a mistake? Only with the babies. It mixes those up sometimes, because they're such small images. But we don't sweat that. The babies almost always stay close to herds of adults. Also, you have the category tally. What's that? Once every 15 minutes, the computer tallies the animals in all categories, Arnold said. Like this. Total animals 238 underscore 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 species expected found for Tyrannosaurus 224.1.
That's a lot of underscores.
Stegosaurus 443.9. Triceratops 883.1. Procopsognathus 4949.3.9. Aphnilea 1616.3.1. Velociraptors 883.0. Apatosaurus 1717.3.1. Hadrosaurus 1111.3.1. Dilophosaurus 774.3. Pterosaurus 664.3. Hypsilophodontids 3333.2.9. Euoploceptolids 1616.4.0. Styracosaurs 1818.3.9. Calavosaurs 2222.4.1. Total 238. What you see here, Arnold said, is an entirely separate counting procedure. It isn't based on the tracking data. It's a fresh look. The whole idea is that the computer can't make a mistake, because it compares two different ways of gathering the data. If an animal were missing, we'd know it within 5 minutes. I see, Malcolm said. And has that ever actually been tested? Well, in a way, Arnold said. We've had a few animals die. Enough near land got caught in the branches of a tree and strangled. One of the stegos died of that intestinal illness that keeps bothering them. One of the hypsilophodons fell and broke his neck. And in each case, once the animal stopped moving, the numbers stopped tallying and the computer signaled an alert. Within 5 minutes. Yes. Grant said, what is the right-hand column? Release version of the animals. The most recent are version 4.1 or 4.3. We are considering going to version 4.4. Version numbers. You mean like software? New releases. Well, yes, Arnold said. It is like software, in a way. As we discover the glitches in the DNA, Dr. Wu's labs have to make a new version. The idea of living creatures being numbered like software, being subject to updates and revisions, troubled Grant. He could not exactly say why it was too new. They thought out he was instinctively uneasy about it. They were, after all, living creatures. Arnold must have noticed his expression, because he said, look, Dr. Grant, there's no point getting starry-eyed about these animals. It's important for everyone to remember that these animals are created. Created by man. Sometimes there are bugs. So, as we discover the bugs, Dr. Wu's labs have to make a new version. And we need to keep track of what version we have out there. Yes, of course you do, Malcolm said impatiently. But, going back to the matter of counting, I take it all the counts are based on motion sensors. Yes. And these sensors are everywhere in the park. They cover 92% of the land area, Arnold said. There are only a few places we can't use them. For example, we can't use them on the Jungle River, because the movement of the water and the convection rising from the surface screws up the sensors. But we have them nearly everywhere else. And if the computer tracks an animal into an unsensed zone, it'll remember, and look for the animal to come out again. And if it doesn't, it gives us an alarm. Now, then, Malcolm said. You show 49 approximate bits. Suppose I suspect that some of them aren't really the correct species. How would you show me that I'm wrong? 2 ways, Arnold said. First of all, I can track individual movements against the other presumed compass. Compis are social animals, they move in a group. We have 2 compy groups in the park. So the individuals should be within either group A or group B. Yes, but the other way is direct visual, he said. He punched buttons and one of the monitors began to flick rapidly through images of compass, numbered from 1 to 49. These pictures are current ID images from within the last 5 minutes. So you can see all the animals, if you want to. Yes. I can visually review all the animals whenever I want. How about physical containment? Genero said. Can they get out of their enclosures? Absolutely not, Arnold said. These are expensive animals, Mr. Genero. We take very good care of them. We maintain multiple barriers. First, the moats. He pressed a button, and the board lit up with a network of orange bars. These moats are never less than 12 feet deep, and water-filled. For bigger animals the moats may be 30 feet deep. Next, the electrified fences. Lines of bright red glowed on the board. We have 50 miles of 12-foot high fencing, including 22 miles around the perimeter of the island. All the park fences carry 10,000 volts. The animals quickly learn not to go near them. But if one did get out, Genero said. Arnold snorted, and stubbed out his cigarette. Just hypothetically, Genero said. Supposing it happened. Muldoon cleared his throat. We'd go out and get the animal back, he said. We have lots of ways to do that. Taser shotguns, electrified nets, tranquilizers. All non-lethal, because, as Mr. Arnold says, these are expensive animals. Genero nodded. And if one got off the island, it'd die in less than 24 hours, Arnold said. These are genetically engineered animals. They're unable to survive in the real world. How about this control system itself? Genero said. Could anybody tamper with it? Arnold was shaking his head. The system is hardened. The computer is independent in every way. Independent power and independent backup power. The system does not communicate with the outside, so it cannot be influenced remotely by modem. The computer system is secure. There was a pause. Arnold puffed his cigarette. Hell of a system, he said. Hell of a goddamn system. Then I guess Malcolm said, your system works so well, you don't have any problems. We've got endless problems here, Arnold said, raising an eyebrow. But none of the things you worry about. I gather you're worried that the animals will escape, and will get to the mainland and raise hell. We haven't got any concern about that at all. We see these animals as fragile and delicate. They've been brought back after 6 to 5 million years to a world that's very different from the one they left, the one they were adapted to. We have a hell of a time caring for them. You have to realize, Arnold continued, that men have been keeping mammals and reptiles in zoos for hundreds of years. So we know a lot about how to take care of an elephant or a croc. But nobody has ever tried to take care of a dinosaur before. They are new animals. And we just don't know. Diseases in our animals are the biggest concern. Diseases. Genero said, suddenly alarmed. Is there any way that a visitor could get sick? Arnold snorted again. You ever catch a cold from a zoo alligator, Mr. Genero? Zoos don't worry about that. Neither do we. What we do worry about is the animals dying from their own illnesses, or infecting other animals. But we have programs to monitor that, too. You want to see the Big Rex's health file. His vaccination record. His dental record. That's something you ought to see, the vets scrubbing those big fangs so he doesn't get tooth decay. Not just now, Genero said. What about your mechanical systems? You mean the rides? Arnold said. Grant looked up sharply. Rides. None of the rides are running yet, Arnold was saying. We have the Jungle River ride, where the boats follow tracks underwater, and we have the Aviary Lodge ride, but none of it's operational yet. The park will open with the basic dinosaur tour, the one that you're about to take in a few minutes. The other rides will come on line 6, 12 months after that. Wait a minute, Grant said. You're going to have rides. Like an amusement park. Arnold said, this is a zoological park. We have tours of different areas, and we call them rides. That's all. Grant frowned. Again he felt troubled. He didn't like the idea of dinosaurs being used for an amusement park. Malcolm continued his questions. You can run the whole park from this control room. Yes, Arnold said. I can run it single-handed, if I have to. We've got that much automation built in. The computer by itself can track the animals, feed them, and fill their water troughs for 48 hours without supervision. This is the system Mr. Nidri designed. Malcolm asked. Dennis Nidri was sitting at a terminal in the far corner of the room, eating a candy bar and typing. Yes, that's right, Nidri said, not looking up from the keyboard. It's a hell of a system, Arnold said proudly. That's right, Nidri said absently. Just 1 or 2 minor bugs to fix. Now, Arnold said, I see the tour is starting, so unless you have other questions. Actually, just one, Malcolm said. Just a research question. You showed us that you can track the procopsognathids and you can visually display them individually. Can you do any studies of them as a group? Measure them, or whatever. If I wanted to know height or weight, or... Arnold was punching buttons. Another screen came up. Picture. We can do all of that, and very quickly, Arnold said. The computer takes measurement data in the course of reading the video screens, so it is translatable at once. You see here we have a normal Poisson distribution for the animal population. It shows that most of the animals cluster around an average central value, and a few are either larger or smaller than the average, at the tails of the curve. You'd expect that kind of graph, Malcolm said. Yes. Any healthy biological population shows this kind of distribution. Now, then, Arnold said, lighting another cigarette, are there any other questions? No, Malcolm said. I've learned what I need to know. As they were walking out, Gennaro said, it looks like a pretty good system to me. I don't see how any animals could get off this island. Don't you? Malcolm said. I thought it was completely obvious. Wait a minute, Gennaro said. You think animals have gotten out? I know they have. Gennaro said, but how? You saw for yourself. They can count all the animals. They can look at all the animals. They know where all the animals are at all times. How can one possibly escape? Malcolm smiled. It's quite obvious, he said. It's just a matter of your assumptions. Your assumptions, Gennaro repeated, frowning. Yes, Malcolm said. Look here. The basic event that has occurred in Jurassic Park is that the scientists and technicians have tried to make a new, complete biological world. And the scientists in the control room expect to see a natural world. As in the graph they just showed us. Even though a moment's thought reveals that nice, normal distribution is terribly worrisome on this island. It is. Yes. Based on what Dr. Wu told us earlier, one should never see a population graph like that. Why not? Gennaro said. Because that is a graph for a normal biological population. Which is precisely what Jurassic Park is not. Jurassic Park is not the real world. It is intended to be a controlled world that only imitates the natural world. In that sense, it's a true park, rather like a Japanese formal garden. Nature manipulated to be more natural than the real thing, if you will. I'm afraid you've lost me, Gennaro said, looking annoyed. I'm sure the tour will make everything clear, Malcolm said. Chapter, the tour. This way, everybody, this way, Ed Regis said. By his side, a woman was passing out pith helmets with Jurassic Park labeled on the headband, and a little blue dinosaur logo. A line of Toyota Land Cruisers came out of an underground garage beneath the visitor center. Each car pulled up, driverless and silent. 2 black men in safari uniforms were opening the doors for passengers. 2 to 4 passengers to a car, please. 2 to 4 passengers to a car, a recorded voice was saying. Children under 10 must be accompanied by an adult. 2 to 4 passengers to a car, please. Tim watched as Grant, Sattler, and Malcolm got into the first Land Cruiser with the lawyer, Genero. Tim looked over at Lex, who was standing pounding her fist into her glove. Tim pointed to the first car and said, "Can I go with them?" "I'm afraid they have things to discuss," Ed Regis said. "Technical things." "I'm interested in technical things," Tim said. "I'd rather go with them." "Well, you'll be able to hear what they're saying," Regis said. "We'll have a radio open between the cars." The second car came. Tim and Lex got in, and Ed Regis followed. "These are electric cars," Regis said. "Guided by a cable in the roadway." Tim was glad he was sitting in the front seat, because mounted in the dashboard were 2 computer screens and a box that looked to him like a CD-ROM, that was a laserdisc player controlled by a computer. There was also a portable walkie-talkie and some kind of a radio transmitter. There were 2 antennas on the roof, and some odd goggles in the map pocket. The black men shut the doors of the Land Cruiser. The car started off with an electric hum. Up ahead, the 3 scientists and Genero were talking and pointing, clearly excited. Ed Regis said, "Let's hear what they are saying." An intercom clicked. "I don't know what the hell you think you're doing here," Genero said, over the intercom. He sounded very angry. "I know quite well why I'm here," Malcolm said. "You're here to advise me, not play goddamned mind games. I've got
Goddamn mind
5% of
games.
this company and a responsibility to make sure that Hammond has done his job responsibly. Now you goddamn come here." Ed Regis pressed the intercom button and said, "In keeping with the non-polluting policies of Jurassic Park, these lightweight electric Land Cruisers have been specially built for us by Toyota in a Seika. Eventually we hope to drive among the animals just as they do in African game parks, but, for now, sit back and enjoy the self-guided tour." He paused. "And, by the way, we can hear you back here." "Oh Christ," Genero said. "I have to be able to speak freely. I didn't ask for these damned kids to come." Ed Regis smiled blandly and pushed a button. "We'll just begin the show, shall we?" They heard a fanfare of trumpets, and the interior screens flashed "Welcome to Jurassic Park." A sonorous voice said, "Welcome to Jurassic Park. You are now entering the lost world of the prehistoric past, a world of mighty creatures long gone from the face of the earth, which you are privileged to see for the first time."
You're privileged.
"That's Richard Kiley," Ed Regis said. "We spared no expense." The Land Cruiser passed through a grove of low, stumpy palm trees. Richard Kiley was saying, "Notice, first of all, the remarkable plant life that surrounds you. Those trees to your left and right are called cycads, the prehistoric predecessors of palm trees. Cycads were a favorite food of the dinosaurs. You can also see Bennettitallans and ginkgos. The world of the dinosaur included more modern plants, such as pine and fir trees, and swamp cypresses. You will see these as well." The Land Cruiser moved slowly among the foliage. Tim noticed the fences and retaining walls were screened by greenery to heighten the illusion of moving through real jungle. "We imagined the world of the dinosaurs," said Richard Kiley's voice, "as a world of huge vegetarians, eating their way through the giant swampy forests of the Jurassic and Cretaceous world, 100 million years ago. But most dinosaurs were not as large as people think. The smallest dinosaurs were no bigger than a house cat, and the average dinosaur was about as big as a pony. We are first going to visit one of these average-size animals, called Hypsilophodonts. If you look to your left, you may catch a glimpse of them now." They all looked to the left. The Land Cruiser stopped on a low rise, where a break in the foliage provided a view to the east. They could see a sloping forested area which opened into a field of yellow grass that was about 3 feet high. There were no dinosaurs. "Where are they?" Lex said. Tim looked at the dashboard. The transmitter lights blinked and the CD-ROM whirred. Obviously the disk was being accessed by some automatic system. He guessed that the same motion sensors that tracked the animals also controlled the screens in the Land Cruiser. The screens now showed pictures of Hypsilophodonts, and printed out data about them. The voice said, "Hypsilophodontids are the gazelles of the dinosaur world, small, quick animals that once roamed everywhere in the world, from England to Central Asia to North America. We think these dinosaurs were so successful because they had better jaws and teeth for chewing plants than their contemporaries did. In fact, the name Hypsilophodontype means high-ridge tooth, which refers to the characteristic self-sharpening teeth of these animals. You can see them in the plains directly ahead, and also perhaps in the branches of the trees. In the trees.
Poor boomer.
Lex said. Dinosaurs in the trees. Tim was scanning with binoculars, too. To the right, he said. Halfway up that big green trunk. In the dappled shadows of the tree, a motionless, dark green animal about the size of a baboon stood on a branch. It looked like a lizard standing on its hind legs.
Hello?
It balanced itself with a long drooping tail.
Oh,
That's
welcome back.
Aphnilia, Tim said. The small animals you see are called Aphnilia, the voice said, in honor of the 19th century dinosaur hunter Othniel Marsh of Yale. Tim spotted two more animals, on higher branches of the same tree. They were all about the same size. None of them were moving. Pretty boring, Lex said. They're not doing anything. The main herd of animals can be found in the grassy plain below you, said the voice. We can rouse them with a simple mating call. A loudspeaker by the fence gave a long nasal call, like the honking of geese. From the field of grass directly to their left, 6 lizard heads poked up, one after another. The effect was comical, and Tim laughed. The heads disappeared. The loudspeaker gave the call again, and once again the heads poked up in exactly the same way, one after another. The fixed repetition of the behavior was striking. Hypsilophodons are not especially bright animals, the voice explained. They have roughly the intelligence of a domestic cat. The heads were dull green, with a mottling of dark browns and blacks that extended down the slender necks. Judging from the size of the heads, Tim guessed their bodies were 4 feet long, about as large as
Shoot.
some of the Hypsilophodons were chewing, the jaws working. One reached up and scratched its head, with a 5-fingered band. The gesture gave the creature a pensive, thoughtful quality. If you see them scratching, that is because they have skin problems. The veterinary scientists here at Jurassic Park think it may be a fungus, or an allergy. But they're not sure yet. After all, these are the first dinosaurs in history ever to be studied alive. The electric motor of the car started, and there was a grinding of gears. At the unexpected sound, the herd of Hypsilophodons suddenly leapt into the air and bounded above the grass like kangaroos, showing their full bodies with massive hind limbs and long tails in the afternoon sunlight. In a few leaps, they were gone. Now that we've had a look at these fascinating herbivores, we will go on to some dinosaurs that are a little larger. Quite a bit larger, in fact. The land cruisers continued onward, moving south through Jurassic Park. Chapter, Control. Gears are grinding, John Arnold said, in the darkened control room. Have maintenance check the electric clutches on vehicles BB4 and BB5 when they come back. Yes, Mr. Arnold, replied the voice on the intercom. A minor detail, Hammond said, walking in the room. Looking out, he could see the 2 land cruisers moving south through the park. Muldoon stood in the corner, silently watching. Arnold pushed his chair back from the central console at the control panel. There are no minor details, Mr. Hammond, he said, and he lit another cigarette. Nervous at most times, Arnold was especially edgy now. He was only too aware that this was the first time visitors had actually toured the park. In fact, Arnold's team didn't often go into the park. Harding, the vet, sometimes did. The animal handlers went to the individual feeding houses. But otherwise they watched the park from the control room. And now, with visitors out there, he worried about 100 details. John Arnold was a systems engineer who had worked on the Polaris submarine missile in the late 1960s, until he had his first child and the prospect of making weapons became too distasteful. Meanwhile, Disney had started to create amusement park rides of great technological sophistication, and they employed a lot of aerospace people. Arnold helped build Disney World in Orlando, and had gone on to implement major parks at Magic Mountain in California, Old Country in Virginia, and Astro World in Houston. His continuous employment at parks had eventually given him a somewhat skewed view of reality. Arnold contended, only half-jokingly, that the entire world was increasingly described by the metaphor of the theme park. Paris is a theme park, he once announced, after a vacation, although it's too expensive, and the park employees are unpleasant and sullen. For the past 2 years, Arnold's job had been to get Jurassic Park up and running. As an engineer, he was accustomed to long-time schedules. He often referred to the September opening, by which he meant September of the following year, and as the September opening approached, he was unhappy with the progress that had been made. He knew from experience that it sometimes took years to work the bugs out of a single park ride, let alone get a whole park running properly. "You're just a worrier," Hammond said. "I don't think so," Arnold said. "You've got to realize that, from an engineering standpoint, Jurassic Park is by far the most ambitious theme park in history. Visitors will never think about it, but I do." He ticked the points off on his fingers. First, Jurassic Park has all the problems of any amusement park: ride maintenance, queue control, transportation, food handling, living accommodations, trash disposal, security. Second, we have all the problems of a major zoo: care of the animals, health and welfare, feeding and cleanliness, protection from insects, pests, allergies, and illnesses, maintenance of barriers, and all the rest. And, finally, we have the unprecedented problems of caring for a population of animals that no one has ever tried to maintain before. "Oh, it's not as bad as all that," Hammond said. "Yes, it is. You're just not here to see it," Arnold said. "The tyrannosaurs drink the lagoon water and sometimes get sick. We aren't sure why. The triceratops females kill each other in fights for dominance and have to be separated into groups smaller than 6. We don't know why. The stegosaurs frequently get blisters on their tongues and diarrhea, for reasons no one yet understands, even though we've lost 2. Hypsilophodonts get skin rashes. And the velociraptors. Let's not start on the velociraptors," Hammond said. "I'm sick of hearing about the velociraptors. How they're the most vicious creatures anyone has ever seen." "They are," Muldoon said, in a low voice.
Did you say something?
"They should all be destroyed." "You
Okay,
wanted
cool.
to fit them with radio collars," Hammond said. And I agreed. "Yes. And they promptly chewed the collars off. But even if the raptors never get free," Arnold said, "I think we have to accept that Jurassic Park is inherently hazardous." "Oh balls," Hammond said. "Whose side are you on, anyway? We now have 15 species of extinct animals, and most of them are dangerous," Arnold said. "We've been forced to delay the Jungle River ride because of the Dilophosaurs, and the Teratops Lodge in the aviary, because the Pterodactyls are so unpredictable. These aren't engineering delays, Mr. Hammond. They're problems with control of the animals." "You've had plenty of engineering delays," Hammond said. "Don't blame it on the animals." "Yes, we have. In fact, it's all we could do to get the main attraction, Park Drive, working correctly, to get the CD-ROMs inside the cars to be controlled by the motion sensors. It's taken weeks of adjustment to get that working properly, and now the electric gear shifts on the cars are acting up." "The gear shifts. Let's keep it in perspective," Hammond said. "You get the engineering correct and the animals will fall into place. After all, they're trainable." From the beginning, this had been one of the core beliefs of the planners. The animals, however exotic, would fundamentally behave like animals in zoos anywhere. They would learn the regularities of their care, and they would respond. "Meanwhile, how's the computer?" Hammond said. He glanced at Dennis Nedry, who was working at a terminal in the corner of the room. "This damn computer has always been a headache." "We're getting there," Nedry said. "If you had done it right in the first place," Hammond began, but Arnold put a restraining band on his arm. Arnold knew there was no point in antagonizing Nedry while he was working. "It's a large system," Arnold said. "There are bound to be glitches. In fact, the bug list now ran to more than 130 items, and included many odd aspects. For example, the animal feeding program reset itself every 12 hours, not every 24 hours, and would not record feedings on Sundays. As a result, the staff could not accurately measure how much the animals were eating. The security system, which controlled all the security card-operated doors, cut out whenever main power was lost, and did not come back on with auxiliary power. The security program only ran with main power. The physical conservation program, intended to dim lights after 10 p.m., only worked on alternate days of the week. The automated fecal analysis, called AutoPoop, designed to check for parasites in the animal stools, invariably recorded all specimens as having the parasite Phagostomum venulojum, although none did. The program then automatically dispensed medication into the animal's food. If the handlers dumped the medicine out of the hoppers to prevent its being dispensed, an alarm sounded which could not be turned off. And so it went, page after page of errors.
No business.
When he had arrived, Dennis Nedry had been under the impression that he could make all the fixes himself over the weekend. He had paled when he saw the call listing. Now he was calling his office in Cambridge, telling his staff programmers they were going to have to cancel their weekend plans and work overtime until Monday. And he had told John Arnold that he would need to use every telephone link between Isla Nublar and the mainland just to transfer program data back and forth to his programmers. While Nedry worked, Arnold punched up a new window in his own monitor. It allowed him to see what Nedry was doing at the corner console. Not that he didn't trust Nedry, but Arnold just liked to know what was going on. He looked at the graphics display on his right-hand console, which showed the progress of the electric land cruisers. They were following the river, just north of the aviary, and the ornithischian paddock. If you look to your left, said the voice, you will see the dome of the Jurassic Park aviary, which is not yet finished for visitors. Tim saw sunlight glinting off aluminum struts in the distance. And directly below is our Mesozoic jungle river where, if you are lucky, you just may catch a glimpse of a very rare carnivore. Keep your eyes peeled, everyone. Inside the Land Cruiser, the screens showed a bird-like head topped with a flaming red crest. But everyone in Tim's car was looking out the windows. The car was driving along a high ridge, overlooking a fast-moving river below. The river was almost enclosed by dense foliage on both sides. There they are now, said the voice. The animals you see are called dilophosaurs. Despite what the recording said, Tim saw only one. The dilophosaur crouched on its hind legs by the river, drinking. It was built on the basic carnivore pattern, with a heavy tail, strong hind limbs, and a long neck. Its 10-foot-tall body was spotted yellow and black, like a leopard. But it was the head that held Tim's attention. Two broad curving crests ran along the top of the head from the eyes to the nose. The crests met in the center, making a V shape above the dinosaur's head. The crests had red and black stripes, reminiscent of a parrot or toucan. The animal gave a soft hooting cry, like an owl. Their pretty legs said. Dilophosaurus, the tape said, is one of the earliest carnivorous dinosaurs. Scientists thought their jaw muscles were too weak to kill prey, and imagined they were primarily scavengers. But now we know they are poisonous. Hey. Tim grinned. All right. Again the distinctive booting call of the dilophosaur drifted across the afternoon air toward them. Legs shifted uneasily in her seat. Are they really poisonous, Mr. Regis? Don't worry about it, Ed Regis said. But are they? Well, yes, Legs. Along with such living reptiles as Gila monsters and rattlesnakes, Dilophosaurus secretes a hematotoxin from glands in its mouth. Unconsciousness follows within minutes of a bite. The dinosaur will then finish the victim off at its leisure, making Dilophosaurus a beautiful but deadly addition to the animals you see here at Jurassic Park. The Land Cruiser turned a corner, leaving the river behind. Tim looked back, hoping for a last glimpse of the Dilophosaur. This was amazing. Poisonous dinosaurs. He wished he could stop the car, but everything was automatic. He bet Dr. Grant wanted to stop the car, too. If you look on the bluff to the right, you will see Les Gigantes, the site of our superb 3-star dining room. Chef Alain Richard hails from the world-famous Le Beaumanière in France. Make your reservations by dialing 4 from your hotel rooms. Tim looked up on the bluff, and saw nothing. Not for a while, though, Ed Regis said. The restaurant won't even start construction until November. Continuing on our prehistoric safari, we come next to the herbivores of the ornithischian group. If you look to your right, you can probably see them now. Tim saw two animals, standing motionless in the shade of a large tree. Triceratops, the size and grey color of an elephant, with the truculent stance of a rhino. The horns above each eye curved 5 feet into the air, looking almost like inverted elephant tusks. A third, rhino-like horn was located near the nose. And they had the beaky snout of a rhino. Unlike other dinosaurs, the voice said, Triceratops serratus can't see well. They're nearsighted, like the rhinos of today, and they tend to be surprised by moving objects. They'd charge our car if they were close enough to see it. But relax, folks, we're safe enough here. Triceratops have a fan-shaped crest behind their heads. It's made of solid bone, and it's very strong. These animals weigh about 7 tons each. Despite their appearance, they are actually quite docile. They know their handlers, and they'll allow themselves to be petted. They particularly like to be scratched in the hindquarters. Why don't they move? Legs said. She rolled down her window. Hey. Stupid dinosaur. Move. Don't bother the animals, Legs said. Regis said. Why? It's stupid. They just sit there like a picture in a book, Legs said. The voice was saying, easygoing monsters from a bygone world stand in sharp contrast to what we will see next. The most famous predator in the history of the world, the mighty tyrant lizard, known as Tyrannosaurus rex. Good, Tyrannosaurus rex, Tim said. I hope he's better than these bozos, Legs said, turning away from the Triceratops. The Land Cruiser rumbled forward. Chapter, Big Rex. The mighty tyrannosaurs arose late in dinosaur history. Dinosaurs ruled the Earth for 120 million years, but there were tyrannosaurs for only the last 15 million years of that period. The land cruisers had stopped at the rise of a hill. They overlooked a forested area sloping down to the edge of the lagoon. The sun was falling to the west, sinking into a misty horizon. The whole landscape of Jurassic Park was bathed in soft light, with lengthening shadows. The surface of the lagoon rippled in pink crescents. Farther south, they saw the graceful necks of the camarasaurs, standing at the water's edge, their bodies mirrored in the moving surface. It was quiet, except for the soft drone of cicadas. As they stared out at that landscape, it was possible to believe that they had really been transported millions of years back in time to a vanished world. It works, doesn't it? They heard Ed Regis say, over the intercom. I like to come here sometimes, in the evening. And just sit. Grant was unimpressed. Where is T-Rex? Good question. You often see the little one down in the lagoon. The lagoon stopped, so we have fish in there. The little one has learned to catch the fish. Interesting how he does it. He doesn't use his hands, but he ducks his whole head under the water. Like a bird. The little one. The little T-Rex. He's a juvenile, 2 years old, and about a third grown now. Stands 8 feet high, weighs 1.5 tons. The other one's a full-grown tyrannosaur. But I don't see him at the moment. Maybe he's down hunting the camarasaurs, Grant said. Regis laughed, his voice tinny over the radio. He would if he could, believe me. Sometimes he stands by the lagoon and stares at those animals, and wiggles those little forearms of his in frustration. But the T-Rex territory is completely enclosed with trenches and fences. They're disguised from view, but believe me, he can't go anywhere. Then where is he? Hiding, Regis said. He's a little shy. Shy. Malcolm said. Tyrannosaurus Rex is shy. Well, he conceals himself as a general rule. You almost never see him out in the open, especially in daylight. Why is that? We think it's because he has sensitive skin and sunburns easily. Malcolm began to laugh. Grant sighed. You're destroying a lot of illusions. I don't think you'll be disappointed, Regis said. Just wait. They heard a soft bleating sound. In the center of a field, a small cage rose up into view, lifted on hydraulics from underground. The cage bar slid down, and the goat remained tethered in the center of the field, bleating plaintively. Any minute now, Regis said again. They stared out the window. Look at them, Hammond said, watching the control room monitor. Leaning out of the windows, so eager. They can't wait to see it. They have come for the danger. That's what I'm afraid of, Muldoon said. He twirled the keys on his finger and watched the land cruisers tensely. This was the first time that visitors had toured Jurassic Park, and Muldoon shared Arnold's apprehension. Robert Muldoon was a big man, 50 years old, with a steel grey mustache and deep blue eyes. Raised in Kenya, he had spent most of his life as a guide for African big game hunters, as had his father before him. But since 1980, he had worked principally for conservation groups and zoo designers as a wildlife consultant. He had become well known. An article in the London Sunday Times had said, "What Robert Trent Jones is to golf courses, Robert Muldoon is to zoos, a designer of unsurpassed knowledge and skill." In 1986, he had done some work for a San Francisco company that was building a private wildlife park on an island in North America. Muldoon had laid out the boundaries for different animals, defining space and habitat requirements for lions, elephants, zebras, and hippos, identifying which animals could be kept together, and which had to be separated. At the time, it had been a fairly routine job. He had been more interested in an Indian park called Tiger World in southern Kashmir. Then, a year ago, he was offered a job as game warden of Jurassic Park. It coincided with a desire to leave Africa. The salary was excellent. Muldoon had taken it on for a year. He was astonished to discover the park was really a collection of genetically engineered prehistoric animals. It was of course interesting work, but during his years in Africa, Muldoon had developed an unblinking view of animals, an unromantic view that frequently set him at odds with the Jurassic Park management in California, particularly the little martinet standing beside him in the control room. In Muldoon's opinion, cloning dinosaurs in a laboratory was one thing. Maintaining them in the wild was quite another. It was Muldoon's view that some dinosaurs were too dangerous to be kept in a park setting. In part, the danger existed because they still knew so little about the animals. For example, nobody even suspected the dilophosaurs were poisonous until they were observed hunting indigenous rats on the island, biting the rodents and then stepping back, to wait for them to die. And even then nobody suspected the dilophosaurs could spit until one of the handlers was almost blinded by spitting venom. After that, Hammond had agreed to study dilophosaur venom, which was found to contain 7 different toxic enzymes. It was also discovered that the dilophosaurs could spit a distance of 50 feet. Since this raised the possibility that a guest in a car might be blinded, management decided to remove the poison sacs. The vets had tried twice, on 2 different animals, without success. No one knew where the poison was being secreted. And no one would ever know until an autopsy was performed on a dilophosaur, and management would not allow one to be killed. Muldoon worried even more about the velociraptors. They were instinctive hunters, and they never passed up prey. They killed even when they weren't hungry. They killed for the pleasure of killing. They were swift, strong runners and astonishing jumpers. They had lethal claws on all 4 limbs. One swipe of a forearm would disembowel a man, spilling his guts out. And they had powerful tearing jaws that ripped flesh instead of biting it. They were far more intelligent than the other dinosaurs, and they seemed to be natural cage breakers. Every zoo expert knew that certain animals were especially likely to get free of their cages. Some, like monkeys and elephants, could undo cage doors. Others, like wild pigs, were unusually intelligent and could lift gate fasteners with their snouts. But who would suspect that the giant armadillo was a notorious cage breaker? Or the moose? Yet a moose was almost as skillful with its snout as an elephant with its trunk. Moose were always getting free. They had a talent for it. And so did velociraptors. Raptors were at least as intelligent as chimpanzees. And, like chimpanzees, they had agile hands that enabled them to open doors and manipulate objects. They could escape with ease. And when, as Muldoon had feared, one of them finally escaped, it killed 2 construction workers and maimed a 3rd before being recaptured. After that episode, the visitor lodge had been reworked with heavy barred gates, a high perimeter fence, and tempered glass windows. And the raptor holding pen was rebuilt with electronic sensors to warn of another impending escape. Muldoon wanted guns as well. And he wanted shoulder-mounted tow missile launchers. Hunters knew how difficult it was to bring down a 4-ton African elephant, and some of the dinosaurs weighed 10 times as much. Management was horrified, insisting there be no guns anywhere on the island. When Muldoon threatened to quit, and to take his story to the press, a compromise was reached. In the end, 2 specially built laser-guided missile launchers were kept in a locked room in the basement. Only Muldoon had keys to the room. Those were the keys Muldoon was twirling now. "I'm going downstairs," he said. Arnold, watching the control screens, nodded. The 2 land cruisers sat at the top of the hill, waiting for the T-Rex to appear. "Hey Dennis," Nedry called, from the far console. "As long as you're up, get me a Coke." okay. Grant waited in the car, watching quietly. The bleating of the goat became louder, more insistent. The goat tugged frantically at its tether, racing back and forth. Over the radio, Grant heard Lex say in alarm, "What's going to happen to the goat? Is she going to eat the goat?" "I think so," someone said to her, and then Ellie turned the radio down. Then they smelled the odor, a garbage stench of putrefaction and decay that drifted up the hillside toward them. Grant whispered, "He's here." Malcolm said. The goat was tethered in the center of the field, 30 yards from the nearest trees. The dinosaur must be somewhere among the trees, but for a moment Grant could see nothing at all. Then he realized he was looking too low. The animal's head stood 20 feet above the ground, half concealed among the upper branches of the palm trees. Malcolm whispered, "Oh, my God. She's as large as a bloody building." Grant stared at the enormous square head, 5 feet long, mottled reddish-brown, with huge jaws and fangs. The Tyrannosaur's jaws worked once, opening and closing. But the huge animal did not emerge from hiding. Malcolm whispered, "How long will it wait?" "Maybe 3 or 4 minutes. Maybe." The Tyrannosaur sprang silently forward, fully revealing her enormous body. In 4 bounding steps she covered the distance to the goat, bent down, and bit it through the neck. The bleating stopped. There was silence. Poised over her kill, the Tyrannosaur became suddenly hesitant. Her massive head turned on the muscular neck, looking in all directions. She stared fixedly at the land cruiser, high above on the hill. Malcolm whispered, "Can she see us?" "Oh yes," Regis said, on the intercom. "Let's see if she's going to eat here in front of us, or if she's going to drag the prey away." The Tyrannosaur bent down, and sniffed the carcass of the goat. A bird chirped, her head snapped up, alert, watchful. She looked back and forth, scanning in small jerking shifts. "Like a bird," Ellie said. Still the Tyrannosaur hesitated. "What is she afraid of?" Malcolm whispered. "Probably another Tyrannosaur," Grant whispered. Big carnivores like lions and tigers often became cautious after a kill, behaving as if suddenly exposed. 19th century zoologists imagined the animals felt guilty for what they had done. But contemporary scientists documented the effort behind a kill, hours of patient stalking before the final lunge, as well as the frequency of failure. The idea of nature, red in tooth and claw, was wrong. Most often the prey got away. When a carnivore finally brought down an animal, it was watchful for another predator, who might attack it and steal its prize. Thus this Tyrannosaur was probably fearful of another Tyrannosaur. The huge animal bent over the goat again. One great hind limb held the carcass in place as the jaws began to tear the flesh. "She's going to stay," Regis whispered. "Excellent." The Tyrannosaur lifted her head again, ragged chunks of bleeding flesh in her jaws. She stared at the land cruiser. She began to chew. They heard the sickening crunch of bones. Lex said, over the intercom. "That's disgusting." And then, as if caution had finally gotten the better of her, the Tyrannosaur lifted the remains of the goat in her jaws and carried it silently back among the trees. "Ladies and gentlemen, Tyrannosaurus Rex," the tape said. The land cruiser started up, and moved silently off, through the foliage. Malcolm sat back in his seat. "Fantastic," he said. General wiped his forehead. He looked pale. Chapter, Control. Henry came into the control room to find everyone sitting in the dark, listening to the voices on the radio. "Jesus, if an animal like that gets out," General was saying, his voice tinny on the speaker, "there'd be no stopping it. No stopping it, no. Huge, with no natural enemies. My God, think of it." In the control room, Hammond said, "Damn those people. They are so negative." Who said, "There's still going on about an animal escaping? I don't understand. They must have seen by now that we have everything under control. We've engineered the animals and engineered the result." He shrugged. It was Wu's deepest perception that the park was fundamentally sound, as he believed his paleo DNA was fundamentally sound. Whatever problems might arise in the DNA were essentially point problems in the code, causing a specific problem in the phenotype, an enzyme that didn't switch on, or a protein that didn't fold. Whatever the difficulty, it was always solved with a relatively minor adjustment in the next version. Similarly, he knew that Jurassic Park's problems were not fundamental problems. They were not control problems. Nothing as basic, or as serious, as the possibility of an animal escaping. Wu found it offensive to think that anyone would believe him capable of contributing to a system where such a thing could happen. It's that Malcolm Hammond said darkly. He's behind it all. He was against us from the start, you know. He's got his theory that complex systems can't be controlled and nature can't be imitated. I don't know what his problem is. Hell, we're just making a zoo here. World's full of them, and they all work fine. But he's going to prove his theory or die trying. I just hope he doesn't panic General into trying to shut the park down. Wu said, can he do that? No, Hammond said. But he can try. He can try and frighten the Japanese investors, and get them to withdraw funds. Or he can make a stink with the San Jose government. He can make trouble. Arnold stuck out his cigarette. Let's wait and see what happens, he said. We believe in the park. Let's see how it plays out. Muldoon got off the elevator, nodded to the ground floor guard, and went downstairs to the basement. He flicked on the lights. The basement was filled with 24 Land Cruisers, arranged in neat rows. These were the electric cars that would eventually form an endless loop, touring the park, returning to the visitor center. In the corner was a Jeep with a red stripe, one of 2 gasoline-powered vet vehicles. Harding, the vet, had taken the other that morning, which could go anywhere in the park, even among the animals. The Jeeps were painted with a diagonal red stripe because for some reason it discouraged the Triceratops from charging the car. Muldoon moved past the Jeep, toward the back. The steel door to the armaments room was unlocked. He unlocked it with his key, and swung the heavy door wide. Gun racks lined the interior. He pulled out a Wrangler shoulder launcher and a case of canisters. He tucked 2 grey rockets under his other arm. After locking the door behind him, he put the gun into the back seat of the Jeep. As he left the garage, he heard the distant rumble of thunder. Looks like rain, Ed Regis said, glancing up at the sky. The Land Cruisers had stopped again, near the sauropod swamp. A large herd of apatosaurs was grazing at the edge of the lagoon, eating the leaves of the upper branches of the palm trees. In the same area were several duck-billed hadrosaurs, which in comparison looked much smaller. Of course, Tim knew the hadrosaurs weren't really small. It was only that the apatosaurs were so much larger. Their tiny heads reached 50 feet into the air, extending out on their long necks. The big animals you see are commonly called Brontosaurus, the recording said, but they are actually Apatosaurus. They weigh more than 30 tons. That means a single animal is as big as a whole herd of modern elephants. And you may notice that their preferred area, alongside the lagoon, is not swampy. Despite what the books say, Brontosaurs avoid swamps. They prefer dry land. Brontosaurus is the biggest dinosaur, Lex Ed Regis said. Tim didn't bother to contradict him. Actually, Brachiosaurus was 3 times as large. And some people thought Ultrasaurus and Seismosaurus were even larger than Brachiosaurus. Seismosaurus might have weighed 100 tons. Alongside the apatosaurs, the smaller hadrosaurs stood on their hind legs to get at foliage. They moved gracefully for such large creatures. Several infant hadrosaurs scampered around the adults, eating the leaves that dropped from the mouths of the larger animals. The dinosaurs of Jurassic Park don't breed, the recording said. The young animals you see were introduced a few months ago, already hatched. But the adults nurture them anyway. There was the rolling growl of thunder. The sky was darker, lower, and menacing. Yeah, looks like rain, all right, Ed Regis said. The car started forward, and Tim looked back at the hadrosaurs. Suddenly, off to one side, he saw a pale yellow animal moving quickly. There were brownish stripes on its back. He recognized it instantly. Hey! He shouted. Stop the car. What is it? Ed Regis said. Quick. Stop the car. We move on now to see the last of our great prehistoric animals, the stegosaurs, the recorded voice said. What's the matter, Tim? I saw one. I saw one in the field out there. Saw what? A raptor. In that field. The stegosaurs are a mid-Jurassic animal, evolving about 170 million years ago, the recording said. Several of these remarkable herbivores live here at Jurassic Park. Oh, I don't think so, Tim Edregis said. Not a raptor. I did. Stop the car. There was a babble on the intercom, as the news was relayed to Grant and Malcolm. Tim says he saw a raptor. Where? Back at the field. Let's go back and look. We can't go back, Ed Regis said. We can only go forward. The cars are programmed. We can't go back. Grant said. No, Regis said. Sorry, you see, it's kind of a ride. Tim, this is Professor Malcolm, said a voice cutting in on the intercom. I have just one question for you about this raptor. How old would you say it was? Older than the baby we saw today, Tim said. And younger than the big adults in the pen. The adults were 6 feet tall. This one was about half that size. That's fine, Malcolm said.
Shoot.
I only saw it for a second, Tim said. I'm sure it wasn't a raptor, Ed Regis said. It couldn't possibly be a raptor. Must have been one of the others. They're always jumping their fences. We have a hell of a time with them. I know I saw a raptor, Tim said. I'm hungry, Lex said. She was starting to whine. In the control room, Arnold turned to Wu. What do you think the kid saw? I think it must have been an Otway. Arnold nodded. We have trouble tracking Otways, because they spend so much time in the trees. The Otways were an exception to the usual minute-to-minute control they maintained over the animals. The computers were constantly losing and picking up the others, as they went into the trees and then came down again. What burns me, Hammond said, is that we have made this wonderful park, this fantastic park, and our very first visitors are going through it like accountants, just looking for problems. They aren't experiencing the wonder of it at all. That's their problem, Arnold said. We can't make them experience wonder. The intercom clicked, and Arnold heard a voice drawl. John, this is the OB over at the dock. We haven't finished offloading, but I'm looking at that storm pattern south of us. I'd rather not be tied up here if this chop gets any worse. Arnold turned to the monitor showing the cargo vessel, which was moored at the dock on the east side of the island. He pressed the radio button. How much left to do, Jim? Just the 3 final equipment containers. I haven't checked the mainfest, but I assume you can wait another 2 weeks for it. We're not well berthed here, you know, and we are 100 miles offshore. You requesting permission to leave? Yes, John. I want that equipment, Hammond said. That's equipment for the labs. We need it. Yes, Arnold said. But you didn't want to put money into a storm barrier to protect the pier. So we don't have a good harbor. If the storm gets worse, the ship will be pounded against the dock. I've seen ships lost that way. Then you've got all the other expenses, replacement of the vessel plus salvage to clear your dock. And you can't use your dock until you do. Hammond gave a dismissing wave. Get them out of there. Permission to leave, and B, Arnold said, into the radio. See you in 2 weeks, the voice said. On the video monitor, they saw the crew on the decks, casting off the lines. Arnold turned back to the main console bank. He saw the land cruisers moving through fields of steam. Where are they now? Hammond said. It looks like the south fields, Arnold said. The southern end of the island had more volcanic activity than the north. That means they should be almost to the Stigos. I'm sure they'll stop and see what Harding is doing. Chapter, Stegosaur. As the land cruiser came to a stop, Ellie Sattler stared through the plumes of steam at the Stegosaurus. It was standing quietly, not moving. A jeep with a red stripe was parked alongside it. I have to admit, that's a funny-looking animal, Malcolm said. The Stegosaurus was 20 feet long, with a huge bulky body and vertical armor plates along its back. The tail had dangerous-looking 3-foot spikes. But the neck tapered to an absurdly small head with a stupid gaze, like a very dumb horse. As they watched, a man walked around from behind the animal. That's our vet, Dr. Harding Regis said, over the radio. He's anesthetized the Stego, which is why it's not moving. It's sick. Grant was already getting out of the car, hurrying toward the motionless Stegosaur. Ellie got out and looked back as the second Land Cruiser pulled up and the two kids jumped out. What's he sick with? Tim said. They're not sure, Ellie said. The great leathery plates along the Stegosaur's spine drooped slightly. It breathed slowly, laboriously, making a wet sound with each breath. Is it contagious? Lex said. They walked toward the tiny head of the animal, where Grant and the vet were on their knees, peering into the Stegosaur's mouth. Lex wrinkled her nose. This thing sure is big, she said. And smelly. Yes, it is. Ellie had already noticed the Stegosaur had a peculiar odor, like rotting fish. It reminded her of something she knew, but couldn't quite place. In any case, she had never smelled a Stegosaur before. Maybe this was its characteristic odor. But she had her doubts. Most herbivores did not have a strong smell. Nor did their droppings. It was reserved for the meat-eaters to develop a real stink. Is that because it's sick? Lex asked. Maybe. And don't forget the vets tranquilized it. Ellie, have a look at this tongue, Grant said. The dark purple tongue drooped limply from the animal's mouth. The vet shone a light on it so she could see the very fine silvery blisters. Microvesicles, Ellie said. Interesting. We've had a difficult time with these Stegos, the vet said. They're always getting sick. What are the symptoms? Ellie asked. She scratched the tongue with her fingernail. A clear liquid exuded from the broken blisters. Alex said. Imbalance, disorientation, labored breathing, and massive diarrhea, Harding said. Seems to happen about once every 6 weeks or so. They feed continuously. Oh yes, Harding said. Animal this size has to take in a minimum of 500 or 600 pounds of plant matter daily just to keep going. They're constant foragers. Then it's not likely to be poisoning from a plant, Ellie said. Constant browsers would be constantly sick if they were eating a toxic plant. Not every 6 weeks. Exactly, the vet said. May I? Ellie asked. She took the flashlight from the vet. You have pupillary effects from the tranquilizer, she said, shining the light in the Stegosaur's eye. Yes. There's a myotic effect. Pupils are constricted. But these pupils are dilated, she said. Harding looked. There was no question. The Stegosaur's pupil was dilated and did not contract when light shone on it. I'll be damned, he said. That's a pharmacological effect. Yes. Ellie got back on her feet and looked around. What is the animal's range? About 5 square miles. In this general area? She asked. They were in an open meadow, with scattered rocky outcrops, and intermittent plumes of steam rising from the ground. It was late afternoon, and the sky was pink beneath the lowering grey clouds. Their range is mostly north and cast of here, Harding said. But when they get sick, they're usually somewhere around this particular area. It was an interesting puzzle, she thought. How to explain the periodicity of the poisoning? She pointed across the field. You see those low, delicate-looking bushes? West Indian lilac. Harding nodded. We know it's toxic. The animals don't eat it. You're sure? Yes. We monitor them on video, and I've checked droppings just to be certain. The Stegos never eat the lilac bushes. Mulia azidaric, called China berry or West Indian lilac, contained a number of toxic alkaloids. The Chinese used the plant as a fish poison. They don't eat it, the vet said. Interesting, Ellie said. Because otherwise I would have said that this animal shows all the classic signs of mulia toxicity, stupor, blistering of the mucous membranes, and pupillary dilatation. She set off toward the field to examine the plants more closely, her body bent over the ground. You're right, she said. Plants are healthy, no sign of being eaten. None at all. And there's the 6-week interval, the vet reminded her. The Stegosaurs come here how often? About once a week, he said. Stegos make a slow loop through their home range territory, feeding as they go. They complete the loop in about a week. But they're only sick once every 6 weeks. Correct, Harding said. This is boring, Lex said. SSSH Tim said. Dr. Saturnus trying to think. Unsuccessfully, Ellie said, walking farther out into the field. Behind her, she heard Lex saying, anybody want to play a little pickle? Ellie stared at the ground. The field was rocky in many places. She could hear the sound of the surf, somewhere to the left. There were berries among the rocks. Perhaps the animals were just eating berries. But that didn't make sense. West Indian lilac berries were terribly bitter. Finding anything? Grant said, coming up to join her. Ellie sighed. Just rocks, she said. We must be near the beach, because all these rocks are smooth. And they're in funny little piles. Funny little piles. Grant said. All over. There's one pile right there. She pointed. As soon as she did, she realized what she was looking at. The rocks were worn, but it had nothing to do with the ocean. These rocks were heaped in small piles, almost as if they had been thrown down that way. They were piles of gizzard stones. Many birds and crocodiles swallowed small stones, which collected in a muscular pouch in the digestive tract, called the gizzard. Squeezed by the muscles of the gizzard, the stones helped crush tough plant food before it reached the stomach, and thus aided digestion. Some scientists thought dinosaurs also had gizzard stones. For one thing, dinosaur teeth were too small, and too little worn, to have been used for chewing food. It was presumed that dinosaurs swallowed their food whole and let the gizzard stones break down the plant fibers. And some skeletons
You can't see me anymore, I'm invisible.
Pile of small stones in the abdominal area.
Wonder how that can be
But it had never
fixed.
been verified, and gizzard stones, Grant said.
Is it just too dark?
think so,
No, that's not
yes.
the problem.
They swallow these stones, and after a few weeks the stones are worn smooth, so they regurgitate them, leaving this little pile, and swallow fresh stones. And when they do, they swallow berries as well. And get sick. I'll be damned, Grant said. I'm sure you're right. He looked at the pile of stones, brushing through them with his band,
whatever.
following the instinct of a paleontologist. Then he stopped. Ellie, he said. Take a look at this. Put it there, babe. Right in the old mint. Lex cried, and Gennaro threw the ball to her. She threw it back so hard that his hand stung. Take it easy. I don't have a glove. You wimp. She said contemptuously. Annoyed, he fired the ball at her, and heard it smack. In the leather. Now that's more like it, she said. Standing by the dinosaur, Gennaro continued to play catch as he talked to Malcolm. How does this sick dinosaur fit into your theory? It's predicted, Malcolm said. Gennaro shook his head. Is anything not predicted by your theory? Look, Malcolm said. It's nothing to do with me. It's chaos theory. But I notice nobody is willing to listen to the consequences of the mathematics. Because they imply very large consequences for human life. Much larger than Heisenberg's principle or Gödel's theorem, which everybody rattles on about. Those are actually rather academic considerations. Philosophical considerations. But chaos theory concerns everyday life. Do you know why computers were first built? No, Gennaro said. Burn it in there, Lex yelled. Computers were built in the late 1940s because mathematicians like John von Neumann thought that if you had a computer, a machine to handle a lot of variables simultaneously, you would be able to predict the weather. Weather would finally fall to human understanding. And men believed that dream for the next 40 years. They believed that prediction was just a function of keeping track of things. If you knew enough, you could predict anything. That's been a cherished scientific belief since Newton. And chaos theory throws it right out the window. It says that you can never predict certain phenomena at all. You can never predict the weather more than a few days away. All the money that has been spent on long-range forecasting, about $500 million in the last few decades, is money wasted. It's a fool's errand. It's as pointless as trying to turn lead into gold. We look back at the alchemists and laugh at what they were trying to do, but future generations will laugh at us the same way. We've tried the impossible and spent a lot of money doing it. Because in fact there are great categories of phenomena that are inherently unpredictable. Chaos says that. Yes, and it is astonishing how few people care to hear it, Malcolm said. I gave all this information to Hammond long before he broke ground on this place. You're going to engineer a bunch of prehistoric animals and set them on an island. Fine. A lovely dream. Charming. But it won't go as planned. It is inherently unpredictable, just as the weather is. You told him this. Genero said. Yes. I also told him where the deviations would occur. Obviously the fitness of the animals to the environment was one area. This stegosaur is 100 million years old. It isn't adapted to our world. The air is different, the solar radiation is different, the land is different, the insects are different, the sounds are different, the vegetation is different. Everything is different. The oxygen content is decreased. This poor animal's like a human being at 10,000 feet altitude. Listen to him wheezing. And the other areas. Broadly speaking, the ability of the park to control the spread of life forms. Because the history of evolution is that life escapes all barriers. Life breaks free. Life expands to new territories. Painfully, perhaps even dangerously. But life finds a way. Malcolm shook his head. I don't mean to be philosophical, but there it is. General looked over. Ellie and Grant were across the field, waving their arms and shouting. Did you get my Coke? Dennis Nedry asked, as Muldoon came back into the control room. Muldoon didn't bother to answer. He went directly to the monitor and looked at what was happening. Over the radio he heard Harding's voice saying, the Stego finally handle on now. What's that about? Muldoon said. They're down by the South Point, Arnold said. That's why they're breaking up a little. I'll switch them to another channel. But they found out what's wrong with the Stegos. Eating some kind of berry. Hammond nodded. I knew we'd solve that sooner or later, he said. It's not very impressive, Genero said. He held the white fragment, no larger than a postage stamp, up on his fingertip in the fading light. You sure about this, Alan? Absolutely sure, Grant said. What gives it away is the patterning on the interior surface, the interior curve. Turn it over and you will notice a faint pattern of raised lines, making roughly triangular shapes. Yes, I see them. Well, I've dug out 2 eggs with patterns like that at my site in Montana. You're saying this is a piece of dinosaur eggshell? Absolutely, Grant said. Harding shook his head. These dinosaurs can't breed. Evidently they can, Genero said. That must be a bird egg, Harding said. We have literally dozens of species on the island. Grant shook his head. Look at the curvature. The shell is almost flat. That's from a very big egg. And notice the thickness of the shell. Unless you have ostriches on this island, it's a dinosaur egg. But they can't possibly breed, Harding insisted. All the animals are female. All I know, Grant said, is that this is a dinosaur egg. Malcolm said, can you tell the species? Yes, Grant said. It's a Velociraptor egg. Chapter, Control. Absolutely absurd, Hammond said in the control room, listening to the report over the radio. It must be a bird egg. That's all it can be. The radio crackled. He heard Malcolm's voice. Let's do a little test, shall we? Ask Mr. Arnold to run one of his computer tallies. Now. Yes, right now. I understand you can transmit it to the screen in Dr. Harding's car. Do that, too, will you? No problem, Arnold said. A moment later, the screen in the control room printed out. Total animals 238 underscore 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 underscore
don't do all the underscores.
underscore 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 underscore. Species expected found for Tyrannosaurus 224.1, Mosaurs 2121 3.3, Stegosaurus 443.9, Triceratops 883.1. Procopsognathus 4949 3.9. Aphnelia 1616 3.1. Velociraptors 883.0. Apatosaurs 1717 3.1. Hadrosaurs 1111 3.1. Dilophosaurs 774.3. Pterosaurs 664.3. Hypsilophodontids 3333 2.9.
That didn't accomplish much.
Euoplocepgolids 1616 4.0. Styracosaurs 1818 3.9. Calabosaurs 2222 4.1. Total 238 238. I hope you're satisfied, Hammond said. Are you receiving it down there on your screen? We see it, Malcolm said. Everything accounted for, as always. He couldn't keep the satisfaction out of his voice. Now then, Malcolm said. Can you have the computer search for a different number of animals? Like what? Arnold said. Try 239. Just a minute.
Well, that was an interesting one. Let's see here. We just passed an interesting quote. What? No way. Oh, there it is. Oh, life breaks free, life expands to new territories, painfully, perhaps even dangerously. But life finds a way. I don't mean to be philosophical, but there it is. Oh, fun quote. Thanks so much for swinging by. Catch you guys on the flip side.